This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Chip in Tampa, Florida, on March the 7th, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey CHAUCER, edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Clerk's Tale. The Prologue. Sir Clerk of Oxenford, our hostess said, ye ride as still and coy as doth a maid that were new spoused. Sitting at the board this day, I heard not of your tongue a word. I trow ye study about so theme, but Solomon saith, everything hath time, for Godde's sake, be of better cheer. It is no time for to study here. Tell us some merry tale by your fay, for what man that is entered in a play, he needes must unto that play assent. But preache not, as friars do in Lent, to make us for our olde sinnes weep, nor that thy tale make us not to sleep. Take us some merry thing of adventures, your terms, your colours, and your figures, keep them in store, till so ye be indite high style, as when that men to kinges write. Speak so plain at this time, I you pray, that we may understand what you say. The worthy clerk benignedly answered, Hoste, quoth he, I am under your yerde. Ye have of us as now the governance, and therefore would I do you obeisance. As far as reason asketh hardily, I will you tell a tale, which that I learned at Padova of a worthy clerk, as proved by his wordes and his work. He is now dead, and nailed in his chest. I pray to God give his soul good rest. Francis Petrarch, the laureate poet, hight this clerk, whose rhetoric so sweet illumined all tale of poetry, as Linen did of philosophy, or law, or other art particular. But death, that will not suffer us dwell here, but as it were a twinkling of an eye, them both hath slain, and alle shall we die. But forth to tellen of this worthy man that taught me this tale, as I began, I say that first he with high style inditeth, ere he the body of his tale writeth, a poem, in the which describeth he Piedmont, and of Saluces the country, and speaketh of the Pennine hilles high, that be the bounds of all West Lombardy, and Mount Vesulas in special, whereas the Po out of a welle small taketh his first springing and his source, that eastward aye increaseth in his course, Temilia ward to Ferraro and Venice, the which a long thing were to devise. And truly, as to my judgment, me thinketh it a thing impertinent, save that he would convey this matter, but this is the tale which that ye shall hear. The Tale. Pars Prima. There is, right at the west side of Itale, down at the root of Vesuvius, the cold, a lusty plain, abundant of vitile. There many a town and tower thou mayst behold, that founded there in time of fathers old, and many another delectable sight, and Saluces this noble country hight. A marquis, whom lord was of that land, as were his worthy elders him before, and obedient, aye ready to his hand, were all his lieges, both less and more. Thus in delight he lived, and had done yore, beloved and drad, though favour of fortune, both of his lordes and of his commune. Therewith he was, to speak of lineage, the gentlest y-born of Lombardy, a fair person, and strong, and young of age, and full of honour and courtesy, discreet enough his country for to gie, saving in some things that he was to blame, and Walter was this younge lorde's name. I blame him thus, that he considered not in time coming what might him betide, but on his present lust was all his thought, and for to hawk and hunt on every side, well nigh all other cares let he slide, and eke he would, that was the worst of all, wedde no wife for aught that might befall. Only that point his people bare so sore, that Flockmel on a day to him they went, and one of them, that wisest was of lore, or elles that the Lord would best assent, that he should tell him what the people meant, or elles could he well shew such matter, he to the Marquis said as ye shall hear. O noble Marquis, your humanity assureth us and gives us hardiness, as oft as time is of necessity, that we to you may tell our heaviness. Accept, dear Lord, now of your gentleness what we with piteous heart unto you plain, and let your ears my voice not disdain. All have I not to do in this matter, more than another man hath in his place, yet forasmuch as ye, my lord so dear, have always shewed me favour and grace, I dare the better ask of you a space of audience, to shewen our request, and ye, my lord, to do right as you lest. For certes, Lord, so well us like you and your work, and ever have done, that we ne could not ourselves devise how we might live in more felicity, save one thing, Lord, if that your will it be, that for to be a wedded man you lest, then were your people in sovereign hearte's rest. Bow your neck under the blissful yoke of sovereignty, and not of service, which that men call espousal or wedlock, and think, Lord, among your thoughtes wise, how that our days pass in sundry wise. For though we sleep, or wake, or roam, or ride, aye fleeth time, it will no man abide. And though your greene youth flower as yet, increepeth age always as still as stone, and death menaceth every age, and smit in each estate, for there escapeth none, and all so certain as we know each one that we shall die, as uncertain we all be of that day when death shall on us fall. Accept then of us the true intent, that never yet refused your hest, and we will, Lord, if that ye will assent, choose you a wife in shorte time at the rest, born of the gentlest and of the best of all this land, so that it ought to seem honour to God and you, and we can deem. Deliver us out of all this busy dread, and take a wife for highe Godde's sake. For if it so befell, as God forbid, that through your death your lineage should slake, and that a strange successor should take your heritage, oh, woe were us on leave, wherefore we pray you hastily to weave. Their meeke prayer and their piteous cheer made the Marquis for to have pity. Ye will, quoth he, mine owen people dear, to that I ne'er ere thought constraine me. I me rejoiced of my liberty, that seldom time is found in marriage. Where I was free, I must be in serviage. But natheless I see your true intent, and trust upon your wit, and have done I. Wherefore of my free will I will assent to wedde me as soon as e'er I may. But whereas ye have proffered me today to choose me a wife, I you release that choice, and pray you of the proffer cease. For God it wot that children often been, unlike their worthy elders them before. Bounty comes all of God, not of the strain, of which they be engendered and y-bore. I trust in Godde's bounty, and therefore my marriage and mine estate and rest I him betake. He may do as him lest. Let me alone in choosing of my wife, that charge upon my back I will endure. But I you pray and charge upon your life, that what wife that I shall take, ye me ensure to worship her, while that her life may dure. In a word and work, both here and elleswhere, as she an emperor's daughter were. And furthermore this shall ye swear, that ye against my choice shall never grudge nor strive. For since I shall forego my liberty at your request, and ever may I thrive, whereas mine heart is set, there will I live. And but ye will assent in such mannere, I pray you speak no more of this matter. With heartly will they sworen and assent to all this thing. There said not one wight nay, beseeching him of grace, ere that they went, that he would grante them a certain day of his espousal, soon as e'er he may. For yet always the people somewhat dread, lest that the Marquis woulde no wife wed. He granted them a day, such as him lest, on which he would be wedded sickerly, and said he did with all this at their request. And they with humble heart, full buxomly, kneeling upon their knees, full reverently he thanked all. And thus they have an end of their intent, and home again they wend. And hereupon he to his officers commanded for the feast to purvey, and to his privy knights and squires such charge he gave, as him list on them lay. And they to his commandment obey, and each of them doth all his diligence to do unto the feast all reverence. Pars Secunda. Not far from Thilic Palace honourable, where as this Marquis shope his marriage, there stood a thorpe of sleighte delectable, in which the poor folk of that village had their beasts and their harbourage, and their labour took their sustenance after the earth gave them abundance. Among this poore folk there dwelt a man, which that was holden poorest of them all. But high God sometimes sende can his grace unto a little ox's stall. Janicola men of that thorpe him call. A daughter had he, fair enough to sight, and Griseldis this young maiden hight. But for to speak of virtuous beauty, then she was one the fairest under sun. For poorly fostered up was she, no likerous lust was in her heart y run. Well ofter of the well than of the tun she drank, and for she would virtue please, she knew well labour, but no idle ease. But though this maiden tender were of age, yet in the breast of her virginity there was enclosed a sad and ripe courage, and in great reverence and charity her poor old father fostered she. A few sheep spinning on the field she kept, she would not be idle till she slept. And when she homeward came, she would bring wortes and other herbs times oft, the which she shred and seeth for her living, and made her bed full hard, and nothing soft. And aye she kept her father's life on loft, with every obeisance and diligence that child may do to father's reverence. Upon Griselda, this poor creature, full often sides this Marquis set his eye, and he on hunting rode peradventure, and when it fell that he might her espy, he not with wanton looking of folly his eyen cast on her, but in sad wise upon her cheer he would him oft advise, commending in his heart her womanhead, and eke her virtue passing any wight of so young age, as well in cheer as deed. For though the people have no great insight in virtue, he considered full right her bounty, and disposed that he would wed only her, if wed ever he should. The day of wedding came, but no wight can tell what woman that it shoulde be. For such marvail wondered many a man, and said, when they were in privity, will not our Lord yet leave his vanity? Will he not wed? Alas, alas the while! Why will he thus himself and us beguile? But natheless this Marquis had done make of gemmes set in gold and in azure, brooches and rings for Griselda's sake, and of her clothing he took the measure of a maiden like unto her stature, and eke of other ornaments all, that unto such a wedding shoulde fall. The time of undern of the same day approached that this wedding shoulde be, and all the palace was put in array, both hall and chamber each in its degree, houses of office stuffed with plenty, that mayest thou see of daintiest vitale that may be found, as far as lasts Itale. This royal Marquis, richly arrayed, lordes and ladies in his company, the which unto the feast were prayed, and of his retinue the bachelory, with many a sound of sundry melody, unto the village of the which I told, in this array the right way did they hold. Griseld of this, God wot, full innocent, that for her shapen was all this array, to fetche water at a well is went, and home she came as soon as e'er she may, for well she heard say that on that day the Marquis should wed, and if she might, she fain would have seen somewhat of that sight. She thought, I will with other maidens stand, that be my fellows, in our door, and see this Marchioness, and therefore I will fand to do at home, as soon as it may be, the labour which belongeth to me, and then I may at leisure her behold, if she this way unto the castle hold. And as she would over the threshold gone, the Marquis came and gan for her to call, and she set down her water pot anon beside the threshold in an ox's stall, and down upon her knees she gan to fall, and with sad countenance kneeled still, till she had heard what was the Lorde's will. The thoughtful Marquis spake unto the maid full soberly, and said in this mannere, Where is your father, Griseldis? he said. And she, with reverence, in humble cheer, answered, Lord, he is already here. And in this she went without longer let, and to the Marquis she her father fet. He by his hand then took the poore man, and said thus, when he him had aside, Janicola, I neither may nor can longer the pleasance of mine hearte hide. If thou vouchsafe whatso betide, thy daughter will I take, ere that I wend, as for my wife, unto her life's end. Thou lovest me, that know I well certain, and art my faithful liegeman y bore, And all that liketh me, I dare well sayn, it liketh thee. And specially therefore tell me that point that I have said before, if that thou wilt unto this purpose draw, to take me for thy son-in-law. This sudden case the man astonished so, that red he waxed, abashed, and all quaking. He stood uneaths, and said he wordes mo, but only thus: "Lord," quoth he, "my willing is as ye will, nor against your liking I will do no thing. Mine owen lord so dear, right as you list govern this matter." "Then will I," quoth the Marquis softly, "that in thy chamber I and thou and she have a collation. And knowest thou why? For I will ask her, if her will it be to be my wife, and rule her after me. And all this shall be done in thy presence. I will not speak out of thine audience." And in the chamber where they were about the treaty, which ye shall thereafter hear, the people came into the house without, and wondered them in how honest manner and tenderly she kept her father dear. But utterly Griseldis wonder might, for never erst ne saw she such a sight. No wonder is though that she be astoned to see so great a guest come in that place. She never was to no such guestes woned, for which she looked with full pale face. But shortly forth this matter for to chase, these are the wordes that her Marquis said to this benigne very faithful maid. "Griseld," he said, "ye shall well understand, it liketh to your father and to me that I you wed. And eke it may so stand, as I suppose ye will that it so be. But these demands ask I first," quoth he, "since that it shall be done in hasty wise. Will ye assent, or elles you advise? I say this, be ye ready with good heart to all my lust, and that I freely may, as me best thinketh, do you laugh or smart, and never ye to grudge night or day. And eke when I say yea, you may not nay, neither by word nor frowning countenance. Swear this, and here I swear our alliance." Wondering upon this word, quaking for dread, she said, "Lord, indigny and unworthy am I to this honour that ye me bed. But as ye will yourself, right so will I. And here I swear, that never unwillingly in word or thought I will you disobey, for to be dead, though me were loath today." "This is enough, Griselde mine," quoth he, and forth he went with a full sober cheer out of the door, and after then came she. And to the people he said in this manner: "This is my wife," quoth he, "that standeth here. Honour her and love her, I you pray. Whoso me loves, there is no more to say." And for that nothing of her olde gear she should bring into his house, he bade that women should despoil her right there, of which these ladies were nothing glad to hand her clothes wherein she was clad. But natheless this maiden bright of hue, from foot to head they clothed have all new. Her hairs have they combed that lay untressed full rudely, and with their fingers small a crown upon her head they have dressed, and set her full of notches great and small. Of her array why should I make a tale? Unneth the people her knew for her fairness, when she transmuted was in such richess. The Marquis had her spoused with a ring brought for the same cause, and then her set upon a horse snow white and well ambling, and to his palace, ere he longer let, with joyful people that her led and met conveyed her, and thus the day they spend in revel till the sunne gan descend. And shortly forth this tale for to chase, I say that to this new Marchioness God hath such favour sent her of his grace, that it ne seemed not by likeliness that she was born and fed in rudeness, and in a cot or in an ox's stall, but nourished in an emperor's hall. To every wight she waxen is so dear and worshipful, that folk where she was born, that from her birthe knew her year by year, unnettis strode. But they in durst have sworn that to Janicole, of whom I spake before, she was not daughter, for by conjecture them thought she was another creature. For though that ever virtuous was she was increased in such excellence of thewes good, y set in high bounty, and so discreet and fair of eloquence, so benign and so digne of reverence, and could so the people's heart embrace, that each her loved that looked upon her face. Not only of Saluces in the town published was the bounty of her name, but eke besides in many a region, if one well said, another said the same. So spread of here high bounty the fame, that men and women, young as well as old, went to Saluces her for to behold. Thus Walter lowly, nay but royally, wedded with fortunate Hodenstedt, in Godde's peace lived full easily. At home and outward grace enough had he, and for he saw that now under low degree was honest virtue held, the people him held a prudent man, and that is seen full seld. Not only this Griseldis through her wit couth all the feat of wifely homeliness, but eke when that case required it, the common profit could she redress. There n'as discord, rancour, or heaviness in all the land that she could not appease, and wisely bring them all in rest and ease. Though that her husband absent were or none, if gentlemen or other of that country were wroth, she would bringe them at once, so wise and ripe wordes had she, and judgment of so great equity, that she from heaven sent was, as men wend, people to save, and every wrong to mend. Not longe time after that this Griseld was wedded, she a daughter had y bore. All she had lever born a knave child. Glad was the Marquis and his folk therefore. For though a maiden child came all before, she may unto a knave child attain, but likelihood, since she is not barren. Pars tertia. There fell, as falleth many times mo', when that his child had sucked but a throw, this Marquis in his heart longed so to tempt his wife, her sadness for to know, that he may not out of his hearte throw this marvellous desire his wife to say. Needless, God wot, he thought her to affray. He had assayed her enough before, and found her ever good, that needed it her for to tempt, and always more and more, though some men praise it for a subtle wit. But as for me, I say that evil it sit, to say a wife when that it is no need, and putte her in anguish and in dread. For which this Marquis wot in this mannere, he came at night alone, where as she lay with sterne face, and with full troubled cheer, and said thus, "Griseld," quoth he, "that day that I took you out of your poor array, and put you in a state of high noblesse, ye have not forgotten, as I guess. I say, Griseld, this present dignity in which that I have put you, as I trow, maketh you not forgetful for to be that I took you in poor estate full low. For any while you must yourselfe know, take heed of every word that I you say. There is no wight that hears it, but we tway. Ye know yourself well how that ye came here into this house. It is not long ago. And though to me ye may be right lefe and dear, unto my gentles ye be nothing so. They say to them it is a great shame and woe for to be subject and be in serviage to thee, that art born of small lineage. And namely, since thy daughter was y bore, these wordes have they spoken doubteless, but I desire, as I have done before, to live my life with them in rest and peace. I may not in this case be reckless. I must do with thy daughter for the best, not as I would, but as my gentles lest. And yet, God wot, this is full loath to me, but natheless, without your weeting, I will not do. But this will I," quoth he, "that ye to me assenten in this thing, shew now your pestilence in your working, that ye me hight and swore in your village, the day that maked was our marriage." When she heard all this, she not amoved, neither in word, nor cheer, nor countenance. For, as it seemed, she was not aggrieved. She said, "Lord, all lies in your pleasance. My child and I with hearty obeisance be yours all, and ye may save or spill your owen thing. Work then after your will. There may no thing, so God my soule save, like to you, that may displease me. Nor I desire nothing for to have, nor dread for to lose, save only ye. This will is in mine heart, and I shall be no length of time, nor death may this deface, nor change my courage to another place." Glad was the marquis for her answering, but yet he feigned as he were not so. All dreary was his cheer and his looking, when that he should out of the chamber go. Soon after this, a furlong way or two, he privily hath told all his intent unto a man, and to his wife him sent. A manor sergeant was this private man, the which he faithful often founden had in thinges great, and eke such folk well can do execution in things bad. The lord knew well that he him loved and drad, and when this sergeant knew his lorde's will, into the chambers stalked he fulle still. "Madam," he said, "ye must forgive it me, though I do thing to which I am constrained. Ye be so wise that right well know ye that lordes' hest may not be feigned. They may well be wailed and complained, but men must needs unto their lust obey, and so will I. There is no more to say. This child I am commanded for to take," and spake no more, but out the child he hent dispiteously, and gan a cheer to make, as though he would have slain it ere he went. Griseldis must all suffer and consent, and as a lamb she sat there meek and still, and let this cruel sergeant do his will. Suspicious was the defame of this man, suspect his face, suspect his word also, suspect the time in which he and this began. Alas, her daughter, that she loved so, she weened he would have it slain right though. But natheless she neither wept nor sight, conforming her to what the Marquis liked. But at the last to speake she began, and meekly she unto the sergeant prayed, so as he was a worthy gentleman, that she might kiss her child ere that it died. And in her barm this little child she laid with full sad face, and gan the child to bless, and lulled it, and after gan to kiss. And thus she said in her benigne voice, "Farewell, my child, I shall thee never see. But since I have thee marked with the cross of that Father, y blessed may'st thou be, that for us died upon a cross of tree. Thy soul, my little child, I him betake, for this night shall thy din for my sake." I trow that to a Norris in this case it had been hard this Ruthie for to see. Well might a mother then have cried, alas! But natheless so sad steadfast was she, that she endured all adversity, and to the sergeant meekly she said, "Have here again your little younge maid. Go now," quoth he, "and do my lord's behest. And one thing would I pray you of your grace, but if my lord forbade you at the least, bury this little body in some place that neither beasts nor birds it erace." But he no word would to that purpose say, but took the child and went upon his way. The sergeant came unto his lord again, and of Griselda's words and of her cheer he told him point for point in short and plain, and him presented with his daughter dear. Somewhat this lord had ruth in his mannere, but natheless his purpose held he still, as lordes do, when they will have their will. And bade this sergeant that he privily should the child full softly wind and wrap with all circumstances tenderly, and carry it in a coffer or in lap, but upon pain his head off for to swap, that no man should know of his intent, nor whence he came, nor whither that he went. But at Bologna to his sister dear, that at that time of panic was countess, he should it take, and shew her this matter, beseeching her to do her business, this child to foster in all gentleness, and whose child it was he bade her hide from every wight, for aught that might betide. The sergeant went, and hath fulfilled this thing, but to the Marquis now returned we, for now he went full fast imagining, as if by his wife's cheer he might see, or by her words apperceive, that she were changed, but he never could her find, but ever in one alike sad and kind, as glad, as humble, as busy in service, and eke in love, as she was wont to be, was she to him in every manner wise. And of her daughter not a word spake she, no accident, for no adversity was seen in her, nor e'er her daughter's name she named, or in earnest or in game. Pars quarta. In this estate there passed be 4 year ere she with child was, as God who'd a knave child she bare by this Walter, full gracious and fair for to behold. And when that folk it to its father told, not only he, but all his country merry were for this child, and God they thank and harry. When it was 2 year old, and from the breast departed of the Norris, on a day this Marquis caught yet another lest, to tempt his wife yet further, if she may. Oh, needless was she tempted, in as say, but wedded men not connen no measure, when that they find a patient creature. Wife, quoth the Marquis, ye have heard ere this, my people sickly bear our marriage, and namely, since my son y-born is, now is it worse than ever in all our age. The murmur slays mine heart and my courage. For to mine ears cometh the voice so smart, that it well nigh destroyed hath mine heart. Now say they thus, when Walter is y-gone, then shall the blood of Janicol succeed, and be our lord, for other have we none. Such wordes say my people out of dread. Well ought I of such murmur take heed, for certainly I dread all such sentence, though they not plainen in my audience. I would live in peace, if that I might, wherefore I am disposed utterly, and I his sister served ere by night. Right so think I to serve him privily. This I warn you, that ye not suddenly out of yourself, for no woe should outray. Be patient, and thereof I you pray. I have, quoth she, said thus, and ever shall. I will no thing, nor nil no thing certain, but as you list, not grieveth me at all, though that my daughter and my son be slain at your commandment, that is so sayn. I have not had no part of children twain, but first sickness, and after woe and pain. Ye be my lord, do with your owen thing, right as you list, and ask no rede of me. For as I left at home all my clothing, when I came first to you, right so, quoth she, left I my will and all my liberty, and took your clothing, whereof I you pray, do your pleasance, I will your lust obey. And certes, if I had a prescience your will to know, ere ye your lust me told, I would it do withoute negligence. But now I know your lust, and what ye wold. All your pleasance firm and stable I hold. For whilst I that my death might do you ease, right gladly would I dien you to please. Death may make no comparison unto our love. And when this Marquis say the constance of his wife, he cast adown his eyen too, and wondered how she may in patience suffer all this array. And forth he went with dreary countenance, but to his heart it was full great pleasance. This ugly sergeant, in the same wise that to her daughter caught, right so hath he, or worse, if men can any worse devise, y hent her son, that full was of beauty, and ever in one so patient was she, that she no cheere made of heaviness, but kissed her son, and after gan him bless. Save this she prayed him, if that he might, her little son he would in earthe grave, his tender limbs delicate to sight, from fowls and from beasts for to save. But she none answer of him might have. He went his way, as him nothing ne naught, but to Bologna tenderly it brought. The Marquis wondered ever longer more upon her patience, and if that he not hadde soothly knowen therebefore that perfectly her children loved she, he would have weened that of some subtlety and of malice or for cruel courage she had suffered this with sad visage. But well he knew that next to himself certain she loved her children best in every wise. But now of women would I ask fain, if these assays might not suffice, what could a sturdy husband more devise to prove her wifehood and her steadfastness, and he continuing ever in sturdiness? But there be folk of such condition, that when they have a certain purpose take, they cannot stint of their intention, but right as they were bounden to a stake, that they will not of their firste purpose slake. Right so this Marquis fully hath proposed to tempt his wife, as he was first disposed. He waited if by word or countenance that she to him was changed and of courage, but never could he find variance. She was aye one in heart and in visage, and aye the farther that she was in age, the more true, if that were possible, she was to him in love, and more penible. For which it deemed thus, that of them two there was but one will, for as Walter lest, the same pleasance was her lust also, and God be thanked, all fell for the best. She shewed well for no unworldly unrest, a wife as of herself no thinge should, will in effect, but as her husband would. The slander of Walter wondrous wide spread, that of a cruel heart he wickedly, for he a poore woman wedded had murdered both his children privily. Such murmur was among them commonly, no wonder is, for to the people's ear there came no word, but that they murdered were. For which, whereas his people therebefore had loved him well, the slander of his defame made them that they him hated therefore. To be a murderer is a hateful name. But natheless, for earnest or for game, he of his cruel purpose would not stent to tempt his wife all his intent. When that his daughter 12 year was of age, he to the court of Rome in supple wise, informed of his will, set his message, commanding him such bulles to devise, as to his cruel purpose may suffice. How that the Pope, for his people's rest, bade him to wed another, if him lest. I say he bade they should counterfeit the Pope's bulls, making intention that he had leave his first wife too late, to stinte rancour and dissension betwixt his people and him. Thus spake the bull, the which they have published at full. The rude people, as no wonder is, weened full well that it had been right so. But when these tidings came to Griseldis, I deem that her heart was full of woe. But she, alike sad for evermo', disposed was, this humble creature, th'adversity of fortune all t'endure. Abiding ever his lust and his pleasance, to whom that she was given heart and all, as to her very worldly suffisance. But shortly, if this story tell I shall, the Marquis written hath in special a letter, in which he shewed his intent, and secretly it to Bologna sent. To the Earl of Panico, which hadde though wedded his sister, prayed he specially to bringe home again his children two, in honourable estate all openly. But one thing he him prayed utterly, that he to no wight, though men should inquire, should not tell whose children that they were. But say the maiden should y wedded be unto the Marquis of Salusanon. And as this earl was prayed, so did he. But at day set, he on his way is gone toward Salus, and lordes many a one in rich array, this maiden for to guide, her younger brother riding her beside. Arrayed was toward her marriage this freshe maiden, full of gemmes clear, her brother, which that 7 year was of age, arrayed eke full fresh in his mannere, and thus in great noblesse with glad cheer toward Saluces shaping their journey, from day to day they rode upon their way. Pars Quinta. Among all this, after his wick usage, the Marquis yet his wife to tempte more, to the uttermost proof of her courage, fully to have experience and lore, if that she were as steadfast as before, he on a day in open audience full boisterously said her this sentence: Certes, Griseld, I had enough pleasance to have you to my wife, for your goodness, and for your truth, and for your obeisance, not for your lineage, nor for your richness. But now know I in very soothfastness that in great lordship, if I well advise, there is great servitude in sundry wise. I may not do as every ploughman may, my people me constraineth for to take another wife, and crieth day by day, and eke the Pope, a rancour for to slake, consenteth it. That dare I undertake, and truly thus much I will you say: my newe wife is coming by the way. Be strong of heart, and voide anon her place, and thilike dower that ye brought to me, take it again, I grant it of my grace. Returne to your father's house, quoth he. No man may always have prosperity. With even heart I rede you to endure the stroke of fortune or of adventure. And she again answered in patience: My lord, quoth she, I know and knew alway how that betwixt your magnificence and my povert' no wight nor can nor may make comparison. It is no nay. I held me never digne in no manner to be your wife, nor yet your chamberer. And in this house where ye me lady make, the highe God take I for my witness, and all so wisely he my soule glade, I never held me lady nor mistress, but humble servant to your worthiness, and ever shall, while that my life may dure, abroven every worldly creature. That ye so long of your benignity have holden me in honour and nobility, where as I was not worthy for to be, that thank I God, and you to whom I pray, for yield it you, there is no more to say. Unto my father gladly I will wend, and with him dwell unto my life's end. Where I was foster'd as a child full small, till I be dead, my life there shall I lead, a widow clean in body, heart, and all. For since I gave to you my maidenhead, and am your true wife, it is no dread God shield such a lord as wife to take, another man to husband or to make. And of your newe wife, God of his grace so grant you weal and all prosperity, for I will gladly yield to her my place, in which that I was blissful wont to be. For since it liketh you, my lord, quoth she, that while some weren all mine hearte's rest, that I shall go, I will go when you lest. But whereas ye me proffer such dower as I first brought, it is well in my mind it was my wretched clothes, nothing fair, to which to me were hard now for to find. O gentle God, how gentle and how kind you seemeth by your speech and by your visage, the day that maked was our marriage. But sooth is said, algate I find it true, for in effect it proved is on me. Love is not old as when that it is new, but certes, Lord, for no adversity to dien in this case, I shall not be, that ere in word or work I shall repent that I gave you my heart in whole intent. My lord, ye know that in my father's place ye did me strip out of my poore weed, and richly ye clad me of your grace. To you brought I naught else out of drede, but faith and nakedness and maidenhead. And here again your clothing I restore, and eke your wedding ring for evermore. The remnant of your jewels ready be within your chamber, I dare safely sayn. Naked out of my father's house, quoth she, I came, and naked I must turn again. All your pleasance would I follow fain, but yet I hope it not be your intent that smockless I out of your palace went. Ye could not do so dishonest a thing, that filike womb in which your children lay should before the people be in my walking be seen all bare, and therefore I you pray, let me not like a worm go by the way. Remember you, mine owen lord so dear, I was your wife, though I unworthy were. Wherefore in guerdon of my maidenhead, which that I brought and not again I bear, as vouchsafe to give me to my meed, but such a smock as I was wont to wear, and I therewith may wee the womb of her that was your wife. And here I take my leave of you, mine owen lord, lest I you grieve. The smock, quoth he, that thou hast on thy back, let it be still, and bear it forth with thee. But well unless thilke word he spake, but went his way for ruth and for pity. Before the folk herself stripped she, and in her smock, with foot and head all bare, toward her father's house forth as she fare. The folk her followed weeping on her way, and fortune aye they cursed as they gone, but she from weeping kept her eyen dray, nor in this time word spake she none. Her father, that this tiding heard anon, cursed the day and time that nature shope to him be a living creature. For out of doubt this old poor man was ever in suspect of her marriage, for ever deemed he, since it first began, that when the Lord fulfilled had his courage, he would think it were a disparage to his estate so low for to alight, and void her as soon as e'er he might. Against his daughter hastily went he, for he by noise of folk knew her coming, and with her olde coat, as it might be, he covered her, full sorrowfully weeping. But on her body might he it not bring, for rude was the cloth, and more of age by days pale than at her marriage. Thus with her father for a certain space dwelled this flower of wifely patience, that neither by her words nor by her face before the folk, nor eke in their absence, ne shewed she was done offence, nor of her high estate no remembrance, ne hadde she as by her countenance. No wonder is, for in her great estate her ghost was ever in plain humility, no tender mouth, no heart delicate, no pomp, and no semblant of royalty, but full of patient benignity, discreet and prideless, aye honourable, and to her husband ever meek and stable. Men speak of Job, and most for his humbleness, as clerks, when them list, can well indite, namely of men, but as in soothfastness, though clerks praise women but delight, there can no man in humbleness him quite as women can, nor can be half so true as women be, but it be fall of new. Pars Sexta. From Boulogne is the Earl of Panic come, of which the fame upsprang to more and less, and to the people's ears all and some was known, eke that a newe marchioness he with him brought, in such pomp and richess, that never was there seen with manne's eye so noble array in all West Lombardy. The marquis, which that shope and knew all this, ere that the earl had come, sent his message for thilike poor silly Griseldis, and she, with humble heart and glad visage, nor with no swelling thought in her courage, came at his hest, and on her knees her set, and reverently and wisely she him gret. "Griseld," quoth he, "my will is utterly, this maiden that shall wedded be to me receive be tomorrow as royally as it is possible is my house to be, and eke that every wight in his degree have his estate in sitting and service, and in high pleasance as I can devise. I have no women sufficient certain, this chambers to array in ordinance after my lust, and therefore would I fain that thine were all such manner governance. Thou knowest eke of all my pleasance. Though thine array be bad and ill be say, do thou thy devoir at the leaste way." "Not only, lord, that I am glad," quoth she, "to do your lust, but I desire also you for to serve and please in my degree, without fainting, and shall evermo', nor ever for no weal, nor for no woe, shall be the ghost within mine hearte stent, to love you best with all my true intent." And with that word she gan the house to dight, and tables for to set, and beds to make, and pained her to do all that she might, praying the chamberers for Godde's sake to hasten them, and faste sweep and shake, that she, the most serviceable of all, hath every chamber arrayed, and in this hall. About undern gan the earl alight, that with him brought these noble children tway, for which the people ran to see the sight of their array so richely base. And then at erst amonges them they say that Walter was no fool, though that him least to change his wife, for it was for the best. For she is fairer, they deemen all, than is Griseld, and more tender of age, and fairer fruit between them shoulde fall, and more pleasant for her high lineage. Her brother eke so fair was of visage, that them to see the people hath aught pleasance, commending how the Marquis governance. O stormy people unsad, and ever true, and undiscreet, and changing as a vane, delighting ever in rumour that is new, for like the moon so wax ye and wane. Aye, full of clapping, dear enough a Jane, your doom is false, your Constance evil preveth, a great fool is he that you believeth. Thus said the sad folk in that city, when that the people gazed up and down, for they were glad, right for the novelty, to have a newe lady in their town. No more of this now make I mention, but to Griseld again I will me dress, and tell her constancy and her business. Full busy was Griseld in every thing, that to the feast she was appurtenant. Right nought was she abashed of her clothing, though it was rude, and some deal eke to rent. But with glad cheer unto the gate she went, with other folk to greet the Marchioness, and after that did forth her business. With so glad cheer his guestes she received, and so cunningly, each in his degree, that no default no man apperceived, but aye they wondered what she mighte be, that in so poor array was for to see, and could such honour and reverence, and worthily they praise her prudence. In all this means, while she not stent this maid, and eke her brother to commend with all her heart, in full benign intent, so well that no man could her praise amend. But at the last, when that these lordes wend to sitte down to meat, he gan to call Griseld, as she was busy in the hall. "Griseld," quoth he, as it were in his play, "how liketh thee my wife and her beauty?" "Right well, my lord," quoth she, "for in good fay a fairer saw I never done than she. I pray to God give you prosperity, and so I hope that he will you to send pleasance enough unto your live's end. One thing I beseech you and warn also, that ye not prick with no tormenting this tender maiden as you have done mo, for she is fostered in her nourishing more tenderly, and to my supposing she might not adversity endure, as could a poor fostered creature." And when this Walter saw her patience, her glade cheer, and no malice at all, and he so often had her done offence, and she aye sad and constant as a wall, continuing ever her innocence o'er all, the sturdy Marquis gan her heart address to rue upon her wifely steadfastness. "This is enough, Griselda mine," quoth he. "Be now no more aghast nor evil paid. I have thy faith and thy benignity, as well as ever woman's was assayed, in great estate and poorly arrayed. Now know I, dear wife, thy steadfastness." And her in arms he took, and gan to kiss. And she, for wonder of it, took no keep. She hearde not what thing he to her said. She fared as she had start out of a sleep, till she was out of her mazedness abraid. "Griseld," quoth he, "by God that for us died, thou art my wife. None other I have, nor ever had, as God my soule save. This is thy daughter, which thou hast supposed to be my wife. Other faithfully shall be mine heir, as I have aye disposed. Thou bare them of thy body truly. At Bologna kept I them privily. Take them again, for now mayest not thou say that thou hast lorn none of thy children tway. And folk that otherwise have said of me, I warn them well that I have done this deed for no malice, nor for no cruelty, but to assay in thee thy womanhead, and not to slay my children, God forbid, but for to keep them privily and still, till I thy purpose knew, and all thy will." When she this heard, in swoon down she falleth for piteous joy, and after her swooning she both her younge children to her calleth, and in her armes piteously weeping embraced them, and tenderly kissing, full like a mother, with her salte tears she bathed both their visage and their hairs. Oh, what a piteous thing it was to see her swooning, and her humble voice to hear. "Grand mercy, Lord God, thank it you," quoth she, "that ye have saved me my children dear. Now reck I never to be dead right here, since I stand in your love and in your grace. No force of death, nor when my spirit pace. O tender, O dear, O younge children mine, your woeful mother weened steadfastly that cruel hounds or some foul vermain had eaten you. But God of his mercy and your benigne Father tenderly hath done you keep, and in that same stound all suddenly she swapped down to the ground. And in her swoon so sadly holdeth she her children too, that when she gan them embrace, that with great sleight and great difficulty the children from her arm they can erase. Oh, many a tear on many a piteous face down ran of them that stoode her beside, unneth about her might they betide. Walter her gladdeth and her sorrow slaketh. She riseth up abashed from her trance, and every wight her joy and feaste maketh, till she hath caught again her countenance. Walter her doth so faithfully pleasance, that it was dainty for to see the cheer betwixt them two, since they be met in fear. The ladies, when they their time say, have taken her into chamber gone, and stripped her out of her rude array, and in a cloth of gold that brightly shone, and with a crown of many a riche stone upon her head, they into hall her brought, and there she was honoured as her ought. Thus had this piteous day a blissful end, for every man and woman did his might this day in mirth and revel to dispend, till on the welkin shone and starres bright. For more solemn in every manne's sight this feaste was, and greater of costage than was the revel of her marriage. Full many a year in high prosperity lived these two in concord and in rest, and richly his daughter married he unto a lord, one of the worthiest of all Italy, and then in peace and rest his wife's father in his court he kept, till that the soul out of his body crept. His son succeeded in his heritage, in rest and peace after his father's day, and fortunate was eke in marriage, all he put not his wife in great assay. This world is not so strong, it is no nay, as it hath been in olden times yore. And hearken what this author saith therefore. This story is said, not for that wives should follow Griselda in humility, for it were importable though they would, but for that every wight in his degree should be constant in adversity, as was Griselda. Therefore Petrarch writeth this story, which with high style he inditeth. For since a woman was so patient unto a mortal man, well more we ought receiven all in gree that God has sent. For great skill is he proved that he wrought, but he tempteth no man that he hath bought. As saith Saint James, if ye his pistol read, he proveth folk all day, it is no dread. And suffereth us for our exercise, with sharpe scourges of adversity, full often to be beat in sundry wise, not for to know our will, for certes be, ere we were born, knew all our frailty. And for our best is all his governance, let us then live in virtuous sufferance. But one word, lordlings, hearken ere I go. It were full hard to finde nowadays in all a town Griseldas 3 or 2, for if there were to put to such assayes, the gold of them hath now so bad allays with brass, that though the coin be fair at eye, it would rather break in two than ply. For which here, for the wife's love of Bath, whose life and all her sex may God maintain in high mastery, and else were it scath, I will, with lusty heart fresh and green, say you a song to gladden you, I ween, and let us stint of earnestful matter. Hearken my song that saith in this manner. L'Envoi of Chaucer. Griseld is dead, and eke her patience, and both at once are buried in a tale, for which I cry in open audience. No wedded man so hardly be to sail his wife's patience, in trust to find Griselda's, for in certain he shall fail. O noble wives, full of high prudence, let no humility your tongues nail, nor let no clerk have cause or diligence to write of you a story of such marvail as of Griselda, patient and kind, lest she chivash you swallow in her entrail. Follow echo that holdeth no silence, but ever answereth at the counter tale. Be not bedaft of your innocence, but sharply take on you this governale. Imprint well this lesson in your mind, for common profit, since it may avail. Ye archewives, stand aye at defence, since ye be as strong as is a great camele, nor suffer not that men do you offence. And slender wives, feeble in battail, be eager as a tiger yon in Ind, aye clapping as a mill, I you conseil. Nor dread him not, nor do him reverence, for though thine husband armed be in mail, these arrows of thy crabbed eloquence shall pierce his breast, and eke his eventail. In jealousy, I read, eke thou him bind, and thou shalt make him couch as does a quail. If thou be fair, where folk be in presence, shew thou thy visage and thine apparel. If thou be foul, be free of thy dispense, to get thee friends, aye do thy travail. Be aye of cheer, as light as leaf on lind, and let him care, and weep, and ring, and wail. So ends The Clerk's Tale by Geoffrey Chaucer.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Lyons, Naperville, Illinois. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and lots of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Merchant's Tale. Prologue. Weeping and wailing, care and other sorrow, I have enough on even and on morrow, quoth the merchant, and so have other more, that wedded be, I true that it be so, for well I wot it fareth so by me. I have a wife, the worste that may be, for though the fiend to her I coupled were, she would him overmatch, I dare well swear. Why should I rehearse in special her high malice? She is a shrew at all. There is a long and large a difference betwixt Griselda's great patience, and of my wife the passing cruelty. Were I bounden, all so may I thee, I would never eft come in the snare. We wedded men live in sorrow and care. Say it whoso will, and he shall find that I say sooth by Saint Thomas of Ind. As for the more part, I say not all. God shield that it should so befall. Ah, good Sir Host, I have I wedded be these moneths too, and more not pardie, and yet I true that he that all his life wifeless hath been, though that man would him reave into the heart, could in no manner tell so much sorrow as I you here could tellen of my wife's cursedness. Now, quoth our host, merchant, so God you bless, since ye so much knowen of that art, full heartily I pray you tell us part. Gladly, quoth he, but of mine own sorrow for sorry heart I tell me no more. The Tale. Whilom there was dwelling in Lombardy a worthy knight that was born at Pavie, in which he lived in great prosperity, and 40 years a wifeless man was he, and followed I his bodily delight on women, whereas was his appetite, as do these fools that be seculars. And when that he was passed 60 years, were it for holiness or for dotage, I cannot say, but such a great courage hadde this knight to be a wedded man, that day and night he did all that he can to espy where that he might wedded be, praying our Lord to grant him that he might once knowen of that blissful life that is betwixt a husband and his wife, and for to live under that holy bond with which God first a man and woman bond. None other life, said he, is worth a bean, for wedlock is so easy and so clean, that in this world it is a paradise. Thus said this olde knecht that was so wise. And certainly, as sooth as God is king, to take a wife it is a glorious thing. And namely, when a man is old and hoar, then is a wife the fruit of his tresor. Then should he take a younge wife and fair, on which he might engender him an heir, and lead his life in joy and in solace. Whereas these bachelors singen alas, when they that find any adversity in love, which is but childish vanity. And truly it sits well to be so, that bachelors have often pain and woe. On brittle ground they build, and brittle nesse they find when they wean sicker nesse. They live but as a bird or as a beast, in liberty and under no arrest. Whereas a wedded man in his estate liveth a life blissful and ordinate, under the yoke of marriage y bound. Well may his heart in joy and bliss abound. For who can be so buxom as a wife, who is so true and eke so attentive, to keep him sick and whole as is his make? For weal or woe she will him not forsake. She is not weary him to love and serve, though that he lie bedrid until he sterve. And yet some clerks say it is not so, of which he, Theophrast, is one of tho. What force, though Theophrast lists for to lie? Take no wife, quoth he, for husbandry, as for to spare in household thy dispense, a true servant more diligence. Thy good to keep than doth thine owen wife, for she will claim a half part all her life. And if that thou be sick, so God me save, thy very friend is, or a true knave, will keep thee better than she that waiteth aye after thy good, and hath done many a die. This sentence, and 100 times worse, writeth this man, there God his bonus curse. But take no keep of all such vanity, defy Theophrast, and hearken to me. A wife is God's gift verily, all other manner gifts hardily, as hands, rents, pasture, or commune, or meubles, all be gifts of fortune, that passen as a shadow on the wall. But dread thou not, if plainly speak I shall. A wife will last, and in thine house endure, well longer than thee list paraventure. Marriage is a full great sacrament. He which that hath no wife, I hold him shent. He liveth helpless and all desolate. I speak of folk in secular estate. And hearken why, I say not this for naught, that woman is for man's help y wrought. The highe God, when he had Adam maked, and saw him all alone belly naked, God of his great goodness said then, let us now make help unto this man, like to himself, and then he made him Eve. Here may you see, and hereby may you prave, that a wife is man's help and his comfort. his paradise terrestre and his disport. So buxom and so virtuous is she, they must needs live in unity. One flesh they be, and one blood, as I guess, with but one heart in weal and in distress. A wife! Ah, Saint Mary Benedicte! How might a man have any adversity that hath a wife? Certes, he cannot say the bliss the which that is betwixt them tway. There may no tongue it tell, or heart to think. If he be poor, she helpeth him to swink. She keeps his good, and wasteth never a deal. All that her husband list, her liketh well. She saith not once nay, when he saith yea. Do this, saith he, already, sir, saith she. O blissful order, wedding precious, thou art so merry and eke so virtuous, and so commended and approved eke, that every man that holds him worth a lake, upon his bare knees ought all his life to thank his God that him hath sent a wife, or else pray to God for him to send a wife to last unto his life's end. For then his life is set in sickerness, he may not be deceived, as I guess, so that he work after his wife's rede, then may he boldly bear up his head. They be so true, and therewithal so wise, for which if thou wilt worken as the wise, do always so as women will thee rede. Lo, how that Jacob, as this Clerk is read, be good counsel of his mother Rebecca, bound o' the kid skin about his neck, for which his father's benison he won. Lo, Judith, as the story telle can, by good counsel she Godde's people kept, and slew him Holofernes while he slept. Lo, Abigail, by good counsel, how she saved her husband Nabal, when that he should have been slain. And lo, Esther also, by counsel good delivered out of woe the people of God, and made him Mordecai of Ahasuerus unhanced for to be. There is nothing in grace superlative, as saith Seneca, above a humble wife. Suffer the wife's tongue, as Cato bid, she shall command, and thou shalt suffer it. And yet she will obey out of courtesy. A wife is keeper of thine husbandry. Well may the sicke man bewail and weep. There is no wife the house to keep. I warneth thee, if wisely thou wilt worch, love well thy wife, as Christ loveth his church. Thou lovest thyself, if thou lovest thy wife. No man hateth his flesh, but in his life he fostereth it, and therefore bid I thee, cherish thy wife, or thou shalt never thee. Husband and wife, whatso men jape or play, of worldly folk hold the sicker way. They be so knit there may no harm betide, and namely upon the wife's seed. For which this January, of whom I told, considered hath, within his days old, the lusty life, the virtuous quiet, that is in marriage honey sweet. And for his friends upon a day he sent to tell them the effect of his intent, With face sad his tale he hath them told. He said, "Friends, I am hoar and old, And almost, God wot, on my piteous brink. Upon my soul somewhat must I think. I have my body foolishly dispended. Blessed be God that it shall be amended, For I will be certain a wedded man, And that anon in all the haste I can. Unto some maiden fair and tender of age I pray you shape for me mariage, All suddenly, for I will not abide, And I will fain to espy on my seed, To whom I may be wedded hastily. But forasmuch as ye be more than ye shall rather such a thing espy than I, And where my best were to ally. But one thing warn I you, my friendes dear, I will none olde wife have in no manner. She shall not pass 16 years certain. Old fish and young flesh would I have fain. Better, quoth he, a pike than a pickerel, And better than old beef is tender veal. I will no woman 30 year of age. It is but bean straw and great forage, And eke these old widows, God it wot, They con so much craft on wade's boat, So much brook harm when that them lest, That with them should I never live in rest. For sundry schooles make subtle clerks. Woman of many schools half a clerk is. But certainly a younge thing men may gie, Right as men may warm wax with handes ply. Wherefore I say you plainly in a clause, I will none old wife have, right for this cause. For if so were, I had a such mischance, That I in her could have no pleasance, Then should I lead me life in avoutry, And go straight to the devil when I die. Nor children should I none upon her getten, Yet were me lever houndes had me eaten, Than that mine heritage should fall in strange hands. And this I tell you all, I doute not I know the cause why Men should wed, and furthermore know I, There speaketh many a man of marriage, That knows no more of it than doth my page. For what causes a man should take a wife, If he may not live a chaste his life? Take him a wife with great devotion, Because of lawful procreation Of children, to the honour of God above, And not only for paramour or love, And for they should lechery eschew, And yield their debt when that it is due, Or for that each of them should help the other In mischief, as a sister shall the brother, And live in chastity full holily. But, sirs, by your leave, that am not I. For God be thanked, I dare make a vaunt. I feel me limbes stark and suffisant To do all that a man belongeth to. I wot myself best what I may do. Though I be hoar, I fare as doth a tree That blossoms ere the fruit I waxen be. The blossomy tree is neither dry nor dead. I feel me now here hoar, but on my head Mine heart and all my limbs are as green As laurel through the year is for to seen. And, since that ye have heard all mine intent, I pray you to my will ye would assent. Divers man diversly him told of marriage many examples old. Some blamed it, some praised it certain, but at the haste, shortly for to sayn, as all day falleth altercation betwixt friends in disputation, there fell a strife betwixt his brethren twae, of which that one was called Placebo. Justinius soothly called was that other. Placebo said, "O January brother, full little need have ye, my lord so dear, counsel to ask of that is here, but that ye be so full of sapience, that you not liketh for your high prudence to wave from the word of Solomon. This word said he unto us every one, work all a thing by counsel, thus said he, and then shalt thou not repent thee. But though that Solomon spake such a word, mine owen dear brother and my lord, so wisely God my soul bring at rest, I hold your owen counsel it is the best. For, brother mine, take of me this motif, I have now been a courtman all my life, and God it wot, though I unworthy be, I have standen in full great degree about lords of full high estate, yet had I ne'er with none of them debate, I never them contraried truly. I know well that my lord can more than I. What that he saith, I hold it firm and stable. I say the same, or else a thing semblable. A full great fool is any counsellor that serveth any lord of high honour, that dare presume, or else thinken it, that his counsel should pass his lordes wit. Nay, lords, be no fools by me fay. Ye have yourself showed here today so high sentence, so holily and well, that I consent and confirm every deal. Your word is all, and your opinion. Begod, there is no man in all this town, nor in Italy, could better have I said. Christ holds him of this counsel well apide, and truly it is a high courage of any man that stopen is in age, to take a younge wife by my father's kin. Your heart hangeth on a jolly pin. Do now in this matter right as you lest, for finally I hold it is for the best." Justinus, that I still sat and heard, right in this wise to Placebo answered, "Now, brother mine, be patient, I pray, since ye have said, and hearken what I say. Seneca, among his other wordes wise, saith that a man ought him right well advise, to whom he gives his hand or his chattel, and since I ought advise me right well, to whom I give my good away from me, well more I ought advise me par day, to whom I give my body, for alway I warn you well, it is no child's play to take a wife without advisement. Men must inquire, this is mine assent, where'er she be wise, or sober, or drunkelo, or proud, or any other ways a shrew, a chidester, or a waster of thy good, or rich or poor, or else a man is wood. Albeit so, that is no man finde shall, none in this world that trotteth whole in all, no man nor beast, such as men can devise, but natheless it ought enough suffice with any wife, if so were that she had more good thuis than her vices bad, and all this asketh leisure to inquire. For God it wot, I have wept many a tear full privily since I have had a wife. Praise whoso will a wedded man is lief. Certes, I find in it but cost and care, and observances of all blisses bare, and yet God wot my neighbours about, and namely of women many a rout, say that I have the most steadfast wife, and eke the makest one that beareth lief. But I know best where ringeth me my shoe. Ye may for me richt as you like do. Advise you, ye be a man of age, how that ye enter into marriage, and namely with a young wife and a fair, by him that made water, fire, earth, and air. The youngest man that is in all this rout is busy enough to bring it about. To have his wife alone, truste me, ye shall not please her full a yeares three. This is to say, to do her full pleasance, a wife asketh full many an observance. I pray you that ye be not evil apaid. Well, quoth this January, and hast thou said? Straw for thy Seneca and for thy proverbs. I counted not a pannier full of herbs of school terms. Wiser men than thou, as thou hast heard, assented here right now to my purpose. Placebo, what say ye? I say it is a cursed man, quoth he, that letteth matrimony sickerly. And with that word they rise up suddenly, and be assented fully, that he should be wedded when him list and where he would. High fantasy and curious business from day to day gan in the soul impress of January about his marriage. Many a fair shape and many a fair visage there passed through his hearte night by night, as whoso took a mirror polished bright and set it in a common market place, then should he see many a figure pace by his mirror, and in the same wise gan January in his thought devise of maidens which that dwelt him beside. He wist not where that he might abide, for if that one had beauty in her face, another stood so in the people's grace. For her sadness and her benignity, that of the people's greatest voice had she, and some were rich and had a bad name, but natheless betwixt earnest and game he at the last appointed him on one, and let all others from his hearte gone, and chose her of his own authority. For love is blind all day, and may not say. And when that he was into bed y-brocht, he portrayed in his heart and in his thought her freshe beauty and her age tendre, her middle small, her arms long and slender, her wise governance, her gentleness, her womanly bearing, and her sadness. And when that he on her was condescended, he thought his choice might not be amended. For when that he himself concluded had, he thought each other man's wit so bad, that impossible it were to reply against his choice. This was his fantasy. His friends sent he to at his instance, and prayed them to do him that pleasance, that hastily they would unto him come. He would abridge their labor all and some. Needed no more for them to go nor ride. He was appointed where he would abide. Placebo came, and eke his friends soon And alder first he bade them all a boon, that none of them no arguments would make against the purpose that he had y take, which purpose was pleasant to God, said he, and very ground of his prosperity. He said there was a maiden in the town, which that of beauty had great renown. All were it so she were of small degree, sufficed him her youth and her beauty, which maid he said he would have to his wife, to lead in ease and holiness his life, and thanked God that he might have her all, that no wight with his bliss parte shall, and prayed them to labour in this need, and shape that he fail not to speed, for then he said his spirit was at ease. Then is, quoth he, nothing may me displease, save one thing pricketh in my conscience, the which I will rehearse in your presence. I have, quoth he, heard said full yore ago, there may no man have perfect blisses true, this is to say, on earth and eke in heaven, for though he keep him from the sins seven, and eke from every branch of thilke tree, yet is there so perfect felicity, and so great ease in lust in marriage, that ever I am aghast, now in mine age, that I shall head now so merry a life, so delicate, without woe or strife, that I shall have mine heaven on earth here, for since that very heaven is bought so dear with tribulation and great penance, how should I then, living in such pleasance, as all a wedded men do with their wives, come to the bliss where Christ etern on live is? This is my dread, and ye, me brethren tway, asole me this question, I you pray. Justinus, which that hated his folly, answered anon right in his japery. And for he would his long tale abridge, he would no authority allege, but said, Sir, so there be none obstacle other than this, God of his high miracle and of his mercy may so for you work, that ere you have your rites of holy church, you may repent of wedded manne's life, in which ye say there is no woe nor strife. And else God forbid, but if he sent a wedded man his grace him to repent, well often rather than a single man. And therefore, sir, the best arrayed I can, despair you not, but have in your memory, peradventure she may be your purgatory, she may be God's means and God his whip, and then your soul shall up to heaven skip, swifter than doth an arrow from a bow. I hope to God hereafter ye shall know that there is none so great felicity in marriage, nor evermore shall be, that you shall let of your salvation, so that ye use as skill is and reason, the lustes of your wife attemperly, and that ye please her not too amorously, and that ye keep you eke from other sin. My tale is done, for my wit is but thin. Be not aghast hereof, my brother dear, but let us waden out of this matter. The wife of Bath, if ye have understand of marriage, which ye have now in hand, declared hath full well in little space. Fare ye now well, God have you in his grace. And with this word, this Justin and his brother have taken their leave, and each of them of other. And when they saw that it must needs be, they wrought so by sleight and wise treaty, that she, this maiden, which that Meliboeus hight, as hastily as ever that she might, shall wedded be unto this January. True, it were too longe you to tarry, if I told you of every script and band by which she was fiaft in his hand, or for to reckon of her rich array. But finally comen is the day that to the church both be they went, for to receive the holy sacrament. Forth came the priest with stole about his neck, and bade her be like Sarah and Rebecca in wisdom and in truth of marriage, and said his orisons, as is usage, and croached them, and prayed God should them bless, and made all sicker enough with holiness. Thus they be wedded with solemnity, and at the feast sat both he and she, with other worthy folk upon the dais. All full of joy and bliss is the palace, all full of instruments and of vital, the most daintiest of all Italy. Before them stood such instruments of sound that Orpheus nor of Thebes Amphion ne made never such a melody. At every course came in loud minstrelsy, that never Joab trumped for to hear, nor he Theodomus yet half so clear at Thebes when the city was in doubt. Bacchus the wine them skinked all about, and Venus laughed upon every wight, for January was become her nicht, and would both assay his courage in liberty and eke in marriage. And with her firebrand in her hand about, danced before the bride with all the rout. And certainly I dare right well say this, Hymenaeus, that god of wedding is, never saw his lief so merry a wedded man. Hold thou thy peace, thou poet Marcian, that writest us that ilke wedding merry, of her philology and him Mercury, and of the songs that the Muses sung. Too small is both my pen and eke thy tongue for to describen of this marriage. One tender youth hath wedded stooping age. There is such mirth that it may not be writ. Essay it yourself, then may ye wit, if that I lee or know in this mattere. Maius, that sat with so benign a cheer, her to behold it seemed fairy. Queen Esther never looked with such an eye on Ahasuerus, so meek a look had she. I may not you devise all her beauty, but thus much of her beauty tell I may, that she was hike the bright morrow of May, full filled of all beauty and pleasance. This January is ravished in a trance, at every time he looked in her face, but in his heart he gan her to menace, that he that night in arms would her strain, harder than ever Paris did Helene. But natheless yet had he great pity that thilke night offend her must he, and thought, alas, tender creature, now would God ye mighte well endure. All my courage, it is so sharp and keen, I am aghast ye shall it not sustain. But God forbid that I did all my might. Now would God that it were waxen night, and that the night would lasten evermore. I would that all this people were y go, and finally he did all his labour, as he beste might, saving his honour, to haste them from the meat in subtle ways. The time came that reason was to rise, and after that men dance and drink fast, and spices all about the house they cast, and full of joy and bliss is every man, all but a squire that hight Damian, who carved before that night full many a day. He was so ravished on his lady May, that for the very pain he was nigh wood. Almost he swelt, and swooned where he stood. So sore had Venus hurt him with her brand, as that she bare it dancing in her hand. And to his bed he went him hastily. No more of him as at this time spake I, but there I let him weep enough and plain, till fresh May will rue upon his pain. O perilous fire that in the bedstraw bradeth! O foe familiar that his service badeth! O savin traitor! O false homely hew! Like to the adder in bosom shy untrue! God shield us all from your acquaintance, O January, drunken in pleasance Of marriage! See how thy Damian, thine own squire, and thy boren man, intendeth for to do thee villainy. God grant thee thine homely foe to espy, for in this world is no worse pestilence than homely foe all day in thy presence. Performed hath the sun his arc diurn; no longer may the body of him sojourn on the horizon in that latitude. Night with his mantle, that is dark and rude, gan overspread the hemisphere about, for which departed is this lusty rout. From January, with thank on every side, home to their houses lustily they ride, where as they do their things as them lest, and when they see their time they go to rest. Soon after that this hasty January will go to bed, he will no longer tarry. He drank Hippocras, Clare, and Vernage, of spices hot, to increase his courage, and many a lectuary had he full feen, such as the cursed monk Dan Constantine hath written in his book De Coitu. To eat them all he would nothing eschew, and to his privy friends thus said he: For God's love, as soon as it may be, let voiden all this house in courteous wise, and they have done right as he will devise. Then drinken, and the travers draw anon, the bride is brought to bed as still as stone. And when the bed was with the priest y blessed, out of the chamber every wight him dressed, and January hath fast in arms y take his freshe May, his paradise, his make. He lulled her, and he kissed her full oft, with thick bristles of his beard unsoft, like to the skin of houndfish, sharp as briar, for he was shaven all new in his manner. He rubbed her upon her tender face, and said thus: Alas, I must trespass to you, my spouse, and you greatly offend, ere time come that I will down descend. But natheless consider this, quoth he: there is no workman, whatsoe'er he be, that may both worke well and hastily. This will be done at leisure perfectly. It is no force how longe that we play. In true wedlock coupled be we tway, and blessed be the yoke that we be in, for in our acts there may be no sin. A man may do no sin with his wife, nor hurt himself with his own knife, for we have leave to play us by the law. Thus labored he till that the day gan daw, and then he took a sup in fine clare, and upright in his bed then sat ahay, and after that he sang full loud and clear, and kissed his wife and made wanton cheer. He was all coltish, full of raggery, and full of jargon as a flecked pea. The slack skin about his neck shaked, while that he sang, so chanted he and cracked. But God wot what that May thought in her heart, when she saw him up sitting in his shirt, in his nightcap, and with his neck alean, she praised not his playing worth a bean. Then said he thus, "My rest will I take, now day is come, I may no longer wake." And down he laid his head, and slept till prime. And afterward, when that he saw his time, uprose January. But freshe May held her chamber till the fourthe day, as usage is of waves for the best, for every labour sometime must have rest, or else long may he not endure. That is to say, no life of creature, be it of fish or bird or beast or man. Now will I speak of woeful Damian, that languishes for love, as ye shall hear. Therefore I speak of him in this mannere. I say, O silly Damian, alas, answer to this demand, as in this case. How shalt thou to thy lady freshe May tell thy woe? She will always say nay. Eke if thou speak, she will thy woe bewray. God be thine help, I can no better say. This sicke Damian in Venus' fire so burned that he died for desire, for which he put his life in aventure. No longer might he in this wise endure, but privily a penner gan he borrow, and in a letter wrote he all his sorrow, in a manner of a complaint or a lay unto his fair freshe lady May. And in a purse of silk hung on his shirt he hath it put, and laid it at his heart. The moon, that at noon was thicke day, that January had wedded freshe May, in 10 of Tor was into Cancer glided. So long had Maius in her chamber abided, as custom is unto these nobles all. A bride shall not eaten in the ball till day is 4, or 3 days at the least, y passed be, then let her go to feast. The 4th day complete from noon to noon, when that the high mass was y done, in hall sat this January, and May, as fresh as is the brighte summer's day. And so befell how that this goode man remembered him upon this Damian, and said, "Saint Mary, how may this be, that Damian attendeth not to me? Is he aye sick, or how this may betide?" His squires, which that stoode there beside, excused him because of his sickness, which letted him to do his business. None other cause might make him tarry. "That me forthinketh," quoth this January, "he is a gentle squire, by my truth. If that he died, it were great harm and ruth. He is as wise, as discreet, and secre as any man I know of his degree, and thereto manly, and eke serviceable, and for to be a thrifty man right able. But after meat, as soon as ever I may, I will myself visit him, and eke may, to do him all the comfort that he can." And for that word him blessed every man, that of his bounty and his gentleness. He would so comforten in sickness his squire, for it was a gentle deed. "Dame," quoth this January, "take good heed at after meat ye with your women all, when ye that be in chamber out of this hall, that all ye go to see this Damian, do him disport, he is a gentle man, and tell him that I will him visit, have I nothing but rested me a late. And speed ye fast, for I will abide till that ye sleepe faste by my side." And with that word he gan unto him call a squire that was marshal of his hall, and told him certain things that he would. This freshe May hath straight her way y hold, with all her women, unto Damian. Down by his bedside sat she then, comforting him as goodly as she may. This Damian When that his time he saw, in secret wise his purse and eke his bill, in which that he had written had his will, hath put into her hand withouten more, save that he sighed wondrous deep and sore, and softly to her right thus said he: "Mercy, and that ye not discover me, for I am dead if that this thing be kid." The purse hath she in her bosom hid, and went her way. Ye get no more of me. But unto January come is she, that on his bedside sat full soft. He took her, and he kissed her full oft, and laid him down to sleep, and that anon. She feigned her as that she muste gon. There, as ye know, that every wight must need, and when she of this bill had taken heed, she rent it all to cloutes at the last, and in the privy softely it cast. Who studieth now but fair fresh May? Adown by olde January she lay, that slept, till the cough had him awaked. Anon he prayed her strip her all naked. He would of her, he said, have some pleasance, and said her clothes did him encumbrance. And she obeyed him, by her leave for loth. But, lest that precious folk be with me wroth, how that he wrought, I dare not to you tell, or whether she thought it paradise or hell. But there I let them worken in their wise, till evensong ring, and then they must arise. Were it by destiny or aventure, were it by influence or by nature, or constellation, that in such a state the heavens stood at that time fortunate, as for to put a bill of Venus' works, for all think hath time, as say these clerks, to any woman for to get her love, I cannot say, but greate God above, that knoweth that none act is causeless, he deem of all, for I will hold my peace. For sooth is this, how that this freshe May hath taken such impression that day of pity on this sick Damian, that from her heart she not drive can the remembrance for to do him ease. Certain, thought she, whom that this thing displease, I reckon not, for here I him assure to love him best of any creature, though he no more had than his shirt. Lo, pity runneth soon in gentle heart. Here may ye see how excellent franchise in women is, when they them narrow advise. Some tyrant is, as there be many a one, that hath a heart as hard as any stone, which would have let him starven in the place, well rather than have granted him her grace, and then rejoicing in her cruel pride, and reckon not to be a homicide. This gentle May, fulfilled of pity, write of her hand a letter maked she, in which she granted him her very grace. There lacked naught, but only day and place, where that she might unto his lust suffice. For it shall be right as he will devise. And when she saw her time upon a day to visit this Damian went this May, and subtly this letter down she thrust under his pillow, read it if him lust. She took him by the hand, and hard him twist, so secretly that no wight of it wist, and bade him be all whole, and forth she went to January, when he for her sent. Up rose Damian the next morrow, all past was his sickness and his sorrow. He combed him, he proined him, and picked, he did all that unto his lady liked, and eke to January he went as low as ever did a dog afore the bow.
He is so pleasant unto every man, for craft is all, whoso that do it can. Every wight is fain to speak him good, and fully in his lady's grace he stood. Thus leave I Damian about his need, and in my tale forth I will proceed. Some clerks hold that felicity stands in delight, and therefore certain he, this noble January, with all his might, in honest wise as longeth to a night, shope him to live full deliciously, his housing, his array, as honestly to his degree was maked as a king's, amongst other of his honest things. He had a garden walled all with stone, so fair a garden wot I nowhere none, for out of doubt I verily suppose that he that wrote the romance of the rose could not of it the beauty well devise, nor Priapus might not well suffice, though he be god of gardens, for to tell the beauty of the garden, and the well that stood under a laurel always green. Full oftentime he Pluto and his queen Proserpina and all their fairy disported them and made melody about that well, and danced, as men told. This noble knight, this January old, such dainty had it in it to walk and play, that he would suffer no wight to bear the key, save he himself, for of the small wicket he bare always a silver clicket, with which, when that him list, he it unshet, and when that he would pay his wife's debt, in summer season thither he would go, and may his wife, and no white but they two, and thinges which that were not done in bed, he in the garden them performed and sped. And in this wise many a merry day lived this January and fresh May. But worldly joy may not always endure to January, nor to no creature. O sudden hap, O thou fortune unstable, like to the scorpion so deceivable, that fatterest with thy head when thou wilt sting, thy tail is death through thine envenoming. O brittle joy, O sweet poison quaint, O monster that so subtly canst paint thy gifts under hue of steadfastness, that thou deceivest both more and lesse. Why hast thou January thus deceived, that haddest him for thy full friend received? And now thou hast bereft him both his eyen, for sorrow of which desireth he to dien. Alas, this noble January free amid his lust and his prosperity is waxen blind, and that all suddenly. He weeped and he wailed piteously, and therewithal the fire of jealousy, lest that his wife should fall in some folly, so burnt his heart that he would fain that some man both him and her had slain, for neither after his death nor in his life, nor would he that she were no love nor wife, but ever live as widow in clothes black, sole as the turtle that have lost her make. But at the last, after a month or tway, his sorrow gan assuage, sothe to say, for when he wist it might none other be, he patiently took his adversity, save out of dote he may not forgon, that he was jealous evermore in one, which jealousy was so outrageous, that neither in hall nor in none other house, nor in none other place nevermore he would suffer her to ride or go. But if that he had hand on her alway, for which full often wept afresh May, that loved Damian so burningly, that she might either dien suddenly, or else she must have him at her last. She waited, when her heart would brest. Upon that other side Damian becomen is the sorrowfullest man that ever was, for neither night nor day he might speak a word to freshe May, as to his purpose, of no such matter. But if that January must it hear, that had a hand upon her evermore. But natheless, by writing to and fro, and privy signs, wist he what she meant, and she knew eke the fine of his intent. O January, might it thee avail, though thou might see as far as ships sail, for as good is it blind deceived to be, as be deceived when a man may see. Lo, Argus, which that had 100 eyen, for all that ever he could pour or pryen, yet he was blent, and God wot so bemore, that ween wisely that it be not so. Pass over is an ease, I say no more. This freshe May, of which I spake ayore, in warm wax hath imprinted the clicket that January bare of the small wicket, by which into his garden off he went, and Damian, that knew all her intent, the clicket counterfeited privily. There is no more to say, but hastily some wonder by this clicket shall betide, which ye shall hearen, if ye will abide. O noble Ovid, sooth sayest thou, God wot, what sleight it is, if love be long and hot, that he'll not find it out in some manner. The Pyramus and Thisbe men may man lear, though they were kept full long and straight o'er all, they be accorded rowning through a wall, where no wight could have found out such a sleight. But now to purpose, ere the dayes 8 were past of this month of July, fill, that January caught so great a will, through egging of his wife, him for to play in his garden, and no wight but they tway. That in a morning to this May said he, "Rise up, my wife, my love, my lady free. The turtle's voice is heard, mine owen sweet. The winter is gone with his rains wet. Come forth now with your eyen columbine. Well fairer be thy breasts than any wine. The garden is enclosed all about. Come forth, my white spouse, for out of doubt thou hast me wounded in my heart, O wife. No spot in thee was e'er in all thy life. Come forth, and let us taken our disport. I choose thee for my wife and my comfort." Such old lewed words used he. On Damian a sign made she, that he should go before with his clicket. This Damian then hath opened the wicket, and in he start, and that in such manner that no wight might him either see or hear, and still he sat under a bush. Anon, this January, as blind as a stone, with maes in his hand, and no wight more, into this freshe garden is he go, and clapped to the wicket suddenly. "Now, wife," quoth he, "here is but thou and I. Thou art the creature that I best love, for by that Lord that sits in heaven above, lever had I to dien on a knife than thee offende, dear true wife. For Godde's sake, Think how thee cheese, not for no covetous doubteless, but only for the love had to thee. And though that be old and may not see, be to me true, and will tell you why. Certes 3 things shall ye win thereby. First, love of Christ, and to yourself honour, and all mine heritage, town and tower, give it you. Make charters as you lest. This shall be done tomorrow ere sun rest. So wisely God my soul bring to bliss. I pray ye on this covenant me kiss, and though that ye be jealous, weet me not. Ye be so deep imprinted in my thought, that when that ye consider your beauty, and therewithal the unlikely eld of me, ye may not, certes, though ye should die, forbear to be out of your company. For very love, this is without doubt. Now kiss me, wife, and let us roam about. This freshe May, when she this wordes heard, benignly to January answered. But first and forward she began to weep. I have, quoth she, a soule for to keep, as well as ye, and also mine honour, and of my wifehood thilke tender flower, which that I have assured in your hand, when that the priest to you my body bond. Wherefore I will answer in this mannere, with leave of you, mine own lord so dear. I pray to God that never dawn the day that I no sterve as foul as women may. If e'er I do unto my kin that shame, or else I impair so my name, that I be false, and if I do that lack, do strippe me and put me in a sack, and in the nexte river do me drench. I am a gentle woman and no wench. Why speak ye thus? But men be e'er untrue, and women have reproof of you I knew. Ye know none other dalliance, I believe, but speak to us of untrust and reprieve. And with that word she saw where Damian sat in the bush, and coughe she began, and with her finger sign made she that Damian should climb upon a tree that charged was with fruit, and up he went. For verily he knew all her intent, and every sign that she could make, better than January her own make. For in a letter she told him all of this matter, how that he worke shall, and thus I leave him sitting in the perry, and January and May roaming full merry. Bright was the day, and blue the firmament. Phoebus of gold his streames down had sent, to gladden every flower with his warmness. He was that time in Gemini's, I guesse. But little from his declination of Cancer, Jove's exaltation. And so befell in that bright morning tide, that in the garden on the farther side, Pluto, that is king of Faery, and many a lady in his company, following his wife, the queen Proserpina, which that he ravished out of Ethna, while that she gathered flowers in the mead. In Claudian you may the story read, how in his grisly chariot he her fete, this king of fairies adown him set upon a bank of turfs fresh and green, and right anon thus said he to his queen: "My wife," quoth he, "there may no whit say nay, experience so proves it every day, the treason which that woman doth to man. 100,000 stories tell I can, notable of your untruth and brittleness. O Solomon, richest of all riches, full filled of sapience and worldly glory, full worthy be the words of memory. To every wight that wit and reason can, thus praised he yet the bounty of man. Among 1,000 men yet found I one, but of all women found I never none. Thus said this king that knew your wickedness, and Jesus, filius Sirach, as I guess, he spake of you but seldom reverence. A wildfire and corrupt pestilence so fall upon your bodies yet tonight. Ne see ye not this honorable knight? Because, alas, that he is blind and old, his owen man shall make him cuckold. Lo, where he sits, the lecher, in the tree. Now will I granten of my majesty unto this olde blind worthy knight, that he shall have again his eyen sight. When that his wife will do him villainy, then shall be knowen all her harlotry, both in reproof of her and other more. Yea, sir, quoth Proserpine, and will ye so? Now by my mother's serious soul I swear that I shall give her suffisant answer, and all the women after, for her sake, that though they be in any guilt I take, with face bold they shall themselves excuse, and bear them down that woulde them accuse. For lack of answer none of them shall dien. All had ye seen a thing with both your eyen, yet shall we visage it so hardily, and weep and swear and chide subtly, that ye shall be as lewed as be geese. What recketh me of your authorities? I wot well that this Jew, this Solomon, found of us women fools many one, but though that he found no good woman, yet there hath found many another man, woman full good and true and virtuous, witness on them that dwelt in Christ's house with martyrdom they proved their constance. The Roman jests make remembrance of many a very true wife also. But, sire, be not wroth, albeit so. Though that he said he found no good woman, I pray you take the sentence of the man. He meant thus, that in sovereign bounty is none but God, no, neither he nor she. Hey, for the very good God that is but one, why make you so much of Solomon? What though he made a temple, God's house? What though he were rich and glorious? So made he eke a temple of false gods. How might he do a thing that more forebode is? Pardie, as fair as ye his name emplaster. He was a lecher and an idolaster, and in his eld he very God forsook. And if that God had not, as saith the book, spared him for his father's sake, he should have lost his reign rather than he would. He set not of all the villainy that he of women wrote, a butterfly. I am a woman, needs must I speak, or else swell until mine hearte break. For since he said that we be jangleresses, as ever may I brook whole my tresses, I shall not spare for no courtesy, to speak him harm that said us villainy. Dame, quoth this Pluto, be no longer wroth, I give it up. But since I swore mine oath that I would grant to him his sight again, my word shall stand, that warn I you certain. I am a king, it sits me not to lie. And I, quoth she, am queen of faery. Her answer she shall have, I undertake. Let us no more words of it make. Forsooth, I will no longer you contrary. Now let us turn again to January, that in the garden with his fair May singeth well merrier than the popinjay. You love I best, and shall, and other none. So long about the alleys is he gone, till he was come to that ilke perry, where as this Damian sat full merry on high among the freshe leaves green. This fresh May, that is so bright and sheen, gan for to sigh, and said, Alas, my side! Now, sir, quoth she, for aught that may betide, I must have of the peares that I see, or must I die, so sore longeth me to eaten of the small pears green. Help, for her love that is of heaven queen. I tell you well, a woman in my plight may have to fruit so great an appetite, that she may dien but she of it have. Alas, quoth he, that I had here a knave that could climb. Alas, alas, quoth he, for I am blind. Yea, sir, no force, quoth she, but would ye vouchsake for Godde's sake? The perry in your arms for me to take, for well I wot that you mistruste me. Then would I climb well enough, quoth she, so I my foot might set upon your back. Certes, said he, therein shall be no lack. Might he help you with mine hearte's blood? He stooped down, on his back she stood, and caught her by a twist, and up she goth. Ladies, I pray you that ye be not wroth, I cannot glose, I am a rude man. And suddenly anon this Damian gan pullen up the smock, and in he throng. And when that Pluto saw this greate wrong, to January he gave again his sight, and made him see as well as ever he might. And when he thus had caught his sight again, was never man of anything so fain, but on his wife his thought was evermore. Up to the tree he cast his eye in two, and saw how Damian his wife had dressed in such manner it may not be expressed. But if he would speak uncourteously, and up he gave a roaring and a cry, as doth the mother when the child shall die. Out, help, alas, haro, he gan to cry. O strange lady, straw, what dost thou? And she answered, Sir, what aileth you? Have patience and reason in your mind. I have you helped on both your eye and blind. On peril of my soul I shall not lien. As May was taught to helpe with your eyen, was nothing better for to make you see than struggle with a man upon a tree. God wot, I did it in full good intent. Struggle, quoth he, yea, all gate in it went. God give you both one shame's death to dien. He swived thee, I saw it with mine eyen, and else be I hanged by the halse. Then is, quoth she, my medicine all false, for certainly if that ye might see, ye would not say these words unto me. Ye have some glimpsing, and no perfect sight. "I see," quoth he, "as well as ever I might. Thanked be God, with both mine eyen two, and by my faith methought he did thee so." Ye maze, good sir," quoth she. "This thank have I, for I have made you see." "Alas," quoth she, "that e'er I was so kind." "Now, dame," quoth he, "let all pass out of mind. Come down, my lief, and if I have missaid, God help me so, as I am evil apaid. But by my father's soul, I ween'd have seen how that this Damian had by thee lain, and that thy smock had lain upon his breast." "Yes, sir," quoth she, "ye may ween as ye lest. But, sir, a man that wakes out of his sleep, he may not suddenly well take keep upon a thing, nor see it perfectly, till that he be adawed verily. Richt so a man that long hath blind I be, he may not suddenly so well I see, first when his sight is new come again, as he that hath a day or two I seen. Till that your sight established be a while, there may full many a sight you beguile. Beware, I pray you, for by heaven's king, full many a man weeneth to see a thing, and it is all another than it seemeth. He which that misconceiveth oft misdeemeth, and which that word she leaped down from the tree. This January, who is glad but he? He kissed her and clipped her full oft, and on her womb he stroked her full soft, and to his palace home he hath her laid. Now, goode men, I pray you to be glad. Thus endeth here my tale of January. God bless us, and his mother, Sainte Mary. End of the Merchant's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Young. homepages.nyu.edu/RJY201. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Squire's Tale, Pars Prima, First Part. At Sarra, in the land of Tartary, there dwelt a king that warred Russie, through which there died many a doughty man. This noble king was called Cambuscan, which in his time was of so great renown, that there was nowhere in no region so excellent a lord in all thing. Him lacked not that longeth to a king, as of the sect of which that he was born. He kept his law to which he was besworn, and thereto he was hardy, wise, and rich, and piteous and just, always y-like. True of his word, benign and honorable, of his courage as any centre stable, young, fresh, and strong, in arms desirous as any bachelor of all his house. A fair person he was, and fortunate, and kept alway so well his royal estate, that there was nowhere such another man. This noble king, this Tartar Cambuscan, had two sons by Elfeta his wife, of which the eldest hight Algarsif, the other was he called Cambello. A daughter had this worthy king also, that youngest was, and hight Canas. But for to tell you all her beauty, it lies not in my tongue, nor my cunning. I dare not undertake so high a thing. Mine English eke is insufficient. It must be a rhetor excellent, that couth his colours longing for that art. If he should her describe in any part, I am none such, I must speak as I can. And so befell, that when this Cambuscan had 20 winters borne his diadem, as he was wont from year to year, I deem he let the feast of his nativity do cry throughout Sarah his city, the last Ides of March after the year. Phoebus the sun full jolly was and clear, for he was nigh his exaltation in Mart's face, and in his mansion in Aries the choleric hot sign full lusty was the weather and benign, for which the fowls against the sun sheen, what for the season and the young green. Full loud sang their affectations, them seemed to have got protections against the sword of winter keen and cold. This Cambuscan, of which I have you told, in royal vesture sat upon his dais, with diadem, full high in his palace, and held his feast so solemn and so rich, that in this world was there none at lich, of which if I should tell all the array, then would it occupy a summer's day, and eke it needeth not for to devise at every course the order of service. I will not tellen of their strange soes, nor of their swains, nor of their heron soes. Eke in that land, as tell knights old, there is some meat that is full dainty hold, that in this land men reck of it full small. There is no man that may reporten all. I will not tarry you, for it is prime, and for it is no fruit, but loss of time. Unto my purpose I will have recourse. And so befell that, after the third course, while that this king sat thus in his nobley, hearing his minstrels their things play, before him at his board deliciously, and at the hall door all suddenly there came a knight upon a steed of brass, and in his hand a broad mirror of glass. Upon his thumb he had of gold a ring, and by his side a naked sword hanging. And up he rode into the high board. In all the hall was there not spoke a word, for marvel of this knight, him to behold. Full busily they waited, young and old. This strange knight, that came thus suddenly, all armed, save his head, full richly, saluted king, and queen, and lords all, by order as they sat in the hall, with so high reverence and observance, as well in speech as in his countenance, that Gawain, with his old courtesy, though he were come again out of faery, him could not amend with a word. And after this, before the high board, he with a manly voice said his message, after the form used in his language, without vice, or syllable, or letter, and, for his tale should seem the better, accordant to his words was his cheer, as teacheth art of speech them that it lear. Albeit that I cannot sound his style, nor cannot climb over so high a stile, yet say I this, as to commune intent, thus much amounteth all that ever he meant, if it so be that I have it in mind. He said, the king of Erbane, my liege lord, on this solemn day saluteth you as he best can and may, and sendeth you, in honor of your feast, by me, that am already at your hest, this steed of brass, that easily and well can in the space of one day natural, this is to say in 24 hours, whereso you list, in drought or else in showers, bear your body into every place to which your heart willeth for to pace, without whim of you, through foul or fair, or if you list to fly as high in the air as doth an eagle, when him list to soar, this same steed shall bear you evermore without harm, till ye be where you lest, though that ye sleepen on his back or rest. And turn again with writhing of pen, he that it wrought, he could many again, he waited in any a constellation, ere he had done this operation, and knew full many a seal and many a bond. This mere eke that I have in mind hond hath such a might, that men may in it see, when there shall fall any adversity onto your realm, or to yourself also, and openly who is your friend or foe. And over all this, if any lady bright hath set her heart on any manner wight, if he be false, she shall see his treason, for his new love, and all his subtlety so openly that there shall nothing hide. Wherefore against this lusty summertide, this mirror and this ring that ye may see, he hath sent to my lady Candace, your excellent daughter that is here. The virtue of this ring, if ye will hear, is this, that if her list it for to wear, upon her thumb or in her purse it bear, there is no fowl that flieth under heaven, that she shall not well understand his stiven, and know his meaning openly and plain, and answer him in language again. And every grass that groweth upon root, she shall eke know, to whom it will do boot. All be his wounds ne'er so deep and wide, this naked sword that hangeth by my side such virtue hath, that what man that it smite, throughout his armor it will carve and bite, were it as thick as is a branched oak. And what man is he wounded with a stroke shall ne'er be whole, till that you list of grace to stroke him with the flat in the place where he is hurt. This is as much to sayn, you must with the flat sword again stroke him upon the wound, and it will close. This is the very sooth without gloss, it faileth not, while it is in your hold. And when this knight had thus his tale told, he rode out of the hall, and down he light. His steed, which that shone as sun bright, stood in the court as still as any stone. The knight is to his chamber led anon, and is unarmed, and to meat y set. These presents be full richly y fet. This is to say, the sword and the mirror, and borne anon into the high tower, with certain officers ordained therefor. And unto Candace the ring is bore solemnly, where she sat at the table, but secretly, without torn any fable. The horse of brass, that may not be remued, it stood as it were to the ground y glued. There may no man out of the place it drive, for no engine of windlass or polive, and cause why, for they can not the craft. And therefore in the place they have it laughed, till that the knight hath taught them the manner to void him, as ye shall after hear. Great was the press that swarmed to and fro, to guard on this horse that stood so. For it so high was, and so broad and long, so well proportioned for to be strong, right as it were a steed of Lombardy, therewith so horsely and so quick of eye, as it gentle play courser were. For cert, from his tail unto his ear, nature nor art ne could him not amend, in no degree, as all the people wend. But evermore their most wonder was, how that it could go, and was of brass. It was of fairy, as the people seemed, diverse folk diversely they deemed, as many heads, as many wits been. They murmured as doth a swarm of bin, and made skills after their fantasies, rehearsing of the old poetries, and said that it was like the Pegasee, the horse that had wings for it to flee, or else it was the Greek's horse Sinon that brought Troy to destruction, as men may in the old gestes read. Mine heart, quoth one, is evermore in dread. I trow some men of arms be therein, that shaped them with this city for to win. It were right good that all such things were known. Another round to his fellow low, and said, He lies, for it is rather like an appearance made by some magic, as jugglers playin at these feasts great. Of sundry doubts they jangled thus and treat, as lewd people deem commonly of things that be made more subtly than they can in their lewdness comprehend. They deem gladly to the badder end. And some of them wonder on the mirror that borne was up into the master tower, how men might knit such things see. Another answered and said, it might well be naturally by compositions of angles and of sly reflections, and said that in Rome was such a one. They speak of Alhazen and Vitellon and Aristotle, that wrote in their lives of quaint mirrors and of perspectives, as know they that have their books heard. And other folk have wondered on the sword, that would pierce throughout anything, and fell in speech of Telephus the king, and of Achilles for his quaint spear, for he could with it both heal and dare. Right in such wise men may with the sword, of which right now you have yourselves heard. They spake of sundry hardening of metal, and spake of medicines therewithal, and how, and when it should be hardened be, which is unknown algate unto me. Then spake they of Canas's ring, and said in all, that such a wondrous thing of craft and rings heard they never none, save that he, Moses, and King Solomon hadden a name of conning in such art. Thus said the people, and drew them apart. Put nathless some say that it was wonder to maken of fern ashes glass, and yet is glass not like ashes of fern. But for they have known it is so fern, therefore ceaseth their jangling and their wonder, as sore wonder some on cause of thunder, and ebb and flood, on gossamer and mist, and on all things, till that the cause is wist. Thus jangle they, and demon and devise, till that the king gan from his board arise. Phoebus had left the angle meridional,
and yet ascending was the beast royal, the gentle lion, with his aldrian, when that this Tartar king, this Cambuscan, rose from the board, there as he sat full high, before him went the loud minstrelsy, till he came to his chamber of parliaments, there as they sounded diverse instruments, that it was like a heaven for to hear. Now danced lusty Venus' children dear, for in the fish their lady sat full, and looked on them with a friendly eye. This noble king is set upon his throne, this strange knight is fetched to him full soon, and on the dance he goes with Canas. Here is the revel and the jollity, that is not able a dull man to devise. He must have knowen love and his service, and been a feastly man, as fresh as May, that should you devise such array. Who could tellen you the form of dances, so uncouth, and so fresh countenances, such subtle lookings and dissimulances, for dread of jealous men's appearancings? No man but Launcelot, and he is dead. Therefore I pass over all this lusty head. I say no more, but in this jolliness I leave them, till to supper men them dress. The steward bids the spices for to hie, and eke the wine, and all this melody. The ushers and the squires be gone. The spices and the wine is come anon. They eat and drink, and when this hath an end, unto the temple, as reason was, they wend. This service done, they suppen all by day. What needeth you rehearse their array? Each man wot well that at a king's feast is plenty to the most and to the least, and daintless more be in my knowing. As after supper went this noble king to see the horse of brass, with all a rout of lords and of ladies him about. Such wondering was there on this horse of brass, that since the great siege of Troy was, there has men wondered on a horse also. Ne'er was there such a wondering as was though. But finally the king asked the knight the virtue of this courser, and the might, and prayed him to tell his governance. The horse anon began to trip and dance, when that the knight laid hand upon his rein, and said, "Sir, there is no more to sayn, but when you list to ride any way, you must trill a pin stands in his ear, which I shall tell you betwixt us two. You must name him to what place also, or to what country that you list to ride. And when ye come where ye list abide, bid him descend, and trill another pin, for therein lies the effect of all the gin. And he will down descend, and do your will, and in that place he will abide still. Though all the world had the contrary swore, he shall not thence be thrown nor be bore. Or if you list to bid him then gone, trill this pin, and he will vanish anon, out of the sight of every man or wit, and come again, be it by day or night, when that you list to clepe him again in such a guise as I shall to you sayn betwixt you and me, and that full soon. Ride when you list, there is no more to don." Informed when the king was of the knight, and had him conceived in this wit aright, the manner and the form of all this thing, full glad and blithe, this nobly doughty king repaired to his revel as beforn. The bridle is into the tower borne, and kept among his jewels life and dear. The horse vanished, I not in what manner, out of their sight, yet get no more of me. And thus I leave in lust and jollity this Cambuscan his lords feasting, until well nigh the day began to spring. Pars Secunda, second part. The nurse of digestion, the sleep, gan on them wink, and bade them take keep, that much mirth and labour will have rest, and with a gaping mouth he all them kest, and said that it was time to lie down, for blood was in his domination. "Cherish the blood, nature's friend," quoth he. They thanked him gaping by two and three, and every wit gan draw him to his rest. As sleep them bade, they took it for the best. Their dreams shall not now be told for me. Full are the heeds of fumosity, that cause dreams of which there is no charge. They slept, till that it was the prime large. The most part, but it was Canace. She was full measurable as woman be, for of her father had she taken after, to go to rest soon after it was eve. Her lists not appalled for to be, nor on the morrow unfeastly for to see, and slept her first sleep, and then awoke. For such a joy she in her heart took, both of her quainte ring and her mirror, that 20 times she changed her colour, and in her sleep, right for the impression of her mirror, she had a vision. Wherefore ere that the sun gan beglide, she called upon her mistress her beside, and said that her lists for to rise. These old women, that be gladly wise, as are her mistresses, answered anon, and said, "Madam, whither will ye gon thus early? For the folk be all in rest." "I will," quoth she, "arise, for me lest no longer for to sleep, and walk about." Her mistresses called women a great rout, and up they rose, well at 10 or 12. Up rose fresh Canace herself, as ruddy and bright as is the young sun, that in the ram is 4 degrees y run. No higher was he, when she ready was, and forth she walked easily apace, arrayed after the lusty season's swoot, lightly for to play and walk on foot, not but with 5 or 6 of her meinie. And in a trench forth in the park went she. The vapour, which up from the earth glod, made the sun to seem ruddy and broad. But natheless it was so fair a sight, that it made all their hearts for to light. What for the season, and the morning, and for the fowls that she heard sing. For right anon she wist what they meant, right by their song, and knew all their intent. The nought, why that every tale is told, if it be tarried, till the list be cold, of them that have it hearkened after yore, the savour passeth ever longer more, for fulsomeness of the prolixity. And by that same reason thinketh me, I should unto the nought condescend, and maken of her walking soon an end. Amid a tree for dry, as white as chalk, there sat a falcon o'er her head full high, that with a piteous voice so gan to cry, that all the wood resounded of her cry, and beat she had herself so piteously with both her wings, till the red blood ran in long the tree, there as she stood, and ever in one, alway she cried and shright, and with her beak herself so pite, that there is no tiger nor cruel beast that dwelleth either in wood or in forest, but would have wept, if that he weep could, for sorrow of her. She shrieked always so loud, for there was never yet no man alive, if that he could a falcon well descrive, that heard of such another of fairness, as well as plumage, as of gentleness, of shape, of all that might reckoned be a falcon peregrines seems she. Of a fremd land, and ever as she stood, she swooned now, and now for lack of blood, till well nigh is she fallen from the tree. This fair king's daughter Canace, that on her finger bare the quaint ring, through which she understood well everything that any fowl may in her leaden sayn, and could him answer in his leaden again, hath understood what this falcon said, and well now for the ruth almost she died, and to the tree she went full hastily, and on this falcon looked piteously, and held her lap abroad, for well she wist the falcon must fall from the twist, when that she swooned next for lack of blood. A long while to wait her she stood, till at the last she spake in this manner unto the hawk, as ye shall after hear. What is the cause? If it be for to tell that ye be in this furial pain of hell, quoth Canace unto this hawk above, is this for sorrow of death, or loss of love? For, as I trow, these be the causes two, that cause most a gentle heart woe. Of other harm it needeth not to speak, for ye yourself upon yourself awreak, which proveth well that either ire or dread must be occasion of your cruel deed. Since that I see none other wight you chase, for love of God, as do yourself grace. Or what may be your help? For west nor east I never saw e'er now so bird nor beast that fared with himself so piteously. Ye slay me with your sorrow, verily. I have of you so great compassion, for God's love come from the tree adown, and, as I am a king's daughter true, if that I verily the causes knew of your disease, if it lay in my might, I would amend it, ere that it were night. So wisely help me the great God of kind, and herbies shall I right enough find to heal with your hurts hastily. Then shrieked this falcon yet more piteously than ever she did, and fell to the ground anon, and lay a swoon as dead as lies a stone.
Till Canace had in her lap her take. Unto that time she gan of swoon awake. And after that she out of swoon abraid. Right in her hawk's leaden thus she said, That pity runneth soon in gentle heart, Feeling his similitude in pain smart, Is proved every day, as men may see, As well by work as by authority. For gentle heart kith gentleness. I see well that ye have on my distress Compassion, my fair Canace, of very womanly benignity, that nature in your principles has set. But for no hope for to fare the bet, but for to be unto your heart free, and for to make others aware by me, as by the whelp chastised is the lion. Right for that cause and that conclusion, while that I have a leisure and a space, mine harm I will confession ere apace. And ever while that one her sorrow told, the other wept, as she to water hold, till that the falcon bade her to be still, and with a sigh right thus she said her till, Where I was bred, alas, that like that day, and fostered in rock of marble gray, so tenderly that nothing ailed me, I wist not what was her adversity, till I could flee full high under the sky. Then dwelled a tercelet me fast by, that seemed a well of all gentleness. All were he full of treason and falseness. It was so wrapped under humble cheer, and under hue of truth in such manner, under pleasance and under busy pain, that no wight weened that he could feign. So deep in grain he dyed his colours, right as a serpent hides him under flowers, till he may see his time for to bite. Right so this god of love's hypocrite did so his ceremonies and obeisances, and kept in semblance all his observances, that sudden unto gentleness of love. As on a tomb is all the fair above, and under is the corpse which that ye wet, such was this hypocrite, both cold and hot, and in this wise he served his intent, that save the fiend none wist what he meant, till he so long had weeped and complained, and many a year his service to me feigned, till that mine heart, too piteous and too nice, all innocent of his crowned malice, for feared of his death, as thought me, upon his oaths and his surety, granted him love on this condition, that evermore mine honour and renown were saved, both privy and apert. This is to say that after his descent I gave him all my heart and all my thought, God wot, and he that other waste not, and took his heart in change of mind for aye. But sooth is said, gone since many a day, a true wight and thief think not one. And when he saw the thing so far y gone, that I have granted him fully my love, in such a wise as I have said above, and given him my heart as free, true, as he swore that he gave his heart to me. Anon this tiger, full of doubleness, fell on his knees with so great humbleness, with so high reverence, and by his cheer, so like a gentle lover in manner, so ravished as it seemed for the joy, that never Jason, nor Paris of Troy, Jason, certes, nor ever other man, since Lamech was that Alder first began to love two as right folk beforn, nor ever since the first man was born, could no one by 20,000 counterfeit the sophimes of his art, where doubleness of feigning should approach, nor worthy were t'unbuckle his galosh, nor could so thank a wight as he did me. His manner was a heaven for to see, to any woman, were she ne'er so wise, so painted he and kempt at point devise, as well his words as his countenance, and I so loved for his obedience, and for the truth I deemed in his heart, that if so were that anything him smart, all were it ne'er so light, and I it wist. Methought I felt death at my heart twist, and shortly so far forth this thing is went, that my will was his will instrument. That is to say, my wills obeyed his will in all thing, as far as reason fill, keeping the bounds of my worship ever, and never had I a thing so leff or lever as him God wot nor ever shall no more. This lasted longer than a year or two, that I supposed of him naught but good, but finally thus at the last it stood, that fortune would that he must win out of that place which that I was in, where me was woe. It is no question, I cannot make of it description. For one thing dare I tell boldly, I know what is the pain of death thereby. Such harm I felt, for he might not believe. So on a day of me he took his leave, so sorrowful eke, that I ween verily that he had felt as much harm as I, when that I heard him speak and saw his hue. But nathless I thought he was so true, and eke that he repair should again, within a little while, sooth to sayn, and reason would eke that he must go, for his honour, as often happeneth so, that I made virtue of necessity, and took it will, since that it must be. As I best might, I hid from him my sorrow, and took him by the hand Saint John to borrow, and said him thus: Lo, I am yours all. Be such as I have been to you, and shall. What he answered it needs not to rehearse. Who can say bet that he who can do worse? When he had all well said, then had he done. Therefore
shall
behoveth
the
fiend,
him
thus
a
heard I
full
say.
long spoon.
So at the last he must forth his way, and forth he flew, till he came where him lest. When it came him to propose for to rest, I trow that he had thilke text in mind, that all thing repairing to his kind gladdeth himself. Thus say men, as I guess. Men love of, proper, kind, newfangless, as birds do, that men in cages feed. For though thou night and day take of them heed, and strew their cage fair and soft as silk, and give them sugar, honey, bread, and milk, yet right anon, as that his door is up, he with his feet will spurn down his cup, and to the wood he will, and worms eat. So newfangle buy they of their meat, and love novelties of proper kind. No gentleness of blood may them bind. So far this tercelet, alas the day, though he were gentle born, and fresh, and gay, and goodly for to me, and humble, and free, he saw upon a time a kite flee. And suddenly he loved this kite so, that all his love is clean from me y go, and hath his troth falsed in this wise, that hath the kite my love in her service, and I am lorn without remedy. And with that word this falcon gan to cry, and swooned eft in Canas's barn. Great was the sorrow for that hawk's harm. That Canas and all her women made, they wist not how they might the falcon glade, but Canas home bare her in her lap, and softly in plasters gan her wrap. There as she with her beak had hurt herself, now cannot Canas but herbs delve out of the ground, and make salves new of herbs precious and fine of hue, to heal with this hawk from day to night. She did her business, and all her might, and by her bed's head she made a mew, and covered it with violets blue, in sign of truth that is in woman seen, and all without the mew is painted green, in which were painted all these false fowls, as by the tittifes, tercelets, and owls, and pies, on them for to cry and chide. Right, for to spite were painted them beside. Thus leave I Canas her hawk keeping. I will no more as now speak of her ring, till it come eft to purpose for to sayn, how that this falcon got her love again, repentant, as the story telleth, by mediation of Cambalus, the king's son, of which that I told you. But henceforth I will my process hold to speak of adventures, and of battles, that yet was never heard so great marvels. First I will tell you of Cambuscan, that in his time many a city wan, and after will I speak of Augersif, how he won Theodora to his wife, for whom full oft in great peril he was, and he had been holden by the horse of brass. And after will I speak of Cambalo, that fought in lists with the brethren two for Canas, ere that he might her win. And where I left I will again begin. End of Squire's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alex Foster, www.alexfoster.me.uk. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please visit the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Franklin's Tale. Prologue. "In faith, squire, thou hast thee well acquit, and gentilly I praise well thy wit," quoth the Franklin. "Considering thy youth, so feelingly thou speakest, sir, I allow thee, as to thy doom, there is none that is here of eloquence that shall be thy peer. If that thou live, God give thee good chance, and in virtue send thee continuance, for of thy speaking I have great dainty. I have a son, and by the Trinity, it were me lever than 20 pound worth land, though it right now were fallen in my hand, he were a man of such discretion, and yet that be, fie on possession. But if a man be virtuous withal, I have my son snibbed, and yet shall, for he to virtue listeth not intend, but for to play at dice and to dispend, and lose all that he hath, is his usage, and he had lever talk with a page than to commune with any gentle wight, there he might learn gentilesse aricht. Straw for your gentilesse, quoth our host. What, Franklin, pardie sir, well thou wost, that each of you might tellen be the least, a tale or two, or breake his behest. That know I well, sir, quoth the Franklin. I pray you have me not in disdain, though I to this man speak a word or two. Tell on thy tale without wordes mo. Gladly, sir host, quoth he, I will obey unto your will. Now hearken what I say. I will you not contrary in no wise, as far as that my wittes may suffice. I pray to God that it may please you. Then what I tell, that it is good enow. These oldie gentle Bretons in their days of diverse adventures made lays, rhymed in their firste Breton tongue, which lays with their instruments they sung, or else reade them for their pleasance, and one of them have I in remembrance, which I shall say with good will as I can. But, sirs, because I am a borrow man, at my beginning first I you beseech, have me excused of my rude speech. I learned never rhetoric, certain. Thing that I must speak, it must be bare and plain. I slept never on the mount of Parnasso, nor learned Marcus Tullius Cicero. Colours know I none without a dread, but such colours as growen in the mead, or else such as men dye with or paint. Colours of rhetoric be to me quaint, my spirit feeleth not of such matter. But if you list, my tale shall ye hear. The Franklin's Tale. In Armoric, that is called Britannia, there was a knight that loved and did his pain to serve a lady in his beste wise, and many a labour, many a great emprise, he for his lady wrought ere she were won, for she was one the fairest under sun, and eke thereto come of so high kindred, that well unnethes dost this knight for dread. Tell her his woe, his pain, and his distress, but at the last she for his worthiness, and namely for his unique obeisance, hath such a pity caught of his penance, that privily she fell of his accord, to take him for her husband and her lord, of such lordship as men have over their wives. And for to lead the more in bliss their lives, of his free will he swore her as a knecht, that never in all his day he day nor nicht should take upon himself no mastery against her will, nor kithe her jealous eye, but her obey, and follow her will in all, as any lover to his lady shall. Save that the name of sovereignty, that would he have, for shame for his degree. She thanked him, and with full great humbless she said, Sir, none of your gentleness ye proffer me to have so large a reign, ne woulde God never betwixt us twain, as in my guilt, were either war or strife. Sir, I will be your humble true wife. Have here my troth, till that my heart abreast. Thus be they both in quiet and in rest. For one thing, sires, safely dare I say, that friends ever each other must obey. If they will longer hold in company, love will not be constrained by mastery. When mastery comes, the god of love anon beateth his wings, and farewell, he is gone. Love is a thing as any spirit free. Women of kind desire liberty, and not to be constrained as a thrall. And so do men, if soothly I say shall. Look who that is most patient in love, he is at his advantage all above. Patience is a high virtue certain, for it vanquisheth, as these clerks sayn, things that rigour never should attain. For every word men may not chide or plain, learn to suffer, or so may I go. Ye shall it learn whether ye will or no. For in this world certain no wish there is, that he not doth or saith sometimes amiss, ire, or sickness, or constellation, wine, woe, or changing of complexion, causeth full oft to do amiss or speaken. On every wrong a man may not be recon. After the time must be temperance, in every wight that can of governance. And therefore hath his worthy wise knight to live in ease, sufferance her behight. And she to him full wisly gan to swear, that never should there be a default in her. Here may men see a humble wife accord. Thus hath she taken her servant and her lord, servant in love and lord in marriage. Then he was both in lordship and servage. Servage? Nay, but in lordship all above, since he had both his lady and his love. His lady certes, and his wife also, the which that law of love accordeth to. And when he was in this prosperity, home with his wife he went to his country, not far from Penmark, where his dwelling was. And there he lived in bliss and in solace. Who coulde tell but he had wedded be the joy, the ease, and the prosperity that is betwixt a husband and his wife. A year and more lasted this blissful life, till that this knight, of whom I spake thus, that of Cerrod was called Arvigarus, shop him to go and dwell a year or twain in Engleland, that was called eke Bretagne, to seek in armour's worship and honour. For all his lust he set in such labour, and dwelled there 2 years, the book saith thus. Now will I stint of this Arviragus, and speak I will of Dorigen his wife, that loved her husband as her hearte's life. For his absence weepeth she and seeketh, as do those noble wives that them liketh. She mourneth, waketh, waileth, fasteth, plaineth. Desire of his presence her so distraineth, that all this wide world she set at naught. Her friends, which they knew her heavy thought, comfort her in all they ever they may. They preach her, they tell her night and day, that causeless she slays herself, alas. And every comfort possible in this case they do to her, with all their business, and all to make her leave her heaviness. By process, as ye know, in every one men may so long graven in a stone, till some figure therein imprinted be. So long have they comforted her, till she received hath by hope and by reason the imprinting of their consolation. Through which her greater sorrow gan assuage, she may not always duren in such rage. And eke Arviragus, in all of this care, hath sent his letters home of his welfare, and that he will come hastily again, or else had this sorrow her hearty slain. Her friendes saw her sorrow gin to slake, and prayed on her knees for Godde's sake to come and roamen in their company, away to drave her darker fantasy. And finally she granted that request, for well she saw that it was for the best. Now stood her castle faster by the sea, and often with her friends walked she, her to disport upon the bank on high. There as many a ship and barge sigh, sailing their courses where them list to go. But then was that a parcel of her woe, for to herself full oft, alas, said she, is there no ship of so many as I see will bring her home my lord? Then were my heart all warished of this bitter pain's smart. Another time she would sit and think, and cast her eyen downward from the brink. But when she saw the grisly rockers black, for very fear she would her hearte quack, that on her feet she might not sustain, then would she sit down upon the green, and piteously into the sea behold, and say right thus, with careful sighs cold: Eternal God, that through thy purveyance leadest this world by certain governance, in idle, as men say, ye nothing make. But Lord, these grisly friendly rockers black, that seem rather a foul confusion of work than any fair creation of such a perfect wise God and stable, why have ye wrought this work unreasonable? For by this work north, south, or east, or west, there is not fostered man, nor bird, nor beast. It doth no good to my wit, but annoyeth. See ye not, Lord, how mankind it destroyeth? 100,000 bodies of mankind have rockies slain. All be they not in mind, which mankind is so fair part of thy work. Thou madest it like to thine own mark. Then seemed it ye had a great charter toward mankind. But how then may it be that ye such meanness make it to destroy, which meanness do no good, but ever annoy? I wot well clerkes will say as them lest, by arguments, that all is for the best, although I can the causes not y know, but thilke God that made the wind to blow as keep my lord, this is my conclusion. To clerks leave I all disputation, but would to God that all these rockes black were sunken into hell for his sake. These rocks slay mine hearte for all the fear. Thus would she say with many a piteous tear. Her friends saw that it was no disport to roam by the sea, but discomfort, and shop them for to play somewhere else. They led her by rivers and by wells, and eke in other places delectables. They dancen, and they play at chess and tables. So on a day, right in the morning tide, unto a garden that was there beside, in which they had made their ordinance of victual and of other purveyance, they go and play them all the longe day. And this was on the 6th morrow of May, which May had planted with his soft showers. This garden full of leaves and of flowers, and craft of manne's hand, so curiously arrayed had this garden truly, that never was there a garden of such price, but if it were the very paradise. The odour of flowers and the freshe sight would have maked any hearte light that e'er was born, but if too great sickness or too great sorrow held it in distress. So full it was of beauty and pleasance, and after dinner they began to dance and sing also, save Dorigen alone, who made away her complaint and her moan, for she saw not him on the dance go that was her husband and her love also. But natheless she must a time abide, and with good hope let her sorrow slide. Upon this dance, among other men, danced a squire before Dorigen, that fresher was and jollier of array as to my doom than is the month of May. He sang and danced, passing any man that is or was since that the world began. Therewith he was, if man should him descrive, one of the best faring men alive, young, strong, and virtuous, and rich and wise, and well beloved, and holden in great price. And shortly of the sooth I telle shall, unweeting of this Dorigen at all, this lusty squire, servant to Venus, which that he called was Aurelius, had loved her best of any creature, 2 year and more as was his aventure. But never durst he tell her his grievance, without a cup he drank all his penance. He was despaired, nothing durst he say, save in his songes somewhat would he ray his woe, as in a general complaining he said he loved, and was beloved nothing. Of such a matter made he many lays, songes, complainters, roundels, viriles, how that he durste not his sorrow tell, but languished as doth a fury in hell, and die he must, he said, as did Echo for Narcissus, that durst not tell her woe. In other manner than ye hear me say, he durste not to her his woe betray, save that paraventure sometimes at dances, where younger folk keep their observances, it may well be he looked on her face, in such a wise as man that asketh grace, but nothing wiste she of his intent. Nevertheless it happened, ere they thennes went, because that he was her neighbour, and he was a man of worship and honour, and she had knowen him of time yore. They fell in speech, and forth aye more and more unto his purpose drew Aurelius. And when he saw his time, he said thus: "Madam," quoth he, "by God that this worlde made, so that I wist it might your hearte gladde, I would, that day that your Arviragus went over sea, that I, Aurelius, had gone where I should never come again. For well I wot my service is in vain, my guerdon is but bursting of mine heart. Madam, rue upon my pain as smart, for with a word ye may me slay or save. Here at your feet God would that I were grave. I have now no leisure more to say. Have mercy, sweet, or you will do me day." She gan to look upon Aurelius. "Is this your will?" quoth she, "and say ye thus?" "Ne'er erst," quoth she, "I wiste what ye meant, but now, Aurelius, I know your attent. By thilke God that gave me soul and life, never shall I be an untrue wife. In word nor work, as far as I am wit, I will be this to whom that I am knit. Take this for final answer as of me." But after that in play thus saide she: "Aurelius," quoth she, "by high God above, yet will I grante you to be your love, since I see you so piteously complain. Lookye, what day that endelong Bretagne ye remove all the rockies, stone by stone, that they let ship nor boat to gon, I say, When ye have made this coast so clean of rockies, that there is no stone seen, then will I love you best of any man. Have here my troth, in all that I never can, for well I wot that it shall ne'er betide in such folly out of your hair to glide. What dainty should a man have in his life, for to go to love another manne's wife, that hath her body whenever him liketh? Aurelius full often so siketh. Is there none other grace in you? Quoth he. No, by that Lord, quoth she that maked me. Woe was Aurelius when he that heard, and with a sorrowful heart he thus answered. Madam, quoth he, this were an impossible, then must I die of sudden death horrible. And with that word he turned him anon. Then came her other friends many a one, and in the alleys roamed up and down, and nothing wist of this conclusion, but suddenly began to revel new, till that the brighter sun had lost his hue, for the horizon had reft the sun his light. This is as much to say as it was night. And home they go in mirth and solace, save only wretched Aurelius, alas! He to his house is gone with sorrowful heart. He said he may not from his death start. Him seemed that he felt his hearte cold. Up to the heaven his handes gan he hold, and on his knees bare he set him down, and in his raving said his orison. The very woe out of his wit he brayed. He wist not what he spake, but thus he said with piteous heart. His plaint hath he begun unto the gods, and first unto the sun. He said, Apollo, God and governor of every plant, herb, tree, and flower, thou givest, after thy declination, to each of them his time and his season, and thine hairbrow changeth low and high. Lord Phoebus, cast thy merciable eye on wretched Aurelius, which that am but lorn. Lo, Lord, my lady hath my death y sworn, without a guilt, but thy benignity. Upon my deadly heart have some pity. For well I wot, Lord Phoebus, if you lest, ye may me helpe, save my lady best. Now vouchsafe that I may you devise, how that I may be holp, and in what wise. Your blissful sister Lucina the sheen, that of the sea is chief goddess and queen, though Neptunus have deity in the sea, yet emperess above him is she. Ye know well, Lord, that right as her desire is to be quicked and lighted of your fire, for which she followeth you full busily. Right so the sea desireth naturally to follow her, as she that is goddess both in the sea and rivers more and less. Wherefore, Lord Phoebus, this is my request, do this miracle, or do mine hearte breast, that flow next at this opposition, which in the sign shall be of the lion, as praye her so great a flood to bring, that 5 fathom at least it oversprang the highest rock in Armoric Bretagne. And let this flood endure years a twain. Then certes to my lady may I say, holder your hest, the rockies be away. Lord Phoebus, this miracle do for me. Pray her she go no faster course than ye. I say this, pray your sister that she go no faster course than ye these yeares too. Then shall she be even at full alway, and spring flood lasteth both night and day. But she vouchesafe in such manere to grant her me my sovereign lady dear. Pray her to sink every rock adown into her own dark region, under the ground where Pluto dwelleth in, or never more shall I my lady win. Thy temple in Delphos will I barefoot seek. Lord Phoebus, see the tears on my cheek, and on my pain have some compassion. And with that word in sorrow he fell down, and long a time he lay forth in a trance. His brother, which that knew of his penance, up caught him, and to bed he hath him brought. Despaired in this torment and this thought, let I this woeful creature lie. Choose he for me where'er he will live or die. Arviragus, with health and great honour, as he that was of chivalry the flower, is come home, and other worthy men. O blissful art thou now, thou Dorigen! Thou hast thy lusty husband in thine arms, the fresher knight, the worthy man of arms, that loveth thee as his own hearte life. Nothing list him to be imaginative. If any wight had spoke while he was out to her of love, he had of that no doubt. He not intended to know such matter, but danced, jousted, and made merry cheer, and thus in love and bliss I let them dwell. And of the sick Aurelius will I tell, in languor and in torment furious. 2 year and more lay wretched Aurelius, ere any foot on earth he might ha gone, nor comfort in this time had he none, save of his brother, which that was a clerk. He knew of all this woe and all this work, for none other creature certain. Of this matter he durst no word sayn. Under his breast he bare it more secree than e'er did Pamphilus for Galatie. His breast was whole withoute for to seen, but in his heart aye was the arrow keen. And well ye know that of a Sir Seigneur in surgery is perilous the cure. But men might touch the arrow or come thereby. His brother wept and wailed privily, till at the last him fell in remembrance that while he was at Orleans in France, as young a clerk as that be liquorous, to readen artes that be curious, seeken in every hulk and every herne, particular sciences for to learn, at him remembered that upon a day at Orleans in study a book he say of magic natural, which his fellow, that was that time a bachelor of law, all were he there to learn another craft, had privily upon his desk he laughed, which book spake much of operations, touching the 28 mansions that long unto the moon, and such folly as in our days is not worth a fly, for Holy Church's faith in our belief, us suffereth none elision to grief. And when this book was in his remembrance, anon for joy his heart began to dance, and to himself he said privily, my brother shall be worrished hastily. For I am sicker that there be sciences by which men make diverses appearances, such as these subtle tregetours play. For oft at feasties have I well heard say that tregetours within a hall large have made come in a water and a barge, and in the hall rowen up and down. Sometimes hath seemed come a grim lion, and sometimes flowers spring as in a mead, sometimes a vine and grapes white and red, sometimes a castle all of lime and stone. And when it them liked, voided it anon. Thus seemed it to every manne's sight. Now then conclude I thus, if that I might at Orleans some older fellow find that hath these moone's mansions in mind, or other magic natural above, he should well make my brother have his love. For with an appearance a clerk may make to manne's sight that all the rockes black of Bretagne were voided every one, and ships by the brink come and gone, and in such form endure a day or two. Then were my brother warished of his woe, then must she needs a holder his behest, or else he shall name her at the least. Why should I longer tale of this? Unto his brother's bed he comen is, and such comfort he gave him for to gone to Orleans that he upstarts anon, and on his way forthward then is he fair, in hope for to be list of his care. When they were come almost to that city, but if it were 2 furlong or 3, a young clerk roaming by himself they met, which that in Latin thriftily them gret. And after that he said a wondrous thing. I know, quoth he, the cause of your coming. And ere they farther any foot he went, he told them all that was in their intent. The Breton clerk asked of fellows in which they hadde known in older doors, and he answered him that they deade were, for which he wept full often many a tear. Down off his horse Aurelius licht anon, and forthwith this magician is begone home to his house, and made him well at ease. Them lacked no victual that might them please. So well arrayed a house as there was one, Aurelius in his life saw never none. He showed him, ere they went for to supper, forests, parks full of wilder deer, and there he saw hartes with their hornes high, the greatest that were ever seen with eye. He saw of them 100 slain with hounds, and some with arrows bleed of bitter wounds. He saw, when voided were the wilder deer, these falconers upon a fair riviere, that with their hawks have the heron slain. Then he saw knights jousting in a plain, and after this he did him such a pleasance, that he him showed his lady on a dance, in which himself danced as him thought. And when this master that this magic wrought saw it was time, he clapped his handes to, and farewell all the revel is he go. And yet removed they never out of the house, while they saw all the sights marvellous. But in his study where his bookes be, they satte still, and no wished but they 3. To him his master called his squire, and said him thus, May we go to supper? Almost an hour it is, I undertake, since you bade our supper for to make. When that these worthy men wente with me into my study where my bookes be. Sir, quoth his squire, when it liketh you, it is all ready, though you will right now. Go we then sup," quoth he. "As for the best, these amorous folk some time must have rest." At after supper fell they in treaty what summer should this master's guerdon be, to remove all the rockes of Bretagne, and eke from Gironde to the mouth of Seine. He made it strange, and swore, so God him save, less than 1,000 pound he would not have, nor gladly for that sum he would not gon. Aurelius with blissful heart anon answered thus: "Fie on 1,000 pound! This wide world, which that men say is round, I would it give, if I were lord of it. This bargain is full driven, for we be knit. Ye shall be paid truly by my troth, but look, for no negligence or sloth, ye tarry us here no longer than tomorrow." "Nay," quoth the clerk, "have here my faith to borrow. To bed is gone Aurelius when him lest, and well nigh all that night had he his rest. What for his labour and his hope of bliss, his woeful heart of penance had a liss." Upon the morrow, when that it was day, unto Bretagne they took the richt away, Aurelius and this magician beside, and be descended where they would abide. And this was, as the books me remember, the coldy frosty season of December. Phoebus waxed old, and hued like latoun, that in was his hote declination, shone as the burned gold with streamers bright, but now in Capricorn adown he light, where as he shone full pale, I dare well sayn, the bitter frostes with the sleet and rain destroyed have the green in every yard. Janus sits by the fire with double beard, and drinketh of his bugle horn the wine. Before him stands the brawn of tusked swine, and Noel crieth every lusty man. Aurelius, in all that ever he can, did to his master cheer and reverence, and prayed him to do his diligence, to bring him out of his paine's smart, or with such a sword he would slit his heart. This subtle clerk such ruth had on this man, that night and day he sped him, that he can to wait a time of his conclusion, that is to say, to make illusion, by such an appearance of jugglery, I know no terms of astrology, that she and every wight should ween and say that of Bretagne the rocks were away, or else they were sunken underground. So at the last he hath the time found to make his japes and his wretchedness of such a superstitious cursedness. His tables toletanes forth he brought, full well corrected, there that lacked north, neither his collect nor his expanse years, neither his routers nor his other gears, as be his centres, and his arguments, and his proportional convenience, for his equations in everything, and by his 8 spheres in his working he knew full well how far Alnath was shove from the heart of that fixed Aries above, that in the 9th sphere considered is, full subtly he calculed all this. When he had found his first dimension, he knew the remnant by proportion. He knew the rising of his moone well, and in whose face and term and every deal, and knew full well the moone's mansion, accordant to his operation. And knew also his other observances, for such illusions and such méchances as heathen folk used in thilke days, which no longer made he delays, but through this magic, for a day or tway, it seemed all the rockes were away. Aurelius, which yet despaired is where he shall have his love or fair amiss, awaited night and day on this miracle. And when he knew that there was none obstacle that voided were these rockes every one, down at his master's feet he fell anon, and said, "Aye, woeful, wretched Aurelius, thank you, my lord and lady mine Venus, that me have holpen from my cares cold." And to the temple his way forth hath he told, where as he knew he should his lady see. And when he saw his time, anon right he with dreadful heart and with full humble cheer saluteth hath his sovereign lady dear. "My rightful lady," quoth this woeful man, "whom I most dread and love as I best can, and loathest were of all this world displeased, were't not that I for you have such disease, that I must die here at your foot anon. Naught would I tell how me is woe begone, but certes either must I die or plain, ye slay me guiltiless for every pain. But of my death, though that ye have no ruth, advise ye, ere that ye break your truth, repente you, for thilke God above, ere ye me slay, because I you love. For madam, well ye wot have what ye have hight, not that I challenge anything of right of you, my sovereign lady, but of grace. But in a garden yond in such a place, ye wot right well what ye behighted me, and in mine hand your troth plighted ye to love me best. God wot ye said so. Albeit that I unworthy am thereto, madam, I speak it for the honour of you. More than to save my hearte's life right now, I have done so as ye commanded me, and if ye vouchsafe, ye may go see. Do as you list. Have your behest in mind, for quick or dead, right there ye shall me find. In you hes all to do me live or die, but well I wot the rockers be away. He took his leave, and she astonished stood. In all her face was not one drop of blood. She never weened to have come in such a trap. Alas, quoth she, that ever this should hap, for weened I ne'er by possibility that such a monster or marvail might be. It is against the process of nature. And home she went, a sorrowful creature, for very fear unearthes may she go. She weeped, wailed all a day or two, and swooned, that it ruther was to see, but why it was, to no wish to told she, for out of town was gone Arviragus. But to herself she spake, and said thus with face pale and full sorrowful cheer, in her complaint as ye shall after hear. Alas, quoth she, on thee fortune I plain, that unware hast me wrapped in my chain, from which to scape wot I no succour, save only death, or else dishonour. One of these two behoveth me to choose, but natheless, yet had I liever lose my life than of my body have shame, or know myself a false, or lose my name, and with my doeth I may be quit y wis. Hath there not many a noble wife ere this, many a maiden slain herself, alas, rather than with her body do trespass? Yes, certes, lo, these stories bear witness. When 30 tyrants full of cursedness had slain Phidon in Athens at the feast, they commanded his daughters to arrest, and bring her before them in despite, all naked, to fulfil their foul delight. And in their father's blood they made them dance upon the pavement. God give them mischance, for which these woeful maidens full of dread, rather than that they would lose their maidenhead, they privily bestart into a well, and drowned themselves, as the bookes tell. They have misseen let inquire and seek of Lacedaemon 50 maidens eke, on which they woulde do their lechery. But there was none of all that company that was not slain, and with a glad intent chose rather for to die than to assent to be oppressed of her maidenhood. Why should I then to die and be in dread? Lo, eke the tyrant Aristoclides, that loved a maiden hight Stymphalides, when that her father slain was on a night, unto Diana's temple went she right, and hent the image in her handes too, from which image she would never go, no wished her handes might it off erase, till she was slain right in the selfe place. Now since that maidens had with such despite to be defouled with man's foul delight, well ought a wife rather herself to slay than be defouled, as it thinketh me. What shall I say of Hasdrubal's wife, that at Carthage bereft herself of life? For when she saw the Romans win the town, she took her children all and skipped down into the fire, and rather chose to die than any Roman did her villainy. Hath not Lucretia slain herself, alas, at Rome, when that she oppressed was of Tarquin, for her thought it was a shame to live, when she had lost her name? The 7 maidens of Milesie also have slain themselves for very dread and woe, rather than folk of Gaul should them oppress. More than 1,000 stories, as I guess, could I now tell as touching this matter. When Abradate was slain, his wife so dear herself slew, and let her blood to glide in Abradate's wounds deep and wide, and said, "My body at the least away there shall no wish defoul, if that I may." Why should I more examples hereof sayn, since that so many have themselves slain well rather than that they defouled be? I will conclude that it is bet for me to slay myself than to be defouled thus. I will be true unto Arviragus, or else slay myself in some manner, as did Demotione's daughter dear, because she woulde not defouled be. O Sedasus, it is full great pity to read how thy daughters died, alas, that slew themselves for such a manner cas. As great a pity was it of well more, the Theban maiden that for Nicanor herself slew, right for such manner woe, another Theban maiden did right so. For one of Macedon had her oppressed, she with her death her maidenhead redressed. What shall I say of Niceratus' wife, that for such case bereft herself of life? How true was eke to Alcibiades his love, that for to dien rather cheese than for to suffer his body unburied be? Lo, what a wife was Alceste, quoth she. What saith Homer of good Penelope? All Greece knoweth of her chastity. Pardie of Laedamia is written thus, that when at Troy was slain Protesilaus, no longer would she live after this day. The same of noble Portia tell I may. Without her Brutus coulde she not live, to whom she did all whole her hearte give. The perfect wifehood of Artemisy honoured is throughout all Barbary. O tutor queen, thy wifely chastity to all her wives may a mirror be. Thus plained Dorigen a day or tway, proposing never that she would a day. But natheless upon the thirde night home came Arviragus, the worthy knight, and asked her why that she wept so sore. And she gan weepen ever longer more. Alas, quoth she, that ever I was born. Thus have I said, quoth she, thus have I sworn. And told him all, as ye have heard before. It needeth not rehearse it you no more. This husband with glad cheer in friendly wise answered and said, as I shall you devise. Is there aught else, Dorigen, but this? Nay, nay, quoth she, God help me so as wis. This is too much, and it were Godde's will. Yea, wife, quoth he, let sleepe what is still. It may well parventure yet today ye shall your trothe holde by my fay. For God so wisly have mercy on me. I had well lever sticked for to be, for very love which I to ye have. But if ye should your troth keep and save, truth is the highest thing that man may keep. But with that word he burst anon to weep, and said, I you forbid, on pain of death, that never, while you lasteth life or breath, to no wight tell ye this misadventure. And I ye best, I will my woe endure. Nor make no countenance of heaviness, that folk of you may deem harm or guess. And forth he called a squire and a maid. Go forth anon with Dorigen, he said, and bring her to such a place anon. They take their leave, and on their way they gone, but they not wiste why she thither went. He would no wish to tell her his intent. This squire, which that hight Aurelius on Dorigen that was so amorous, of a venture happened her to meet amid the town, right in the quickest street, as she was bound to go the way forthright toward the garden, there as she had hight. And he was to the garden ward also, for well he spied when she would go out of her house to any manner place. But thus they met, of aventure or grace, and he saluted her with glad intent, and asked of her wherewithal she went. And she answered, half as were she mad, unto the garden as my husband bade, for troth for to hold, alas, alas. Aurelius gan to wonder on this case, and in his heart had great compassion of her, and of her lamentation, and of Arviragus the worthy knight, that bade her hold that she had had a height. So loath him was his wife should break her truth, and in his heart he caught of it great ruth, considering the best on every side, that from his lust yet were him liever abide. Then do so high a churlish wretchedness against franchise and alle gentleness. For which in fewer words he said thus, Madam, say to your lord Arviragus, that since I see the greater gentleness of him, and eke I see well your distress, that him will ever have shame, and that were ruth, that ye to make me should break thus your truth. I had well lever I to suffer woe, than to depart the love betwixt you two. I you release, madam, into your hond, quit every surement and every bond that ye have made to me as here beforn, since thilke time that ye were born. Have here my truth, I shall you ne'er reprieve of no behest, and here I take my leave as of the truest and the beste life that ever yet I knew in all my life. But every wife beware of her bewest. On Dorigen remember at the least, thus can a squire do a gentle deed as well as can a knight without a dread. She thanked him upon her knees bare, and home unto her husband is she fare, and told him all as ye have heard said, and truste me, he was so well apaid, that it were impossible me to write. Why should I longer of this case indite? Arviragus and Dorigen his wife in sovereign bliss leade forth their life, ne'er after was there anger them between. He cherished her as though she were a queen. and she was to him true for evermore. Of these two folk ye get of me no more. Aurelius, that as his cost had all forlorn, cursed the time that ever he was born. Alas, quoth he, alas that I be hight of pured gold 1,000 pound of white to this philosopher. How shall I do? I see no more, but I am fordue. Mine heritage must I needes sell, and be a beggar. Here I will not dwell, and shamen all my kindred in this place, but I of him may get a better grace. But natheless I will of him assay, and certain days year by year to pay, and thank him of his greater courtesy. My troth will I keep, I will not he. With hearte sore he went unto his coffer, and brought a gold unto this philosopher, the value of 500 pound, I guess, and him beseeched of his gentleness to grant him days of the remenant, and said, Master, I dare well make avaunt, I failed never of my truth as yet, for sickerly my debt shall be quit towards ye, howso that ere I fare, to go a begging in my kirtle bear. But would ye vouchsafe upon surety 2 year or 3 for to respite me, then were I well, for else I must sell mine heritage, there is no more to tell. This philosopher soberly answered, and said thus, when he these wordes heard, Have I not holden covenant to thee? Yes, certes, well and truly, quoth he. Hast thou not had thy lady as thee liked? No, no, quoth he, and sorrowfully siked. What was the cause? Tell me if you can. Aurelius his tale anon began, and told him all as ye have heard before. It needeth not to you rehearse it more. He said, Arviragus of gentleness had lever die in sorrow and distress, than that his wife were of her troth false. The sorrow of Dorigen he told him else, how loth her was to be a wicked wife, and that she had lever had lost that day her life, and that her troth she swore through innocence, she ne'er erst had speaked of apparence. That made her have of her so great pity, and right as freely as her sent her to me, and freely sent I her to him again. That is all sum and sum, there is no more to sayn. The philosopher answered, Leave, brother, ever each of you did gently to the other. Thou art a squire, and he is a knight, but God forbid, for all his blissful might. But if a clerk could do a gentle deed as well as any of you, it is no dread. Sir, I release thee thy 1,000 pound, as thou right now were crept out of the ground, for never ere thou hadst knowen me. For, sir, I will not take a penny of thee, for all my craft nor naught of my travail. Thou hast y paid well for my vitale. It is enough, and farewell, have good day. And took his horse, and forth he went his way. Lordings, this question would I ask enow, which has the most free as thinketh you. Now tell me, ere that ye farther wend. I can no more. My tale is at an end. End of the Franklin's Tale. Read in Nottingham, England, on the 16th of July 2006. www.alexfoster.me.uk.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox in the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, May 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey CHAUCER. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Doctor's Tale. The Prologue. Yea, let that passe, quoth our host, as now. Sir Doctor of Physic, I pray you, tell us a tale of some honest mattere. It shall be done, if that ye will it hear, said this doctor, and his tale gan anon. Now, good men, quoth he, hearken every one. The Tale. There was, as telleth Titus Livius, a knight that called was Virginius, fulfilled of honor and worthiness, and strong of friendes and of great richess. This knight one daughter hadde by his wife, no children had he more in all his life. Fair was this maid in excellent beauty, aboven every wight that man may see. For nature had with sovereign diligence y formed her in so great excellence, as though she woulde say, Lo, I, nature, thus can I form and paint a creature. When that me list, who can me counterfeit? Pygmalion, not though he I forge and beat, or grave or painte, for I dare well sayn, Apelles, Zeuxis, shoulde work in vain, either to grave, or paint, or forge, or beat, if they presumed me to counterfeit. For he that is the former principal hath made me his vicar general, to form and painten earthly creatures, right as me list, and all thing in my cure is, under the moone that may wane and wax, and for my work right nothing will I ax. My lord and I be full of one accord, I made her to the worship of my lord. So did I all mine other creatures, what colour that they have, or what figures. Thus seemeth me that nature woulde say. This maiden was of age 12 year and 2, in which that nature hadde such delight, for right as she can paint a lily white, and red a rose, right with such painture she painted had this noble creature. Ere she was born, upon her limbes free, whereas by right such colours shoulde be. And Phoebus dyed had her tresses great, like to the streames of his burned heat. And if that excellent was her beauty, 1,000-fold more virtuous was she. In her there lacked no condition, that is to praise as by discretion. As well in ghost as body chaste was she, for which she flowered in virginity, with all humility and abstinence, with all a temperance and patience, with measure eke of bearing and array. Discreet was she in answering alway, though she were wise as Pallas, dare I sayn, her facond eke full womanly and plain. No counterfeited termes hadde she, to seeme wise, but after her degree she spake, and all her wordes more and less, sounding in virtue and in gentleness. Shamefast she was in maiden's shamefastness, constant in heart and ever in business, to drive her out of idle sluggardy. Bacchus had of her mouth right no mastery, for wine and slothe do Venus increase, as men in fire will cast in oil and grease. And of her owen virtue unconstrained, she had herself full often sick y feigned, for that she woulde flee the company, where likely was to treaten of folly, as is at feasts, at revels, and at dances, that be occasions of dalliances. Such thinges make children for to be too soone ripe and bold, as men may see, which is full perilous, and hath been yore, for all too soon may she learn a lore of boldeness, when that she is a wife. And ye mistresses in your olde life, that lordes daughters have in governance, take not of my wordes displeasance. Think that ye be set in governings of lordes daughters only for 2 things, either for ye have kept your honesty, or else for ye have fallen in frailty, and knowe well enough the olde dance, and have forsaken fully such mischance for evermore. Therefore for Christe's sake, to teach them virtue, look that ye not slake. A thief of venison that hath forlaft his likeressness and all his olde craft, can keep a forest best of any man. Now keep them well, for if ye will, ye can. Look well that ye unto no vice assent, lest ye be damned for your wick intent. For whoso doth a traitor is certain, and take a keep of that I shall you sayn. Of alle treasons sovereign pestilence is when a wight betrayeth innocence. Ye fathers and ye mothers eke also, though have ye children, be it one or mo', Yours is the charge of all their surveillance, while that they be under your governance. Beware that by example of your living, or by your negligence in chastising, that they not perish, for I dare well say, if that they do, ye shall it dear abay. Under a shepherd soft and negligent, the wolf hath many a sheep and lamb to rent. Suffice this example now as here, for I must turn again to my mattere. This maid, of which I tell my tale express, she kept herself, she needed no mistress. For in her living maidens mighte read, as in a book, every good word and deed that longeth to a maiden virtuous. She was so prudent and so bounteous, for which the fame outsprang on every side, both of her beauty and her bounte wide, that through the land they praised her each one, that loved virtue, save envy alone, that sorry is of other manne's weal, and glad is of his sorrow and unheal. The doctor maketh this description. This maiden on a day went in the town, toward a temple with her mother dear, as is of younge maidens the maniere. Now there was then a justice in that town, that governor was of that region. And so befell, this judge his eyen cast upon this maid, avising her full fast, as she came forth by where this judge stood. Anon his hearte changed and his mood. So was he caught with beauty of this maid, and to himself full privily he said, this maiden shall be mine for any man. Anon the fiend into his hearte ran, and taught him suddenly that he by sleight this maiden to his purpose winne might. For certes by no force nor by no meed him thought he was not able for to speed. For she was strong of friendes, and eke she confirmed was in such sovran bounty, that well he wist he might her never win, as for to make her with her body sin. For which with great deliberation he sent after a clerk was in the town, the which he knew for subtle and for bold. This judge unto this clerk his tale told, in secret wise, and made him to assure he shoulde tell it to no creature, and if he did, he shoulde lose his head. And when assented was this cursed read, glad was the judge, and made him greate cheer, and gave him giftes precious and dear. When shapen was all their conspiracy, from point to point how that his lechery performed shoulde be full subtilly, as ye shall hear it after openly, home went this clerk that highte Claudius. This false judge that highte Appius, so was his name, for it is no fable, but knowen for a storial thing notable. The sentence of it sooth is out of doubt. This false judge went now fast about, to hasten his delight all that he may. And so befell, soon after on a day, this false judge, as telleth us the story, as he was wont, sat in his consistory, and gave his doomes upon sundry case. This false clerk came forth a full great pace, and saide, Lord, if that it be your will, as do me right upon this piteous bill, in which I plain upon Virginius, and if that he will say it is not thus, I will it prove and find a good witness. That sooth is what my bille will express. The judge answered, of this in his absence I may not give definitive sentence. Let do him call, and I will gladly hear. Thou shalt have all aright, and no wrong here. Virginius came to weet the judge's will, and right anon was read this cursed bill. The sentence of it was, as ye shall hear. To you, my lord, Sir Appius, so clear, sheweth your poore servant Claudius, how that a knight called Virginius, against the law, against all equity, holdeth express against the will of me, my servant, which that is my thrall by right, which from my house was stolen on a night, while that she was full young. I will it preve by witness, lord, so that it you not grieve. She is his daughter not, whatso he say. Therefore to you, my lord the judge, I pray, yield me my thrall, if that it be your will. Lo, this was all the sentence of the bill. Virginius gan upon the clerk behold, but hastily, ere he his tale told, and would have proved it as should a knight, and eke by witnessing of many a wight, that all was false that said his adversary, this cursed judge would no longer tarry, nor hear a word more of Virginius, but gave his judgment, and said thus: I deem anon this clerk his servant have, thou shalt no longer in thy house her save. Go, bring her forth, and put her in our ward. The clerk shall have his thrall, thus I award. And when this worthy knight, Virginius, through sentence of this Justice Appius, muste by force his deare daughter give unto the judge in lechery to live, he went him home, and sat him in his hall, and let anon his deare daughter call. And with a face as dead as ashes cold, upon her humble face he gan behold. With father's pity sticking through his heart, all would he from his purpose not convert. Daughter, quoth he, Virginia by name, there be two wayes, either death or shame, that thou must suffer. Alas that I was bore, for never thou deservedest wherefore to dien with a sword or with a knife. O deare daughter, ender of my life, whom I have fostered up with such pleasance, that thou were ne'er out of my remembrance. O daughter, which that art my laste woe, and in this life my laste joy also. O gem of chastity, in patience, take thou thy death, for this is my sentence. For love and not for hate thou must be dead. My piteous hand must smiten off thine head. Alas that ever Appius thee say, thus hath he falsely judged thee to-day. And told her all the case, as ye before have heard, it needeth not to tell it more. O mercy, deare father, quoth the maid, and with that word she both her armes laid about his neck, as she was wont to do. The teares burst out of her eyen too, and said, O goode father, shall I die? Is there no grace? Is there no remedy? No, certes, deare daughter mine, quoth he. Then give me leisure, father mine, quoth she, my death for to complain a little space. For pardie Jephthah gave his daughter grace for to complain ere he her slew, alas. And God it wot, nothing was her trespass, but for she ran her father first to see, to welcome him with great solemnity. And with that word she fell a swoon anon, and after, when her swooning was y gone, she rose up, and unto her father said, Blessed be God that I shall die a maid. Give me my death, ere that I have a shame. Do with your child your will, in Godde's name. And with that word she prayed him full oft, that with his sword he woulde smite her soft. And with that word a swoon again she fell. Her father with full sorrowful heart and fell, her head off smote, and by the top it hent, and to the judge he went it to present, as he sat yet in doom in consistory. And when the judge it saw, as saith the story, he bade to take him and to hang him fast, but right anon 1,000 people in thrast, to save the knight, for ruth and for pity, for knowen was the false iniquity. The people anon had suspect in this thing, by manner of the clerkes challenging, that it was by the scent of Appius. They wiste well that he was lecherous. For which unto this Appius they gone, and cast him in a prison right anon, whereas he slew himself, and Claudius, that servant was unto this Appius, was doomed for to hang upon a tree, but that Virginius of his pity so prayed for him that he was exiled, and elles certes had he been beguiled. The remanent were hanged more and less, that were consenting to this cursedness. Here man may see how sin hath his merite. Beware, for no man knows how God will smite. In no degree, nor in which manner wise, the worm of conscience may agrise of wicked life, though it so privy be, that no man knows thereof save God and he. For be he lewed man, or elles leard, he knows not how soon he shall be afeard. Therefore I rede you this counsel take, forsake a sin, ere sinne you forsake. End of the Doctor's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by David Barnes. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey CHAUCER. Edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalogue page of The Canterbury Tales. The Pardoner's Tale. The Prologue. Our host gan to swear as he were wood. Harrow, quoth he, by nails and by blood this was a cursed thief, a false justice. A shameful death as heart can devise come to these judges and their advocars. Algate this seely maid is slain, alas, alas, too dear bought she her beauty. Wherefore I say, that all day man may see that gifts of fortune and of nature be cause of death to many a creature. Her beauty was her death, I dare well sayn. Alas, so piteously as she was slain. Of both gifts that I speak of now, men have full often more harm than prow. But truly, mine own master dear, this was a piteous tale for to hear. But natheless pass over, 'tis no force. I pray to God to save thy gentle course, and eke thine urinals and thy Jordans, thine Hippocras, and eke thy Gallians, and every boist full of thy lectury. God bless them, and Our Lady Saint Mary. So may I there thou art a proper man, and like a prelate by St. Ronian. Said I not well? Can I not speak in term? But well I wot thou dost mine heart to that I have almost caught a cardiacal, by Corpus Domini, but I have triacal, or else a draught of moist and corny ale, or but I hear anon a merry tale. Mine heart is brost for pity of this maid. Thou, Bel-Ami, thou pardoner, he said, tell us some mirth of japes right anon. It shall be done, quoth he, by Saint Ronion. But first, quoth he, here at this ale stake, I will both drink and biten on a cake. But right anon the gentles gan to cry, Nay, let him tell us of no ribald dry. Tell us some moral thing, that we may lear some wit, and then will we gladly hear. I grant y wis, quoth he, but I must think upon some honest thing while that I drink. The Tale. Lordings, quoth he, in church when I preach, I pain me to have an hautaine speech, and ring it out as loud as doth a bell, for I know all by rote that I tell. My theme is always one, and ever was, radix malorum est cupiditas. First I pronounce whence that I come, and then my bulls show I all and some. Our liege lord's seal on my patent, that show I first, my body to warrant. That no man so hardy, priest nor clerk, me to disturb of Christ's holy work. And after that then tell I forth my tales, bulls of popes and of cardinals, of patriarchs and of bishops I shew, and in Latin I speak a word as few, to savour with my predication, and for to stir men to devotion, Then show I forth my long crystal stones, y-crammed full of clouts and of bones. Relics they be, as ween they each one. Then have I in latoon a shoulder bone, which that was of a holy Jew's sheep. Good men, say I, take of my wordes keep. If that this bone be washed in any well, if cow or calf or sheep or ox swell, that any worm hath eat or worm is stung, take water of that well and wash his tongue, and it is whole anon. And farthermore of pox and of scab and every sore shall every sheep be whole, that of this well drinketh a draught. Take keep of that I tell. If that the goodman that the beasts oweth will every week, ere that the cock him croweth, fasting y drinken of this well a draught, as thilke holy Jew our elders taught, his beasts and his store shall multiply. And, sirs, also it healeth jealousy. For though a man be fallen in jealous rage, let make with this water his pottage, and never shall he more his wife mistrist, though he the sooth of her default wist. All had she taken priests 2 or 3. Here is a mittain eke that we may see. He that his hand will put in this mittain, he shall have multiplying of his grain, when he hath sown, be it wheat or oats, so that he offer pence or else groats. And men and women, one thing warn I you, if any wight be in this church now, that hath done sin horrible, so that he dare not for shame of it shriven be, or any woman, be she young or old, that hath y-made her husband cuckold, such folk shall have no power nor no grace to offer to my relics in this place. And whoso findeth him out of such blame, he will come up and offer in God's name, and I assoil him by the authority which that by bull y granted was to me. By this gord have I won year by year 100 marks since I was pardoneer. I stand like a clerk in my pulpit, and when the lewed people down is set, I preach so as ye have heard before, and tell them 100 japes more. Then pain I me to stretch forth my neck, and east and west upon the people I beck, as doth a dove sitting on a burn. My hands and my tongue go so yearn, that it is joy to see my business. Of avarice and of such cursedness is all my preaching, for to make them free to give their pence, and namely unto me. For mine intent is not but for to win, and nothing for correction of sin. I reck never, when that they be buried, though that their souls go a blackberried. For certes many a predication cometh oft time of evil intention, some for pleasance of folk and flattery, to be advanced by hypocrisy, and some for vainglory, and some for hate. For when I dare not otherwise debate, then will I sting him with my tongue smart in preaching, so that he shall not astart to be defamed falsely, if that he hath trespassed to my brethren or to me. For though I tell not his proper name, men shall well know that it is the same by signs and by other circumstances. Thus quite I folk that do us displeasances. Thus spit I out my venom, under hue of holiness, to seem holy and true. But shortly mine intent I will devise, I preach of nothing but of covetise. Therefore my theme is set, and ever was, radix malorum est cupiditas. Thus can I preach against the same vice which that I use, and that is avarice. But though myself be guilty in that sin, yet can I maken other folk to twin from avarice, and sore them repent. But that is not my principal intent. I preach nothing but for covetise. Of this matter it ought enough suffice. Then tell I them examples many a one of old stories long time gone, for lewd people love tales old, such things can they well report and hold. What, trow ye, that whiles I may preach and win gold and silver for I teach, that I will live in povert' wilfully? Nay, nay, I thought it never truly. For I will preach and beg in sundry lands. I will not do no labour with mine hands, nor make baskets for to live thereby, because I will not beggen idle lie. I will none of the apostles counterfeit. I will have money, wool, and cheese, and wheat, all were it given of the poorest page, or of the poorest widow in a village. All should her children sterve for famine. Nay, I will drink the liquor of the vine, and have a jolly wench in every town. But hearken, lordlings, in conclusion, your liking is, that I shall tell a tale, now I have drunk a draught of corny ale. By God, I hope I shall you tell a thing that shall by reason be to your liking. For though myself be a full vicious man, a moral tale yet I you tell can, which I am wont to preach for to win. Now hold your peace, my tale I will begin. In Flanders whilom was a company of young folks that haunted folly, as riot, hazard, stews, and taverns, whereas with lutes, harps, and gitterns they dance and play at dice both day and night, and eat also, and drink over their might, through which they do the devil's sacrifice within the devil's temple in cursed wise, by superfluity abominable. Their oaths be so great and so damnable, that it is grisly for to hear them swear. Our blissful Lord's body they to tear. Them thought the Jews rent him not enough, and each of them at others' sin laugh. And right anon in come tombsteries, fetis and small and young fruitesteries, singers with harps, bawds, waferers, which be the very devil's officers, to kindle and blow the fire of lechery that is annexed unto gluttony. The Holy Writ take I to my witness, that luxury is in wine and drunkenness. Lo, how that drunken Lot unkindly lay by his daughters too unwittingly. So drunk he was, he knew not what he wrought. Herodes, who so well the stories sought, when he of wine replete was at his feast, right at his own table gave his hest to slay the Baptist John full guiltless. Seneca saith a good word, doubtless. He saith he can no difference find betwixt a man that is out of his mind and a man which that is drunkaloo, but that woodness, if fallen in a shrew, persevereth longer than drunkenness. O gluttony, full of all cursedness, O cause first of our confusion, original of our damnation, till Christ had bought us with his blood again. Look, how dear, shortly for to sayn, abought was first this cursed villainy, corrupt was all this world for gluttony. Adam our father and his wife also, from paradise to labour and to woe, were driven for that vice. It is no dread. For while that Adam fasted, as I read, he was in paradise, and when that he ate of the fruit defended of the tree, anon he was cast out to woe and pain. O gluttony, well ought us on thee plain. O wist a man how many maladies follow of excess and of gluttonies, he would be the more measurable on his diet, sitting at his table. Alas, the short throat, the tender mouth maketh that east and west and north and south, in earth, in air, in water men do swink, to get a glutton dainty meat and drink. Of this matter, O Paul, well canst thou treat. Meat unto womb, and womb eke unto meat, shall God destroy both, as Paulus saith. Alas, a foul thing is it, by my faith, to say this word, and fouler is the deed, when man so drinketh of the white and red, that of his throat he maketh his privy, through thilke cursed superfluity, the apostle saith, weeping full piteously. There walk many, of which you told have I say it now weeping with piteous voice, that they be enemies of Christ's cross, of which the end is death, womb is their God. O womb, O belly, stinking is thy cod, full filled of dung and of corruption, as either end of thee foul is the sound. How great labour and cost is thee to find these cooks, how they stamp and strain and grind, and turn substance into accident, to fulfil all thy likerous talent. Out of the hard bones knock they the marrow, for they cast naught away that may go through the gullet soft and sweet. Of spicery and leaves, of bark and root, shall be his sauce y maked by delight, to make him have a newer appetite. But, certes, he that haunteth such delices is dead while that he liveth in those vices. A lecherous thing is wine, and drunkenness is full of striving and of wretchedness. O drunken man, disfigured is thy face, sour is thy breath, foul art thou to embrace, and through thy drunken nose soundeth the sound, as though thou saddest, aye, Samsoun, Samsoun, and yet, God wot, Samson drank never wine. Thou fallest as it were a sticked swine, thy tongue is lost, and all thine honest cure. For drunkenness is very sepulture of man's wit and his discretion. In whom that drink hath domination, he can no counsel keep, it is no dread. Now keep you from the white and from the red, and namely from the white wine of Lepe, that it is to sell in Fish Street and in cheap. This wine of Spain creepeth subtilly, in other wines growing fast by, of which there riseth such fumosity, that when a man hath drunken draughts 3, he weeneth that he be at home in cheap, he is in Spain, right at the town of Lepe, not at the Rochelle, not at Bordeaux town, and then will he say, Samsoun, Samsoun. But hearken, lordings, one word I you pray, that all the sovereign acts, dare I say, of victories in the Old Testament, through very God that is omnipotent, were done in abstinence and in prayer. Look in the Bible, and there you may it lear. Look, Attila, the great conqueror, died in his sleep, with shame and dishonour, bleeding aye at his nose in drunkenness. A captain should aye live in soberness, and o'er all this advise you right well what was commanded unto Lemuel. Not Samuel, but Lemuel, say I. Read the Bible, and find it expressly, of wine giving to them that have justice, no more of this, for it may well suffice. And, now that I have spoke of gluttony, now will I you defend hazardry. Hazard is very mother of leasings, and of deceit and cursed forswearings, blaspheme of Christ, manslaughter and waste also of chattel and of time, and furthermore it is reprieve and contraire of honour, for to be held a common hazarder. And ever the higher he is of estate, the more he is holden desolate. If that a prince use hazardry in all governance and policy, he is, as by common opinion, he hold the less in reputation. Chilon, that was a wise ambassador, was sent to Corinth for full great honour from Lacedaemon to make alliance, and when he came it happened to him by chance that all the greatest that were of that land, y playing at hazard he them found. For which, as soon as that it might be, he stole him home again to his country, and said there, I will not lose my name, nor will I take on me so great defame, you to ally unto no hazarders. Send some other wise ambassadors, for, by my troth, me were lever die than I should you to hazarders ally. For ye that be so glorious in honours shall not ally you to no hazarders, as by my will, nor as by my treaty. This wise philosopher thus said he. Look eke how to the King Demetrius, the king of Parthes, as the book saith us, sent him a pair of dice of gold in scorn, for he had used hazard there beforn, for which he held his glory and renown at no value or reputation. Lords may find an other manner play, honest enough to drive the day away. Now will I speak of oaths false and great, a word or two, as old books treat. Great swearing is a thing abominable, and false swearing is more reprovable. The high God forbade swearing at all, witness on Matthew, but in special of swearing saith the holy Jeremiah, Thou thalt swear sooth thine oaths and not lie, and swear in doom and eke in righteousness, but idle swearing is accursedness. Behold and see, there in the first table of high God's hest is honourable, how that the second best of him is this, take not my name in idle or amiss. Lo, rather he forbiddeth such swearing than homicide or many a cursed thing. I say that as by order thus it standeth, this knoweth he that his hests understandeth, how that the second hest of God is that. And farthermore, I will tell thee all plat, that vengeance shall not part from this house that of his oaths is outrageous. By God's precious heart, and by his nails, and by the blood of Christ that is in Hales, 7 is my chance, and thine is sink and tray. By God's arms, if thou falsely play, this dagger shall throughout thine heart go. This fruit comes of the bitched bones too, for swearing, ire, falseness, and homicide. Now, for the love of Christ that for us died, leave your oaths both great and smale, but, sirs, now will I ell you forth my tale. These rioters 3 of which I tell, long erst than prime rang of any bell, were set them in a tavern for to drink. And as they sat, they heard a bell clink before a corpse was carried to the grave. That one of them gan call to his knave, Go bet, quoth he, and ask readily what corpse is this that passeth here forth by, and look that thou report his name well. Sir, quoth the boy, it needeth never a deal. It was me told ere ye came here 2 hours. He was, pardie, an old fellow of yours, and suddenly he was slain to-night, for drunk as he sat on his bench upright, there came a privy thief men clepe death, that in this country all the people slayth, and with his spear he smote his heart in two, and went his way without words more. He hath 1,000 slain this pestilence, and, master, ere you come in his presence, methinketh that it were full necessary for to beware of such an adversary, be ready for to meet him evermore. Thus taught me my dame, I say no more. By Saint Mary, said the tavernier, the child saith sooth, for he hath slain this year, hence o'er a mile within a great village, both men and woman, child and hind and page. I trow his habitation be there. To be advised, great wisdom it were, ere that he did a man a dishonour. Yea, God's arms, quoth this rioter, is it such peril with him for to meet? I shall him seek by stile and eke by street. I make a vow by God's dying bones. Hearken, fellows, we 3 be all ones. Let each of us hold up his hand to other, and each of us become the other's brother. And we will slay this false traitor Death. He shall be slain, he that so many slayth, by God's dignity ere it be night. Together have these three their troth plight, to live and die each one of them for other, as though he were his own sworn brother. And up they start all drunken in this rage, and forth they go towards that village of which the taverner had spoken before, and many a grisly oath have they sworn, and Christ's blessed body they to rent. Death shall be dead, if that we may him hent. When they had gone not fully half a mile, right as they would have trodden o'er a stile, an old man and a poor with them met. This old man full meekly them gret, and said thus, "Now, lords, God ye see." The proudest of these rioters three answered again, "What, churl, with sorry grace, why art thou all forwrapped save thy face? Why livest thou so long in so great age?" This old man gan look on his visage, and said thus, "For that I cannot find a man, though that I walked unto Ind, neither in city nor in no village go, that would change his youth for mine age. And therefore must I have mine age still, as long time as it is God's will. And death, alas, he will not have my life. Thus walk I like a restless caitife, and on the ground, which is my mother's gate, I knock with my staff early and late, and say to her, "Leave, mother, let me in. Lo, how I wane flesh and blood and skin. Alas, when shall my bones be at rest? Mother, with you I would change my chest, that in my chamber long time hath be, yea, for an hairy clout to wrap in me. But yet to me she will not do that grace, for which full pale and welked is my face. But, sirs, to you it is no courtesy to speak unto an old man villainy, but he trespass in word or else in deed. In Holy Writ ye may yourselves read, against an old man whore upon his head you should arise. Therefore I you read, ne'er do unto an old man no harm now, no more than you would a man did you in age, if that you may so long abide. And God be with you, whether you go or ride. I must go thither, as I have to go." "Nay, old churl, by God thou shalt not so," said this other hazarder anon. "Thou partest not so lightly, by Saint John. Thou spakest right now of that traitor Death, that in this country all our friends slayeth. Have here my troth, as thou art his espy. Tell where he is, or thou shalt it abye, by God and by holy sacrament. For soothly thou art one of his assent, to slay us young folk, thou false thief." "Now, sirs," quoth he, "if it be you so lief to find death, turn up this crooked way, for in that grove I left him, by my fay, under a tree, and there he will abide. Nor for your boast he will him nothing hide. See that oak? Right there ye shall him find. God save you that bought again mankind, and ye amend." Thus said this old man, and ever each of those rioters ran, till they came to the tree, and there they found of florins fine, of gold y-coined round, well nigh 7 bushels, as them thought. No longer as then after death they sought, but each of them so glad was of the sight, for that the florins were so fair and bright, that down they sat them by the precious board. The youngest of them spoke the first word. "Brethren," quoth he, "take keep what I shall say. My wit is great, though that I board and play. This treasure hath fortune unto us given, in mirth and jollity our life to liven. And lightly as it comes, so will we spend. Hey, God's precious dignity, who wend to-day that we should have so fair a grace? But might this gold he carried from this place home to my house, and else unto yours, for well I wot that all this gold is ours, then were we in high felicity. But truly by day it may not be. Men would say that we were thieves strong, and for our own treasure do us hong. This treasure must carried be by night, as wisely and as slyly as it might. Wherefore I read, that cut among us all we draw, and let us see where the cut will fall. And he that hath the cut, with heart blithe shall run unto town, and that full swathe, and bring us bread and wine full privily. And two of us shall keep subtilly this treasure well. And if he will not tarry, when it is night, we will this treasure carry by one assent, whereas us thinketh best. Then one of them the cut brought in his fist, and bade them draw, and look where it would fall. And it fell on the youngest of them all, and forth towards the town he went anon. And all so soon as that he was y-gone, the one of them spake thus unto the other: Thou knowest well that thou art my sworn brother. Thy profit will I tell thee right anon. Thou knowest well that our fellow is gone, and here is gold, and that full great plenty, that shall departed he among us three. But natheless, if I could shape it so that it departed were among us two, had I not done a friend's turn to thee? The other answered, I not how that may be. He knows well that the gold is with us tway. How shall we do? What shall we to him say? Shall it be counsel? Said the first shrew, and I shall tell to thee in word as few what we shall do, and bring it well about. I grant, quoth the other, out of doubt, that by my truth I will thee not bewray. Now, quoth the first, thou know'st well we be tway, and two of us shall stronger be than one. Look, when that he is set, thou right anon arise, as though thou wouldest with him play, and I shall rive him through the sides tway, while that thou strugglest with him as in game, and with thy dagger look thou do the same. And then shall all this gold departed be, my dear friend, betwixt thee and me. Then may we both our lusts all fulfil, and play at dice right at our own will. And thus accorded, by these shrews tway, to slay the third, as ye have heard me say. The youngest, which that went to the town, full oft in heart he rolled up and down the beauty of these florins new and bright. O Lord, quoth he, if so were that I might have all this treasure to myself alone, there is no man that lives under the throne of God that should have so merry as I. And at the last the fiend, our enemy, put in his thought that he should poison by, with which he might slay his fellows twy. For why the fiend found him in such living, that he had leave to sorrow him to bring. For this was utterly his full intent, to slay them both, and never to repent. And forth he went, no longer would he tarry, into the town to an apothecary, and prayed him that he him would sell some poison that he might his rats quell. And eke there was a polecat in his haw, that as he said his epons had his slaw. And fain he would him wreak, if that he might, of vermin that destroyed him by night. The apothecary answered, thou shalt have a thing as wisly God my soul save. In all this world there is no creature that eat or drink hath of this confecture, not but the mountains of a corn of wheat, that he shall not his life anon forleet. Yea, sterve he shall, and that in less while than thou wilt go apace nought but a mile. This poison is so strong and violent. This cursed man hath in his hand hent this poison in a box, and swift he ran into the next street unto a man, and borrowed of him large bottles three. And in the two the poison poured he, the third he kept clean for his own drink. For all the night he shope him for to swink in carrying off the gold out of that place. And when this rioter with sorry grace had filled with wine his great bottles three, to his fellows again repaired he. What needeth it thereof to sermon more? For right as they had cast his death before, right so they have him slain, and that anon. And when that this was done, thus spake the one, Now let us sit and drink and make us merry, and afterward we will his body bury. And with that word it happened him parcas to take the bottle where the poison was, and drank, and gave his fellow drink also, for which anon they sterved both the two. But certes I suppose that Avicen wrote never in no canon nor no fen more wondrous signs of empoisoning than had these wretches two ere their ending. Thus ended be these homicides too, and eke the false empoisoner also. O cursed sin, full of all cursedness! O traitorous homicide! O wickedness! O gluttony, luxury, and hazardry! Thou blasphemer of Christ with villainy, and oaths great of usage and of pride! Alas, mankind, how may it betide that to thy Creator, which that thee wrought, and with his precious heart-blood thee bought, that art so false and so unkind, alas! Now, good men, God forgive you your trespass, and wear you from the sin of avarice. Mine holy pardon may you all warice, so that you offer nobles or sterlings, or else silver brooches, spoons, or rings. Bow your head under this holy bull. Come up, ye wives, and offer of your will. Your names I enter in my roll anon. Into the bliss of heaven shall ye gon. I you assoil by mine high power, you that will offer as clean and eke as clear as ye were born. Lo, sires, thus I preach, and Jesus, that is your soul's leech, so grant you his pardon to receive. For that is best, I will not deceive. But, sirs, one word forgot I in my tale. I have relics and pardon in my mail, as fair as any man in Engleland, which were me given by the Pope's hand. If any of you will a devotion offer, and have mine absolution, come forth anon, and kneel here adown, and meekly receive my pardon. Or else take pardon as ye wend, all new and fresh at every town's end, so that ye offer always new and new, nobles or pence, which that be good and true. 'Tis an honour to ever each that is here, that ye have a sufficient pardoneer t'assoil you in country as ye ride, for adventures which that may betide, paraventure there may fall one or two down of his horse, and break his neck in two. Look what a surety it is to you all, that I am in your fellowship if all, that my assoil ye both more and lass, when that the soul shall from the body pass. I read that our host shall begin, for he is most enveloped in sin. Come forth, Sir Host, and offer first anon, and thou shalt kiss the relics every one, yea, for a groat, unbuckle anon thy purse. Nay, nay, quoth he, then have I Christ's curse. Let be, quoth he, it shall not be, so thatch thou wouldest make me kiss thine old breech, and swear it were a relic of a saint, though it were with thy fundament depaint. But by the cross which that Saint Helen fand, I would I had thy coilons in my hand, instead of relics or of sanctuary. Let cut them off, and I will thee help them carry. They shall be shrined in a hog's turd. The pardoner answered not one word, so wroth he was, no word would he say. "Now," quoth our host, "I will no longer play with thee, nor with none other angry man." But right anon the worthy knight began, when that he saw that all the people laugh. "No more of this, for it is right enough. Sir Pardoner, be merry and glad of cheer, and ye, sir hosts, that be to me so dear, I pray you that ye kiss the Pardoner, and Pardoner, I pray thee draw thee near. And as we diddle, let us laugh and play." Anon they kissed, and rode forth their way. End of the Pardoner's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gwen in Washington, D.C. on May 28, 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This book is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Shipman's Tale. Our host upon his stirrups stood anon, and said, "Good men, hearken every one. This was a thrifty tale of the nonnes. Sir parish priest," quoth he, "for God's bones, tell us a tale, as was thy forward yore. I see well that ye learned men in lore can much good by God's dignity." The parson him answered, "Bendicity! What ails the man so sinfully to swear?" Our host answered, "O Jenkin, be ye there?" "Now, good men," quoth our host, "hearken to me. I smell a lollard in the wind," quoth he. "Abide, for God's staying passion, for we shall have a predication. This lollard here will preachen us somewhat. Nay, by my father's soul, that shall he not." Said the shipman, "Here shall he not preach. He shall no gospel glose hear nor teach. We all believe in the great God," quoth he. "He would sow some difficulty, or sprinkle cockle in our clean corn. And therefore, host, I warn thee before, my jolly body shall a tale tell, and I shall clink you so merry a bell, that I shall waken all this company. But it shall not be of philosophy, nor of physic, nor terms quaint of law. There is but little Latin in my maw." The Tale. A merchant whilom dwelled at Saint Denis, that rich was, for which men held him wise. A wife he had of excellent beauty, and companionable and revellous was she, which is a thing that causeth more dispense than worth is all the cheer and reverence that men them do at feasts and at dances, such salutations and continences, passen as doth the window on the wall, put woe in him that pay must for all. The selly husband algate he must pay, he must us clothe, and he must us array, all for his owen worship richly, in which array we dance jollily. And if that he may not, peradventure, or else list not such dispense endure, but thinketh it is wasted and a lost, then must another pay for our cost, or lend us gold, and that is perilous. This noble merchant held a noble house, for which he had all day so great repair, for his largesse, and for his wife was fair, that wonder is, but hearken to my tale. Amonges all these guests, great and smale, there was a monk, a fair man and a bold. I trow a 30 winter he was old, that ever in one was drawn to that place. This young monk, that was so fair of face, acquainted was so with this good man, since that their first knowledge began, that in his house as familiar was he, as it is possible any friend to be. And for as muchel as this good man, and eke this monk, of which that I began, were both the two y-born in one village, the monk him claimed as for cousinage. And he again him said not once nay, but was as glad thereof as fowl of day, for to his heart it was a great pleasance. Thus be they knit with etern' alliance. And each of them gan other to assure of brotherhood while that their life may dure. Free was Dan John, and namely of dispense, as in that house, and full of diligence, to do pleasance, and also great custage. He not forgot to give the least page in all that house, but after their degree he gave the lord, and sithen his menie. When that he came some manner honest thing, for which they were as glad of his coming, as fowl is fain when that the sun upriseth. No more of this now, for it sufficeth. But so befell this merchant on a day, shop him to make ready his array, toward the town of Bruges for to fare, to buy there a portion of ware, for which he hath to Paris sent anon a messenger, and prayed hath Dan John that he should come to Saint Denis and play with him and with his wife a day or tway, ere he to Bruges went in alle wise, this noble monk of which I you devise. Head of his abbot, as him list license, because he was a man of high prudence, and eke an officer out for to ride, to see their granges and their barns wide. And unto Saint Denis he came anon, who was so welcome as my lord Dan John, our dear cousin, full of courtesy. With him he brought a jub of Meliboeus, and eke another full of fine vernage, and volatile, as aye was his usage. And thus I let them eat, and drink, and play, this merchant and this monk, a day or tway. The third day the merchant up ariseth, and on his knees sadly him adviseth. To up into his contour house went he, to reckon with himself, as well may be, of thilke year, and that it with him stood, and how that he dispended bad his good, and if that he increased were or non, his books and his bags, many a one, he laid before him on his counting board. Full rich was his treasure and his hoard, for which full fast his contour door he shet, and eke he would that no man should him let of his accounts for the meantime, and thus he sat till it was past prime. Dan John was risen in the morn also, and in the garden walked to and fro. He had his things set full courteously. The good wife came walking full privily into the garden, where he walked soft, and him saluted, as she had done oft. A maiden child came in her company, which as her list she might govern and gie, for yet under the yard was the maid. "O dear cousin mine, Dan John," she said, "what aileth you so wrath for to arise?" "Niece," quoth he, "it ought enough suffice 5 hours for to sleep upon a night, but it were for an old appalled wight, as be these wedded men that lie and dare, as in a form sits a weary hare, all forstraught with hounds great and small. But, dear niece, why be you so pale? I trow certes that our good man hath you so laboured since this night began, that you were need to rest hastily." And with that word he laughed full merrily, and of his owen thought he waxed all red. This fairen wife gan for to shake her head, and said thus: "Yea, God wot all," quoth she. "Nay, cousin mine, it stands not so with me, for by that God that gave me soul and life, in all the realm of France there is no wife that lessen lust hath to that sorry play. For I may sing alas and well away, that I was born but to no wight," quoth she. "Dare I not tell how that it stands with me? Wherefore I think out of this land to wend, or else of myself to make an end, so full am I of dread and eke of care." This monk began upon this wife to stare, and said, "Alas, my niece, God forbid that ye for any sorrow or any dread fordo yourself, but tell me your grief. Paraventure I may, in your mischief, counsel or help, and therefore tell me all your annoy, for it shall be secre. For on my portos here I make an oath, that never in my life, for lief nor loath, nay, shall I of no counsel you bewray. The same again to you, quoth she, I say, by God, and by this portos I you swear, through men me woulden all in pieces tear. Nay, shall I never, for to go to hell, bewray one word of things that ye me tell, for no cousinage nor alliance, but verily for love and affiance. Thus be they sworn, and thereupon they kissed, and each of them told other what them list. Cousin, quoth she, if that I had space, as I have none, and namely in this place, then would I tell a legend of my life, what I have suffered since I was a wife. With mine husband all be he your cousin. Nay, quoth the monk, by God and Saint Martin, he is no more cousin unto me than is this leaf that hangeth on the tree. I call him so by Saint Denis of France, to have the more cause of acquaintance of you, which I have loved specifically, aboven all women sickerly. This swear I you on my profession. Tell me your grief, lest that he come adown, and hasten you to go away anon. My dear love, quoth she, O my Dan John, full lief were me this counsel for to hide, but out it must, I may no more abide. My husband is to me the worst man that ever was since that the world began. But here I am a wife, it sits not me to tell no whit of our privity, neither in bed nor in none other place. God shield I should tell it for his grace. A wife shall not say of her husband, but all honor as I can understand, save unto you thus much I tell shall, as help me God, he is not worth at all, in no degree, the value of a fly, but yet me grieveth most his niggardly. And well ye wot that women naturally desire things six as well as I. They would that their husbands should be hardy and wise and rich, and therefore free, and buxom to his wife, and fresh in bed. But by that ilk Lord that for us bled, for his honor myself for to array, on Sunday next I must needs pay 100 francs, or else I am lorn. Yet were me lever that I were unborn, then me were done slander or villainy, if mine husband eke might it espy. I were but lost, and therefore I you pray, lend me the sum, or else must I die. Dan John, I say, lend me these 100 francs. Pardy, I will not fail you my thanks, if that you list to do that I you pray. For at a certain day I will you pay, and do to you what pleasance and service that I may do, right as you list devise. And but I do, God take on me vengeance, as foul as ever had Ganilion of France. The gentle monk answered in this manner, Now truly, mine owen lady dear, I have, quoth he, on you so great ruth, that I you swear and plight you my truth, that when your husband is to Flanders fair, I will deliver you out of this care, for I will bring you 100 francs. And with that word he caught her by the flanks, and her embraced hard, and kissed her oft. Now go your way, quoth he, all still and soft, and let us dine as soon as that ye may, for by my cylinder 'tis prime of day. Go now, and be as true as I shall be. Now elles God forbid, sir, quoth she. And forth she went, as jolly as a pie, and bade the cooks that they should them hie, so that men might dine, and that anon. Up to her husband is this wife gone, and knocked at his contour boldly. "Qui est là?" quoth he. "Peter, it am I," quoth she. "What, sir, how long all will ye fast? How long time will ye reckon and cast your sums, and your books, and your things? The devil have part of all such reckonings. Ye have enough, party of God's sonde. Come down to earth, and let your bag stond. Nay, be ye not ashamed that Dan John shall fasting all this day ylang gone. What, let us hear a mass, and go we dine." "Wife," quoth this man, "little canst thou divine the curious business that we have, four of us chapmen, all so God me save, and by that Lord that clapped is Saint Ive, scarcely amongs 20, 10 shall thrive, continually lasting unto our age. We may well make cheer and good visage, and drive forth the word as it may be, and keepen our estate in privity, till we be dead, or else that we play a pilgrimage, or go out of the way. And therefore have I great necessity upon this quaint world to advise me. For evermore must we stand in dread of hap and fortune in our chapman head. To Flanders will I go to morrow at day, and come again as soon as e'er I may. For which, my dear wife, I thee beseek, and to every wight buxom and meek, and for to keep our good be curious, and honestly govern well our house. Thou hast enough in every manner wise, that to a thrift household may suffice. Thee lacketh none array, nor no vitale. Of silver in thy purse thou shalt not fail." And with that word his contour door he shet, and down he went, no longer would he let. And hastily a mass was there said, and speedily the tables were laid, and to the dinner fast they them sped, and richly this monk the chapman fed. And after dinner Dan John soberly this chapman took apart, and privily he said him thus: "Cousin, it standeth so, that well I see to Bruges ye will go. God and Saint Austin speed you and guide. I pray ye, cousin, wisely that ye ride. Govern ye also of your diet, attemperly, and namely in this heat. Betwixt us two needeth no strange fare. Farewell, cousin, God shield you from care. If anything there be, by day or night, if it lie in my power and my might, that ye me will command in any wise, it shall be done, right as ye will devise. But one thing ere ye go, if it may be, I would pray you for to lend to me 100 francs for a week or twy, for certain beasts that I must buy, to store with a place that is ours. God help me so, I would that it were yours. I shall not fail surely of my day, not for 1,000 francs a mile way. But let this thing be secret, I you pray, for yet to-night these beasts must I buy. And fare now well, mine owen cousin dear. Grand mercy of your cost and of your cheer." This noble merchant gently anon answered and said, "O cousin mine, Dan John, now sickerly this is a small request. My gold is yours, when that it you lest, and not only my gold, but my chaffare. Take what you list, God shield that ye spare. But one thing is, we know it well enow, of chapmen, that their money is their plough. We may creance, well we have a name, but goldless for to be, it is no game. Pay it again when it lies in your ease. After my might full fain would I you please. These 100 francs set he forth anon, and privily he took them to Dan John. No wight in all this world wist of this loan, saving the merchant and Dan John alone. They drink and speak and roam a while and play, till that Dan John rode unto his abbey. The morrow came, and forth this merchant rideth to Flanders ward, his prentice well him guideth, till he came unto Bruges merrily. Now went this merchant fast and busily about his need, and bide and creanced. He neither played at the dice nor danced, but as a merchant shortly for to tell, he led his life, and there I let him dwell. The Sunday next the merchant was y gone, to Saint Denis y comen is Dan John, with crown and beard all fresh and newly shave. In all the house was not so little a knave, nor no wight else that was not full fain, for that my lord Dan John was come again. And short to the point right for to gone, the fair wife accorded with Dan John, that for these 100 francs he should all night have her in his arms bolt upright. And this accord performed was indeed. In mirth all night a busy life they lead, till it was day that Dan John went his way, and bade the miney farewell, have good day. For none of them, nor no wight in the town, had of Dan John right no suspicion. And forth he rode home to his abbey, or where him list, no more of him I say. The merchant, when that ended was the fair, to Saint Denis he gan for to repair, and with his wife he made feast and cheer, and told her that chauffeur was so dear, that needs must he make a chevisance, for he was bound in a recognizance to pay 20,000 shields anon, of which this merchant is to Paris gone, to borrow of certain friends that he had a certain francs, and some with him he lad. And when that he was come into the town, for great chert and great affection unto Dan John, he went first to play, not for to borrow of him no money, but for to weet and see of his welfare, and for to tell him of his chauffeur, as friends do when they meet in fear. Dan John him made feast and merry cheer, and he him told again full specially, how he had well y bought and graciously, thanked be God, all whole his merchandise, save that he must, in all manner wise, maken a chevisance, as for his best, and then he should be in joy and rest. Dan John answered, Cert, I am fain that ye in health become born again, and if that I were rich, as have I bliss, of 20,000 shields should ye not miss. For ye so kindly the other day lent me gold, and as I can and may, I thank you by God and by Saint James. But natheless I took unto our dame, your wife at home, the same gold again, upon your bents. She wot it well, certain, by certain tokens, that I can her tell. Now, by your leave, I may no longer dwell. Our abbot will out of this town anon, and in his company I must gon. Greet well our dame, mine owen niece sweet, and farewell, dear cousin, till we meet. This merchant, which that was full ware and wise, creanced hath and paid eke Prioress to certain Lombards ready in their hond the sum of gold, and got of them his bond, and home he went, merry as a popinjay, for well he knew he stood in such array, that needs must he win in that voyage 1,000 francs above all his costage. His wife full ready met him at the gate, as she was wont of old usage algate, and all that night in mirth they beset, for he was rich and clearly out of debt. When it was day, the merchant gan embrace his wife all knew, and kissed her in the face. And up he went, and maked it full tough. "No more," quoth she, "by God, ye have enough." And wantonly again with him she played, till at the last this merchant to her said, "By God," quoth he, "I am a little wroth with you, my wife, although it be me loth. And wot ye why? By God, as that I guess, that ye have made a manner strangeness betwixt me and my cousin Dan John. Ye should have warned me ere I had gone, that he you had 100 francs paid. By ready token he had him evil apaid. For that I to him spake of chevisance, he seemed so as by his countenance. But natheless, by God of heaven King, I thought not to ask of him no thing. I pray thee, wife, do thou no more so. Tell me alway, ere that I from thee go, if any debtor hath in mine absence y paid thee, lest through thy negligence I might him ask a thing that he hath paid." This wife was not afeared nor afraid, but boldly she said, and that anon, "Marry, I defy that false monk Dan John. I keep naught of his tokens, never a deal. He took me certain gold, I wot it well. What evil the dumb on his monk's snout! For, God it wot, I weened without doubt that he had given it me because of you, to do therewith mine honour and my prow, for cousinage, and eke for belle cheer, that he hath had full often here. But since I see I stand in such disjoint, I will answer you shortly to the point. You have more slack debtors than am I, for I will pay you well and readily, from day to day, and if so be I fail, I am your wife, score it upon my tail. And I shall pay as soon as ever I may, for, by my troth, I have on mine array, and not in waste, bestowed it every deal. And for I have bestowed it so well, for your honour, for God's sake I say, as be not wroth, but let us laugh and play. Ye shall my jolly body have to wed. By God, I will not pay you but in bed. Forgive it me, mine owen spouse dear, turn hitherward, and make better cheer." The merchant saw none other remedy, and for to chide it were but a folly, since that the thing might not amended be. "Now, wife," he said, "and I forgive it thee, but by thy life be no more so large. Keep better, my good, this give I thee in charge. Thus endeth now my tale, and God us send tailing enough until our lives end." End of the Shipman's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Fox and the Stars of ShiningHalf.com, April 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of The Canterbury Tales. The Prioress's Tale. The Prologue. "Well said, by Corpus Domini," quoth our host. "Now longe mayst thou sail aby the coast, thou gentle master, gentle marineer. God give the monk 1,000 last quad year. Aha, fellows, beware of such a jape. The monk put in the man's hood an ape, and in his wife is eke by St. Austin. Drawing no monk is more into your inn. But now pass over, and let us seek about. who shall now telle first of all this rout another tale. And with that word he said, as courteously as it had been a maid, My lady Prioresse, by your leave, so that I wist I shoulde you not grieve, I woulde deem that ye telle should a tale next, if so were that ye would. Now will ye vouchesafe, my lady dear? Gladly, quoth she, and said as ye shall hear. The Tale. O Lord, our Lord, thy name how marvellous in this large world y spread, quoth she, for not only thy laude precious performed is by men of high degree, but by the mouth of children thy bounty performed is, for on the breast sucking sometimes showe they thy harrying. Wherefore in laud, as I best can or may, of thee and of the white lily flower, which that thee bare and is a maid alway, to tell a story I will do my labour, not that I may increase her honour, for she herselven is honour and root of bounty next her son and soule's boot. O mother maid, O maid and mother free, O bush unburnt, burning in Moses' sight, that ravishedst down from the deity, through thy humbless, the ghost that in thee light, of whose virtue, when he thine hearte light conceived was, the Father's sapience, help me to tell it to thy reverence. Lady, thy bounty, thy magnificence, thy virtue, and thy great humility, there may no tongue express in no science. For sometimes, lady, ere men pray to thee, thou goest before of thy benignity, and gettest us the light through thy prayer, to guiden us unto thy Son so dear. My conning is so weak, O blissful queen, for to declare thy great worthiness, that I may not the weight of it sustene, but as a child of 12 month old or less, that can unnethes any word express. Right so fare I, and therefore I you pray, guide my song that I shall of you say. There was in Asia, in a great city, amonges Christian folk a Jewery, sustained by a lord of that country, for foul usure and lucre of villainy, hateful to Christ and to his company, and through the street men mighte ride and wend, for it was free and open at each end. A little school of Christian folk there stood, down at the farther end, in which there were children and heapy come of Christian blood, that learned in that schole year by year such manner doctrine as men used there, that is to say, to singen and to read, as smalle children do in their childheed. Among these children was a widow's son, a little clergyman 7 year of age, that day by day to schole was his won, and eke also, whereso he saw th' image of Christe's mother, had he in usage, as him was taught, to kneel adown and say Ave Maria as he went by the way. Thus had this widow her little son y taught, our blissful Lady, Christe's mother dear, to worship aye, and he forgot it not, for silly child will always soon alear. But I, when I remember on this mattere, Saint Nicholas stands ever in my presence, for he so young to Christ did reverence. This little child, his little book learning, as he sat in the school at his primere, he Alma Redemptoris hearde sing, as children learned there antiphonere. And as he durst, he drew him near and near, and hearkened aye the wordes and the note, till he the firste verse knew all by rote. Naught wist he what this Latin was to say, for he so young and tender was of age. But on a day his fellow gan he pray to expound him this song in his language, or tell him why this song was in usage. Thus prayed he him to construe and declare, full oftentime upon his knees bare. His fellow, which that elder was than he, answered him thus: "This song I have heard say was maked of our blissful Lady free, her to salute and eke her to pray, to be our help and succour when we dey. I can no more expound in this mattere. I learn a song, I know but small grammere." "And is this song y made in reverence of Christe's mother?" said this innocent. "Now certes I will do my diligence to con it all ere Christmas be went. Though that I for my primer shall be shent, and shall be beaten thrice in an hour, I will it con Our Lady to honour." His fellow taught him homeward privily, from day to day, till he could it by rote, and then he sang it well and boldely, from word to word, according with the note. Twice in a day it passed through his throat, to schooleward and homeward when he went. On Christ's mother was set all his intent. As I have said, throughout the Jewery, this little child, as he came to and fro, full merrily then would he sing and cry, O Alma Redemptoris evermo'. The sweetness hath his hearte pierced so of Christe's mother, that to her to pray he cannot stint of singing by the way. Our firste foe, the serpent Satanas, that hath in Jewe's heart his waspe's nest, upswelled and said, O Hebrew people, alas! Is this to you a thing that is honest, that such a boy shall walken as him lest, in your despite, and sing of such sentence, which is against your law's reverence? From thenceforth the Jewes have conspired this innocent out of the world to chase. A homicide thereto have they hired, that in an alley had a privy place. And as the child gan forth by for to pace, this cursed Jew him hent, and held him fast, and cut his throat, and in a pit him cast. I say that in a wardrobe he him threw, whereas the Jewes purged their entrail. O cursed folk, O Herodes all new, what may your evil intent you avail? Murder will out, certain it will not fail, and namely where th' honour of God shall spread, the blood outcrieth on your cursed deed. O martyr souded to virginity, now mayst thou sing and follow everin one the white lamb celestial, quoth she, of which the great evangelist Saint John in Patmos wrote, which saith that they that gon before this lamb and sing a song all new, that never fleshly woman they ne knew. This poore widow waited all that night after her little child, but he came not. For which, as soon as it was dayes light, with face apale, in dread and busy thought, she hath at school and elleswhere him sought, till finally she gan so far espy that he was last seen in the Jewery. With mother's pity in her breast enclosed, she went as she were half out of her mind, to every place where she hath supposed by likelihood her little child to find. And ever on Christ's mother meek and kind she cried, and at the laste thus she wrought, among the cursed Jewes she him sought. She freined and she prayed piteously to every Jew that dwelled in that place, to tell her if her childe went thereby. They saide nay, but Jesus of his grace gave in her thought within a little space, that in that place after her son she cried, where he was cast into a pit beside. O greate God, that performest thy laud, by mouth of innocence, lo, here thy might, this gem of chastity, this emerald, and eke of martyrdom the ruby bright, where he with throat y-carven lay upright, he Alma Redemptoris gan to sing, so loud that all the place began to ring. The Christian folk that through the streete went, in came for to wonder on this thing, and hastily they for the provost sent. He came anon without a tarrying, and harried Christ that is of heaven King, and eke his mother, honour of mankind, and after that the Jewes let he bind. With torment and with shameful death each one, the provost did these Jewes for to sterve, that of this murder wist, and that anon. He woulde no such cursedness observe. Evil shall have that evil will deserve. Therefore with horses wild he did them draw, and after that he hung them by the law. The child with piteous lamentation was taken up, singing his song alway, and with honor and with great procession they carry him unto the next abbey. His mother swooning by the bier lay. Unnethes might the people that were there this newe Rachel bringe from his bier. Upon his bier lay this innocent before the altar while the masses last, and after that th' abbot and his convent have sped them for to bury him full fast. And when they holy water on him cast, yet spake this child when sprinkled was the water, and sang O Alma Redemptoris Mater. This abbot, which that was a holy man, as monkes be, or elles ought to be, this younger child to conjure he began, and said, O deare child, I halse thee, in virtue of the Holy Trinity, tell me what is thy cause for to sing, since that thy throat is cut, to my seeming. My throat is cut unto my necke bone, saide this child, and as by way of kind, I should have died, yea, long time agone, but Jesus Christ, as ye in bookes find, will that his glory last and be in mind, and for the worship of his mother dear, yet may I sing O Alma loud and clear. This well of mercy, Christe's mother sweet, I loved alway after my conning, and when that I my life should forlete, to me she came and bade me for to sing this anthem verily in my dying, as ye have heard, and when that I had sung, methought she laid a grain upon my tongue. Wherefore I sing, and sing I must certain, in honor of that blissful maiden free, till from my tongue off taken is the grain, and after that thus saide she to me, My little child, then will I fetche thee, when that the grain is from thy tongue take. Be not aghast, I will thee not forsake. This holy monk, this abbot him mean I, his tongue out caught, and took away the grain. And he gave up the ghost full softely, and when this abbot had this wonder seen, his salte teares trickled down as rain, and groff he fell all flat upon the ground, and still he lay as he had been y-bound. The convent lay eke on the pavement, weeping and harrying Christ's mother dear, and after that they rose, and forth they went, and took away this martyr from his bier, and in a tomb of marble stones clear enclosed they his little body sweet, where he is now, God lean us for to meet. O younge Hugh of Lincoln, slain also, with cursed Jews, as it is notable, for it is but a little while ago, pray eke for us, we sinful folk unstable, that of his mercy God so merciable, on us his greate mercy multiply, for reverence of his mother Mary. End of the Prioress's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. This is the Tale of Sir Thopas. The prologue. When said was this miracle every man, as sober was that wonder was to see. Till that our host to Japan he began, and then at erst he looked upon me, and saith thus, What man art thou? Thou lookest as thou wouldst find an hare, for ever on the ground I see thee stare. Approach near, and look up merrily. Now ware you, sirs, and let this man have place. He in the waist is shapen as well as I. This were a puppet in an armed embrace. For any woman small and fair of face, he seemeth elvish by his countenance, for unto no wight doth he dalliance. Say now somewhat, since other folk have said. Tell us a tale of mirth, and that anon. Host, quoth I, be not evil apaid, for other tales certes can I none. Else of a rhyme I learned yore agone. Yea, that is good, quoth he. Now shall we hear some dainty thing, methinketh, by thy cheer? The tale, the first fit. Listen, lordings, in good intent, and I will tell you veriment of mirth and of solace. All of a knight was fair and gent, in battle and in tournament. His name was Sir Thopas. He born he was in far country, in Flanders all beyond the sea, at Popering in the place. His father was a man full free, and lord he was of that country, as it was God's grace. Sir Thopas was a doughty swain, white was his face as pandamain, his lips red as rose. His road is like scarlet in grain, and I tell you in good certain, he had a seemly nose. His hair, his beard was like saffroon, that to his girdle reached a doon, his shoes of cordowane. Of Bruges were his hosen brown, his robe was of Sillertown, that cost a many a Jane. He could hunt at the wild deer, and ride on hawking for revere, with grey goshawk on hand. There too he was a good archer, of wrestling was there none his peer, where any ram should stand. Full many a maiden bright in bower, they mourned for him paramour, when there were better sleep. But he was chaste and no lecher, and sweet as is the bramble flower that beareth the red heap. And so it fell upon a day, forsooth as I tell may, Sir Thopas would outride. He worth upon his steed grey, and in his hand a lancegay, a long sword by his side. He pricked through a fair forest, wherein is many a wild beast, yea, both buck and hare. And as he pricked north and east, I tell it you, him had almost betide a sorry care. There sprang herbs, great and small, the licorice and the setterwall, and many a clove gilofre, and nutmeg to put in ale, whether it be moist or stale, or for to lay in coffer. The bird sang, it is no jay, that spare her can the popinjay, that joy it was to hear. The throstle cock made eke his lay, the wood dove upon the spray, she sang full loud and clear. Sir Thopas fell in love longing, all when he heard the throstle sing, and pricked as he were wood. His fair steed in his pricking so sweated that men might him wring, his sides were all blood. Sir Thopas eke so wary was, for pricking on the softer grass, so fierce was his courage, that down he laid him in that place, to make his steed some solace, and give him good forage. Ah, Saint Mary, Benedicti, what aileth thilke love at me, to bind me so sore? Me dreamed all this night, pardie, an elf queen shall my leman be, and sleep under my gore. An elf queen will I love, I wis, for in this world no woman is worthy to be my make in town. All other women I forsake, and to an elf queen I me take, by dale and eke by down. Into his saddle he clomb anon, and pricked over stile and stone, an elf queen for me to spy, till he so long had ridden and gone, that he found in a privy one that country of Faery. So wild, for in that country was there none that to him durst ride or gone, neither wife nor child. Till that there came a great giant, whose name was the Oliphant, a perilous man of deed. He said, Child, by Termagant, but if thou pricket out mine haunt, anon I slay thy steed with mace. Here is the Queen of Faery, with harp and pipe and symphony, dwelling in this place. The child said, Also may I, that tomorrow will I meet thee, when I have mine armour. And yet I hope, par mes fay, that thou shalt with this lancegay, a bayon it full sore, thy maw shall I pierce if I may, ere it be fully prime of day, for here thou shalt be slaw. Sir Thopas drew back full fast, this giant at him stones cast, out of a Falstaff sling, but fair escaped Childe Thopas, and all it was through Godde's grace, and through his fair bearing. Yet listen, lordings, to my tale, merrier than the nightingale, for now I will you round how Sir Thopas with cider smale, pricking over hill and dale, is come again to town. His merry men commanded he to make him both game and glee, for needest must he fight with the giant with heades three, for paramour and jollity of one that shone full bright. Do come, he said, my minstrels, and guitar for to tell a tales, anon in mine arming, of romances that be royals, of popes and of cardinals, and eke of love longing. They fetched him first the sweete wine, and mead eke in a masseline, and royal spicery, of gingerbread that was full fine, and licorice and eke cumine, with sugar that is tree. He did next his white layer, of cloth and of lake fine and clear, a breech and eke a shirt, and next his shirt and hacketon, and over that an habergeon for piercing of his heart, and over that a fine hauberk was all he wrought of Jew's work, full strong it was of plate, and over that his coat armour, as white as is the lily flower, in which he would debate. His shield was all of gold so red, and therein was a boar's head, a carbuncle beside. And there he swore on ale and bread, how that giant should be dead, betide whatso betide. His jambo were of curberly, his sword's sheath of ivory, his helm of latoon bright. His saddle was of rule bone, his bridle as the sun shone, or as the moonlight. His spear was a fine cypress, that bodeth war and nothing peace, the head full sharp y ground. His steed was all a dapple grey, it went an amble in the way, full softly and round in land. Lo, lordes mine, here is a fit, if ye will any more of it, to tell it I will fand. The second fit. Now hold your mouth for charity, both knight and lady free, and hearken to my spell, of battle and of chivalry, of ladies' love and druery, anon I will you tell. Men speak of romances of price, of horn child and of appetice, of Bevis and Sir Guy, of Sir Meliboeus and plain Demour, but Sir Thopas he bears the flower of royal chivalry. His good steed he all bestrode, and forth upon his way he glode, as sparkle out of brand. Upon his crest he bare a tower, and therein stick a lily flower, God shield his course from shand. And for he was a knight and trous, he would sleepen in none house, but liggen in his hood. His brighter helm was his wanger, and by him baited his destre, of herbs fine and good. Himself drank water of the well, as did the knight Sir Percivale, so worthy under weed, till on a day. End of the Tale of Sir Thopas.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. Chaucer's Tale of Meliboeus. The Prologue. No more of this, for God's dignity, quoth our host, for thou makest me so weary of thy very lewdness, that all so wisely, God my soul bless, mine ears ache for thy draughty speech. Now such a rhyme, the devil I beseech, this may well be rhymed doggerel, quoth he. Why so, quoth I? Why wilt thou let me more of my tale than any other man, since that it is the best rhyme that I can? By God, quoth he, for plainly at one word thy draughty rhyming is not worth a turd. Thou dost not else but to spendest time. Sir, at one word thou shalt no longer rhyme. Let's see whether thou canst tell in aught in jest, or tell in prose somewhat at the least, in which there be some mirth or some doctrine. Gladly, quoth I, by God's sweet pine, I will tell you a little thing in prose, that ought to like you, as I suppose, or else that as ye be too dangerous. It is a moral tale virtuous, albeit told sometimes in sundry wise by sundry folk, as I shall you devise. As thus, ye wot that every evangelist that telleth us the pain of Jesus Christ, he saith not all thing as his fellow doth, but none the less their sentence is all soth, and all according as in their sentence, or be there in their telling difference. For some of them say more, and some say less, when they his piteous passion express. I mean of Mark and Matthew, Luke and John, but doubtless their sentence is all one. Therefore, lordings all, I you beseech, if that you think I vary in my speech, as thus, though that I tell some deal more of proverbs than ye have heard before comprehended in this little treatise here, to enforce with the effect of my matter, and though I not the same words say as ye have heard, yet to you all I pray, blame me not, for as in my sentence shall ye nowhere find no difference from the sentence of the treatise light, after the which this merry tale I write, and therefore hearken to what I shall say, and let me tell in all my tale, I pray. The tale. A young man called Meliboeus, mighty and rich, begat upon his wife that was called Prudence a daughter which that was called Sophia. Upon a day befell that he for his disport went into the fields him to play. His wife and eke his daughter hath he left within his house, of which the doors were fast shut. 3 of his old foes have it espied, and set ladders to the wall of his house, and by the windows be entered, and beaten his wife, and wounded his daughter with 5 mortal wounds in 5 sundry places, that is to say, in her feet, in her hands, in her ears, in her nose, and in her mouth, and left her for dead, and went away. When Meliboeus returned was into his house, and saw all this mischief, he, like a man mad, rending his clothes, gan weep and cry. Prudence his wife, as far forth as she durst, besought him of his weeping for to stint, but not forthy he gan to weep and cry ever the more. This noble wife Prudence called upon her the sentence of Ovid in his book that is called The Remedy of Love, wherein he saith, he is a fool that disturbeth the mother to weep in the death of her child, till she have wept her fill, as for a certain time, and then shall a man do his diligence with amiable words her to recomfort, and pray her of her weeping for to stint. For which reason this noble wife Prudence suffered her husband for to weep and cry, as for a certain space, and when she saw her time, she said to him in this wise, Alas, my lord, quoth she, why make ye yourself for to be like a fool? Forsooth it appertaineth not to a wise man to make such a sorrow. Your daughter, with the grace of God, shall wear it and escape. And all were it so that she right now were dead, ye ought not for her death yourself to destroy. Seneca saith, the wise man shall not take too great discomfort for the death of his children, but certes he should suffer it in patience, as well as he abideth the death of his own proper person. Meliboeus answered anon, and said, What man, quoth he, should of his weeping stint, that hath so great a cause to weep? Jesus Christ our Lord himself wept for the death of Lazarus his friend. Prudence answered, Certes, well I wot, a tempered weeping is nothing defended to him that sorrowful is, among folk in sorrow, but it is rather granted him to weep. The Apostle Paul unto the Romans writeth, Man shall rejoice with them that make joy, and weep with such folk as weep. But though temperate weeping be granted, outrageous weeping certes is defended. Measure of weeping should be conserved after the law that teacheth us Seneca. When that thy friend is dead, quoth he, let not thine eyes too moist be of tears, nor too much dry, although the tears come to thine eyes, let them not fall. And when thou hast forgone thy friend, do diligence to get again another friend, and this is more wisdom than to weep for thy friend which thou hast lorn, for therein is no boot. And therefore, if ye govern you by sapience, put away sorrow out of your heart. Remember you that Jesus Sirach said, A man that is joyous and glad in heart, it him conserveth flourishing in his age. But soothly, a sorrowful heart maketh his bones dry. He said eke thus, that sorrow in heart slayeth many a full man. Solomon saith, that right as moths in the sheep's fleece annoy to the clothes, and the small worms to the tree, right so annoyeth sorrow to the heart of man. Wherefore us ought, as well in the death of our children as in the loss of our goods temporal, have patience. Remember you upon the patient Job, when he had lost his children and his temporal substance, and in his body endured and received full many a grievous tribulation, yet said he thus, Our Lord hath given it to me, our Lord hath bereft it me. Right as our Lord would, right so it be done. Blessed be the name of our Lord. To these foresaid things answered Meliboeus unto his wife Prudence. All thy words, quoth he, be true, and thereto also profitable. But truly mine heart is troubled with this sorrow so grievously that I know not what to do. Let call, quoth Prudence, thy true friends all, and thy lineage, which be wise, and tell to them your case, and hearken what they say in counselling, and govern you after their sentence. Solomon saith, work all things by counsel, and thou shalt never repent. Then, by counsel of his wife Prudence, this Meliboeus let call a great congregation of folk, as surgeons, physicians, old folk and young, and some of his old enemies reconciled, as by their semblance, to his love and to his grace. And therewithal there come some of his neighbours, that did him reverence more for dread than for love, as happeneth oft. There came also full many subtle flatterers, and wise advocates learned in the law. And when these folk together assembled were, this Meliboeus in his sorrowful wise showed them his case, and by the manner of his speech it seemed that in heart he bare a cruel ire, ready to do vengeance upon his foes, and suddenly desired that the war should begin, but nevertheless yet asked he their counsel in this manner. A surgeon, by licence and assent of such as were wise, uprose, and to Meliboeus said as ye may hear. Sir, quoth he, as to us surgeons appertaineth, that we do to every wight the best we can, whereas we be withholden, and to our patient that we do no damage. Wherefore it happeneth many a time and oft, that when two men have wounded each other, one same surgeon healeth them both. Wherefore unto our art it is not pertinent to nurse war, nor parties to support. But certes as to the warishing of your daughter, albeit so that perilously she be wounded, we shall do so attentive business from day to night, that with the grace of God she shall be whole and sound as soon as is possible. Almost right in the same wise the physicians answered, save that they said a few words more, that right as maladies be cured by their contraries, right so shall man warish war by peace. His neighbours full of envy, his feigned friends that seemed reconciled, and his flatterers made semblance of weeping, and impaired and aggrieved much of this matter, in praising greatly Meliboeus of might, of power, of riches, and of friends, despising the power of his adversaries, and said utterly that he anon should wreak him on his foes, and begin war. Uprose then an advocate that was wise, by leave and by counsel of other that were wise, and said, Lordings, the need for which we be assembled at this place is a full heavy thing, and a high matter, because of the wrong and the wickedness that hath been done, and eke by reason of the great damages that in time coming be possible to fall for the same cause, and eke by reason of the great riches and power of the parties both, for which reasons it were a full great peril to err in this matter. Wherefore, Meliboeus, this is our sentence. We counsel you above all thing that right anon thou do thy diligence in keeping of thy body, in such a wise that thou want no espy nor watch thy body to save. And after that we counsel that in thine house thou set sufficient garrison, so that they may as well thy body as thy house defend. But certes, to move war or suddenly to do vengeance, we may not deem in so little time that it were profitable. Wherefore we ask leisure and space to have deliberation in this case to deem. For the common proverb saith thus, he that soon deemeth soon shall repent. And eke men say that judge is wise, that soon understandeth the matter, and judgeth by leisure. For albeit so that all tarrying be annoying, algates it is no reproof in giving of judgment, nor in vengeance taking, when it is sufficient and reasonable. And that showed our Lord Jesus Christ by example. For when that the woman that was taken in adultery was brought in his presence to know what should be done with her person, albeit that he wist himself what he would answer, yet would he not answer suddenly, but he would have deliberation, and in the ground he wrote twice. And by these causes we ask deliberation, and we shall then by the grace of God counsel the thing that shall be profitable. Up started then the young folk anon at once, and the most part of that company have scorned these wise old men, and begun to make noise, and said, Right as while that iron is hot men should smite, right so men should wreak their wrongs while that they be fresh and new. And with loud voice they cried, War! Up rose then one of those old wise, and with his hand made countenance that men should hold them still, and give him audience. Lordings, quoth he, there is full many a man that crieth war, that wot full little what war amounteth. War at his beginning hath so great an entering and so large, that every wight may enter him when liketh, and easily find war. Certes, what end shall fall thereof it is not light to know. For soothly, when war is once begun, there is full many a child unborn of his mother that shall starve young by cause of that war, or else live in sorrow and die in wretchedness. And therefore, ere that any war be begun, men must have great counsel and great deliberation. And when this old man weened to enforce his tale by reasons, well nigh all at once began they to rise for to break his tale, and bid him full oft his words abridge. For soothly he that preacheth to them that list not hear his words, his sermon them annoyeth. For Jesus Sirach saith, that music and weeping is a noyous thing. This is to say, as much availeth to speak before folk to whom his speech annoyeth, as to sing before him that weepeth. And when this wise man saw that him wanted audience, all shamefast, he sat him down again. For Solomon saith, Whereas thou mayest have no audience, enforce thee not to speak. I see well, quoth this wise man, that the most common proverb is sooth, that good counsel wanteth when it is most need. Yet had this Meliboeus in his counsel many folk that privily in his ear counselled him certain thing, and counselled him the contrary in general audience. When Meliboeus had heard that the greatest part of his counsel were accorded, that he should make war, anon he consented to their counselling, and fully affirmed their sentence. Dame Prudence, seeing her husband's resolution thus taken, in full humble wise, when she saw her time, begins to counsel him against war, by a warning against haste in requital of either good or evil. Meliboeus tells her that he will not work by her counsel, because he should be held a fool if he rejected for her advice the opinion of so many wise men, because all women are bad, because it would seem that he had given her the mastery over him, and because she could not keep his secret if he resolved to follow her advice. To these reasons Prudence answers that it is no folly to change counsel when things, or men's judgments of them, change, especially to alter a resolution taken on the impulse of a great multitude of folk, where every man crieth and clattereth what him liketh, that if all women had been wicked, Jesus Christ would never have descended to be born of a woman, nor showed himself first to a woman after his resurrection, and that when Solomon said he had found no good woman, he meant that God alone was supremely good, that her husband would not seem to give her the mastery by following her counsel, for he had his own free choice in following or rejecting it, and that he knew well, and had often tested, her great silence, patience, and secrecy. And whereas he had quoted a saying, that in wicked counsel women vanquish men, she reminds him that she would counsel him again doing a wickedness on which he had set his mind, and cites instances to show that many women have been and yet are fully good, and their counsel wholesome and profitable. Lastly, she quotes the words of God himself, when he was about to make woman as an helpmeet for him, and promises that, if her husband will trust her counsel, she will restore to him his daughter whole and sound, and make him have honour in this case. Meliboeus answers that because of his wife's sweet words, and also because he has proved and assayed her great wisdom and her great truth, he will govern him by her counsel in all things. Thus encouraged, Prudence enters on a long discourse, full of learned citations, regarding the manner in which counsellors should be chosen and consulted, and the times and reasons for changing a counsel. First, God must be besought for guidance. Then, a man must well examine his own thoughts of such things as he holds to be best for his own profit, driving out of his heart anger, covetousness, and hastiness, which perturb and pervert the judgment. Then he must keep his counsel secret, unless confiding it to another shall be more profitable, but in so confiding it he shall say nothing to bias the mind of the counsellor toward flattery or subserviency. After that, he should consider his friends and his enemies, choosing of the former such as be most faithful and wise, and eldest and most approved in counselling, and even of these only a few. Then he must eschew the counselling of fools, of flatterers, of his old enemies that be reconciled, of servants who bear him great reverence and fear, of folk that be drunken and can hide no counsel, of such as counsel one thing privily and the contrary openly, and of young folk, for their counselling is not ripe. Then in examining his counsel, he must truly tell his tale. he must consider whether the thing he proposes to do be reasonable, within his power, and acceptable to the more part and the better part of his counsellors. He must look at the things that may follow from his counselling, choosing the best and waiving all besides. He must consider the root whence the matter of his counsel is engendered, what fruits it may bear, and from what causes they be sprung. And having thus examined his counsel and approved it by many wise folk and old, he shall consider if he may perform it, and make of it a good end. If he be in doubt, he shall choose rather to suffer than to begin, but otherwise he shall prosecute his resolution steadfastly, till the enterprise be at an end. As to changing his counsel, a man may do so without reproach, if the cause cease, or when a new case betides, or if he find that by error or otherwise harm or damage may result, or if his counsel be dishonest or come of dishonest cause, or if it be impossible or may not properly be kept. And he must take it for a general rule that every counsel which is affirmed so strongly that it may not be changed for any condition that may betide, that counsel is wicked. Meliboeus, admitting that his wife had spoken well and suitably as to counsellors and counsel in general, prays her to tell him in especial what she thinks of the counsellors whom they have chosen in their present need. Prudence replies that his counsel in this case could not properly be called a counselling, but a movement of folly, and points out that he has erred in sundry wise against the rules which he had just laid down. Granting that he has erred, Meliboeus says that he is all ready to change his counsel right as she will devise. For as the proverb runs, to do sin is human, but to persevere long in sin is the work of the devil. Prudence then minutely recites and analyses and criticizes the counsel given to her husband in the assembly of his friends. She commends the advice of the physicians and the surgeons, and urges that they should be well rewarded for their noble speech and their services in healing Sophia, and she asks Meliboeus how he understands their proposition that one country must be cured by another country. Meliboeus answers that he should do vengeance on his enemies who had done him wrong. Prudence, however, insists that vengeance is not the contrary of vengeance, nor wrong of wrong, but the like, and that wickedness should be healed by goodness, discord by accord, war by peace. She proceeds to deal with the counsel of the lawyers and wise folk that advised Meliboeus to take prudent measures for the security of his body and of his house. First, she would have her husband pray for the protection and aid of Christ, then commit the keeping of his person to his true friends, then suspect and avoid all strange folk, and liars, and such people as she had already warned him against, then beware of presuming on his strength, or the weakness of his adversary, and neglecting to guard his person, for every wise man dreadeth his enemy. Then he should evermore be on the watch against ambush and all espial, even in what seems a place of safety, though he should not be so cowardly as to fear where is no cause for dread, yet he should dread to be poisoned, and therefore shun scorners, and fly their words as venom. As to the fortification of his house, she points out that towers and great edifices are costly and laborious, yet useless, unless defended by true friends that be old and wise, and the greatest and strongest garrison that a rich man may have, as well to keep his person as his goods, is that he may be beloved by his subjects and by his neighbours. Warmly approving the counsel that in all this business Meliboeus should proceed with great diligence and deliberation, Prudence goes on to examine the advice given by his neighbours that do him reverence without love, his old enemies reconciled, his flatterers that counselled him certain things privily and openly counselled him the contrary, and the young folk that counselled him to avenge himself and make war at once. She reminds him that he stands alone against 3 powerful enemies, whose kindred are numerous and close, while his are fewer and remote in relationship, that only the judge who has jurisdiction in a case may take sudden vengeance on any man, that her husband's power does not accord with his desire, and that if he did take vengeance, it would only breed fresh wrongs and contests. As to the causes of the wrong done to him, she holds that God, the causer of all things, has permitted him to suffer because he has drunk so much honey of sweet temporal riches and delights and honours of this world, that he is drunken and has forgotten Jesus Christ his Saviour. The 3 enemies of mankind, the flesh, the fiend, and the world, have entered his heart by the windows of his body, and wounded his soul in 5 places, that is to say, the deadly sins that have entered into his heart by the 5 senses, and in the same manner Christ has suffered his 3 enemies to enter his house by the windows, and wound his daughters in the 5 places before specified. Meliboeus demurs that if his wife's objections prevailed, vengeance would never be taken, and that thence great mischiefs would arise. But Prudence replies that the taking of vengeance lies with the judges, to whom the private individual must have recourse. Meliboeus declares that such vengeance does not please him, and that, as fortune has nourished and helped him from his childhood, he will now assay her, trusting, with God's help, that she will aid him to avenge his shame. Prudence warns him against trusting to fortune, all the less because she has hitherto favoured him, for just on that account she is the more likely to fail him, and she calls on him to leave his vengeance with the sovereign judge, that avengeth all villainies and wrongs. Meliboeus argues that if he refrains from taking vengeance, he will invite his enemies to do him further wrong, and he will be put and held over low. But Prudence contends that such a result can be brought about only by the neglect of the judges, not by the patience of the individual. Supposing that he had leave to avenge himself, she repeats that he is not strong enough, and quotes the common saw, that it is madness for a man to survive with a stronger than himself, peril to strive with one of equal strength, and folly to strive with a weaker. But considering his own defaults and demerits, remembering the patience of Christ and the undeserved tribulations of the saints, the brevity of this life with all its trouble and sorrow, the discredit thrown on the wisdom and training of a man who cannot bear wrong with patience, he should refrain wholly from taking vengeance. Meliboeus submits that he is not at all a perfect man, and his heart will never be at peace until he is avenged, and that as his enemies disregarded the peril with which they attacked him, so he might without reproach incur some peril in attacking them in return, even though he did a great excess in avenging one wrong by another. Prudence strongly deprecates all outrage or excess, but Meliboeus insists that he cannot see that it might greatly harm him though he took a vengeance, for he is richer and mightier than his enemies, and all things obey money. Prudence thereupon launches into a long dissertation on the advantages of riches, the evils of poverty, the means by which wealth should be gathered, and the manner in which it should be used, and concludes by counselling her husband not to move war and battle through trust in his riches, for they suffice not to maintain war, the battle is not always to the strong or the numerous, and the perils of conflict are many. Meliboeus then curtly asks her for her counsel how he shall do him in this need, and she answers that certainly she counsels him to agree with his adversaries and have peace with them. Meliboeus on this cries out that plainly she loves not his honour or his worship, in counselling him to go and humble himself before his enemies, crying mercy to them that, having done him so grievous wrong, ask him not to be reconciled. Then Prudence, making semblance of wrath, retorts that she loves his honour and profit as she loves her own, and ever has done. She cites the scriptures in support of her counsel to seek peace, and says she will leave him to his own courses, for she knows right well he is so stubborn that he will do nothing for her. Meliboeus then relents, admits that he is angry and cannot judge right, and putting himself wholly in her hands, promising to do just as she desires, and admitting that he is the more held to love and praise her if she reproves him in his folly. Then Dame Prudence discovered all her counsel and her will unto him, and said, I counsel you, quoth she, above all things, that ye make peace between God and you, and being reconciled unto him and to his grace. For as I have said heretofore, God hath suffered you to have this tribulation and disease for your sins. And if you do as I say you, God will send you adversaries unto you, and make them fall at your feet, ready to do your will and your commandment. For Solomon saith, when the condition of man is pleasant and liking to God, he changeth the hearts of the man's adversaries, and constraineth them to beseech him of peace of grace. And I pray you let me speak with your adversaries in privy place, for they shall not know it is by your will or your assent, and then, when I know their will and their intent, I may counsel you the more surely. Dame, quoth Meliboeus, do your will and your liking, for I put me wholly in your disposition and ordinance. Then Dame Prudence, when she saw the good will of her husband, deliberated and took advice in herself, thinking how she might bring this need unto a good end. And when she saw her time, she sent for those adversaries to come to her in a privy place, and showed wisely to them the great goods that come of peace, and the great harms and perils that be in war, and said to them in goodly manner how that they ought to have great repentance of the injuries and wrongs that they had done to Meliboeus her lord, and unto her and her daughter. And when they heard the goodly words of Dame Prudence, then they were surprised and ravished, and had so great joy of her that wonder was to tell. Ah, lady, quoth they, you have showed unto us the blessing of sweetness, after the saying of David the prophet, for the reconciling which we be not worthy to have in no manner, but we ought require it with great contrition and humility, you of your great goodness have presented unto us. Now see we well that the science and cunning of Solomon is full true, for he saith, that sweet words multiply and increase friends, and make shrews to be debonair and meek. Certes we put our deed and all our manner and cause all wholly in your good will, and be ready to obey unto the speech and commandment of my lord Meliboeus. And therefore, dear and benign lady, we pray you and beseech you as meekly as we can and may, that it like unto your great goodness to fulfil indeed your goodly words. For we consider and acknowledge that we have offended and grieved my lord Meliboeus out of measure, so far forth that we be not of power to make him amends, and therefore we oblige and bind us and our friends to do all his will and his commandment. But peradventure he hath such heaviness and such wrath to usward, because of our offence, that he will enjoin us such a pain as we may not bear or sustain. And therefore, noble lady, we beseech to your womanly pity to take such advisement in this need, that we, nor our friends, be not disinherited and destroyed through our folly. Certes, quoth Prudence, it is an hard thing, and right perilous, that a man put him all utterly in the arbitration and judgment, and in the might and power of his enemy. For Solomon saith, believe me, and give credence to that I shall say, to thy son, to thy wife, to thy friend, nor to thy brother, give thou never might nor mastery over thy body, while thou livest. Now since he defendeth that a man should not give to his brother, nor to his friend, the might of his body, by a stronger reason he defendeth and forbiddeth a man to give himself to his enemy. And nevertheless I counsel you, that you mistrust not my lord, for I wot well, and know verily, that he is debonair and meek, large, courteous, and nothing desirous nor envious of good nor riches, for there is nothing in this world that he desireth save only worship and honour. Furthermore, I know well, and am right sure, that he shall do nothing in this need without counsel of me, and I shall so work in this case, that by the grace of our Lord God you shall be reconciled unto us. Then said they with one voice, Worshipful lady, we put us and our goods all fully in your will and disposition, and be ready to come, what day that it like unto your nobleness, to limit us or assign us, for to make our obligation and bond as strong as it liketh unto your goodness, that we may fulfil the will of you and of my lord Meliboeus. When Dame Prudence had heard the answer of these men, she bade them go again privily, and she returned to her lord Meliboeus, and told him how she found his adversaries full repentant, acknowledging full lowly their sins and trespasses, and how they were ready to suffer all pain, requiring and praying him of mercy and pity. Then said Meliboeus, he is well worthy to have pardon and forgiveness of his sins, that excuseth not his sin, but acknowledgeth and repenteth him, asking indulgence. For Seneca saith, there is the remission and forgiveness where the confession is, for confession is neighbour to innocence. And therefore I assent and confirm me to have peace, but it is good that we do naught without the assent and will of our friends. Then was Prudence right glad and joyful, and said, Certes, sir, you be well and goodly advised, for right as by the counsel, assent, and help of your friends you have been stirred to avenge you and make war, right so, without their counsel shall ye not accord you, nor have peace with your adversaries. For the law saith, there is nothing so good by way of kind as a thing to be unbound by him that it was bound. And then Dame Prudence, without delay or tarrying, set anon her messengers for their kin and for their old friends, which were true and wise, and told them by order in the presence of Meliboeus all this matter, as it is above expressed and declared, and prayed them that they would give their advice and counsel what were best to do in this need. And when Meliboeus' friends had taken their advice and deliberation of the foresaid matter, and had examined it by great business and great diligence, they gave full counsel for to have peace and rest, and that Meliboeus should with good heart receive his adversaries to forgiveness and mercy. And when Dame Prudence had heard the assent of her lord Meliboeus, and the counsel of his friends, accord with her will and her intention, she was wondrous glad in her heart, and said, there is an old proverb that saith, the goodness that thou mayest do this day, do it, and abide not nor delay it till tomorrow. And therefore I counsel you, that you send your messengers, such as be discreet and wise, unto your adversaries, telling them on your behalf, that if they will treat of peace and of accord, that they shape them without delay and tarrying, to come to us. Which thing performed was indeed. And when these trespassers and repenting folk of their follies, that is to say, the adversaries of Meliboeus, had heard what these messengers said unto them, they were right glad and joyful, and answered full meekly and benignly, yielding graces and thanks to their lord Meliboeus and to all his company, and shaped them, without delay, to go to the messengers, and obey to the commandment of their lord Meliboeus. And right anon they took their way to the court of Meliboeus, and took with them some of their true friends to make faith for them, and to be their borrows. And when they were come to the presence of Meliboeus, he said to them these words, It stands thus, quoth Meliboeus, and sooth it is, that ye, causeless and without skill and reason, have done great injuries and wrongs to me, and to my wife Prudence, and to my daughter also. For ye have entered into my house by violence, and have done such outrage, that all men know well that ye have deserved the death, and therefore will I know and weet of you, whether ye will put the punishing and chastising, and the vengeance of this outrage, in the will of me and of my wife, or ye will not. Then the wisest of them three answered for them all, and said, Sir, quoth he, we know well that we be unworthy to come to the court of so great a lord, and so worthy as ye be, for we have so greatly mistaken us, and have offended and a guilt in such wise against your high lordship, that truly we have deserved the death. But yet for the great goodness and debonair that all the world witnesseth of your person, we submit us, that the excellence and benignity of your gracious lordship, and be ready to obey all to your commandments, beseeching you, that of your merciable pity you will consider our great repentance and low submission, and grant us forgiveness of our outrageous trespass and offence. For well we know that your liberal grace and mercy stretch them further into goodness, than do our outrageous guilt and trespass into wickedness. Albeit that cursedly and damnably we have a guilt against your high lordship. Then Meliboeus took them up from the ground full benignly, and received their obligations and their bonds, by their oaths upon their pledges and borrows, and assigned them a certain date to return unto his court for to receive and accept sentence and judgment, that Meliboeus would command to be done on them, by the causes aforesaid, which things ordained, every man returned home to his house. And when that Dame Prudence saw her time, she freined and asked her lord Meliboeus what vengeance he thought to take of his adversaries. To which Meliboeus answered and said, Certes, quoth he, I think and purpose me fully to disinherit them of all that they ever have, and for to put them in exile evermore. Certes, quoth Dame Prudence, this were a cruel sentence, and much against reason. For ye be rich enough, and have no need of other men's goods, and ye might lightly in this wise get you a covetous name, which is a vicious thing, and ought to be eschewed of every good man. For after the saying of the apostle, covetousness is the root of all harms. And therefore it were better for you to lose much good of your own, than for to take of their good in this manner. For better it is to lose good with worship, than to win good with villainy and shame. And every man ought to do his diligence and his business to get him a good name. And yet shall he not only busy himself in keeping his good name, but he shall also enforce him always to do something by which he may renew his good name. For it is written, that the old good of a man is soon gone and past, when it is not renewed. And as touching that ye say, that ye will exile your adversaries, that thinketh ye much against reason and out of measure, consider the power that they have given you upon themselves. And it is written, that he is worthy to lose his privilege that misuseth the might and the power that is given him. And I set case, ye might enjoin them that pain by right and by law, which I trow ye may not do, I say, ye might not put it to execution peradventure, and then it were like to return to the war as it was before. And therefore, if ye will that men do you obeisance, ye must deem more courteously, that is to say, ye must give more easy sentences and judgments. For it is written, he that most courteously commandeth, to him men must obey. And therefore I pray you, that in this necessity and in this need ye cast you to overcome your heart. For Seneca saith, that he that overcometh his heart overcometh twice. And Tullius saith, there is nothing so commendable in a great lord as when he is debonair and meek, and appeaseth him lightly. And I pray you that you will now forbear to do vengeance in such a manner that your good name may be kept and conserved, and that men may have cause and matter to praise you of pity and mercy, and that ye have no cause to repent you of thing that ye do. For Seneca saith, he overcometh in an evil manner that repenteth him of his victory. Wherefore I pray you, let mercy be in your heart, to the effect and intent that God Almighty have mercy upon you in his last judgment. For St. James saith in his epistle, judgment without mercy shall be done to him that have no mercy of an white. When Meliboeus had heard the great skills and reasons of Dame Prudence, and her wise information and teaching, his heart gan incline to the will of his wife, considering her true intent. He confirmed him anon and assented fully to work after her counsel, and thanked God, of whom proceedeth all goodness and all virtue, that he sent him a wife of so great discretion. And when the day came that his adversaries should appear in his presence, he spake to them full goodly, and said in this wise, albeit so that of your pride and high presumption and folly, and of your negligence and uncunning, ye have misborne you, and trespassed unto me. Yet forasmuch as I see and behold your great humility, and that you be sorry and repentant of your guilts, it constraineth me to do you grace and mercy. Wherefore I receive you into my grace, and forgive you utterly all the offences, injuries, and wrongs that you have done against me and mine, to this effect and to this end, that God of his endless mercy will at the time of our dying forgive us our guilts, that we have trespassed to him in this wretched world. For doubtless, if we be sorry and repentant of the sins and guilts which we have trespassed in the sight of our Lord God, he is so free and so merciable that he will forgive us our guilts, and bring us to the bliss that never hath end. Amen. End of Chaucer's Tale of Meliboeus.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy Minter. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey CHAUCER. Edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg text link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. The Monk's Tale. The Prologue. When ended was my tale of Meliboeus, and of prudence, and of her benignity, our host said, as I am faithful man, and by the precious Corpus Madrian, I had liever than a barrel of ale, that good lief my wife had heard this tale. For she is no thing of such patience as was this Meliboeus' wife Prudence. By God's bones, when I beat my knave, she bringeth me the great clubbed staves, and crieth, Slay the dogs every one, and break them both back and every bone. And if that any neighbour of mine will not in church unto my wife incline, or be so hardy to her to trespass, when she comes home she rampeth in my face, and crieth, False coward, wreak thy wife, by Corpus Domini! I will have thy knife, and thou shalt have my distaff, and go spin. From day till night right thus will she begin. Alas, she saith, that I was ever shaped to wed a milksop or a coward ape, that will be overlaid with every wight. Thou darest not stand by thy wife's right. This is my life, but if that I will fight, and out at door anon I must me dight, or else I am lost. But if that I be like a wild lion, foolhardy, I wot well she will do me slay some day some neighbour, and then go my way. For I am perilous with knife in hand, albeit that I dare not her withstand. For she is big in arms, by my faith. That shall he find that her misdoeth or saith. But let us pass away from this matter. My lord the monk, quoth he, be merry of cheer, for ye shall tell us a tale truly. Lo, Rochester stands here fast by. Ride forth, mine own lord, break not our game. But by my troth I cannot tell your name. Whether shall I call you, my lord, Dan John, or Dan Thomas, or else Dan Albon? Of what house be ye, by your father's kin? I vow to God thou hast a full fair skin. It is a gentle posture where thou goest. Thou art not like a pennant or a ghost. Upon my faith thou art some officer, some worthy sexton, or some cellarer. For by my father's soul, as to my dome, thou art a master when thou art at home. No poor cloisterer, nor no novice, but a governor both wily and wise, and therewithal of brawns and of bones, a right well faring person for the nonce. I pray to God give him confusion, that first thee brought into religion. Thou wouldst have been a treadfowl aright. Hadst thou as great leave as thou hast might to perform all thy lust in engenderer, thou hadst begotten many a creature. Alas, why wear'st thou so wide a cope? God give me sorrow, but, an I were pope, not only thou, but every mighty man, though he were shorn full high upon his pan, should have a wife. For all this world is lawn. Religion hath ta'en up all the corn of treading, and we borrel men be shrimps. Of feeble trees there come wretched imps, that maketh that our heirs be so slender and feeble that they may not well engender. This maketh that our wives will assay religious folk, for that they may better pay of Venus' payments than may we. God wot no Lushburgs pay ye. But be not wroth, my lord, though that I play. Full oft in game a sooth have I heard say." This worthy monk took all in patience, and said, "I will do all my diligence, as far as souneth unto honesty, to tell you a tale, or two, or three. And if you list to hearken hitherward, I will you say the life of Saint Edward, or else first tragedies I will tell, of which I have 100 in my cell. Tragedy is to say a certain story, as old books maken us memory, of him that stood in great prosperity, and is fallen out of high degree in misery, and endeth wretchedly. And they be versified commonly of 6 feet, which men call hexametron. In prose eke be indited many a one, and eke in metre in many a sundry wise. Lo, this declaring ought enough suffice. Now hearken, if ye like for to hear. But first I you beseech in this matter. Though I by order tell not these things, be it of popes, emperors, or kings, after their ages as men written find, but tell them some before and some behind, as now it cometh to my remembrance. Have me excused of mine ignorance. The Tale. I will bewail in manner of tragedy the harm of them that stood in high degree, and fell so that there was no remedy to bring them out of their adversity. For certain, when that Fortune list to flee, there may no man the course of her wheel hold. Let no man trust in blind prosperity. Beware by these examples true and old. At Lucifer, though he an angel were and not a man, at him I will begin. For though Fortune may no angel dear, from high degree yet fell he for his sin down into hell, where as he yet is in. O Lucifer, brightest of angels all, now art thou Satanas, that mayst not twin out of the misery in which thou art fall. Lo Adam in the field of Damascene, with God's own finger wrought was he, and not begotten of man's sperm unclean, and welt all paradise, saving one tree. Had never worldly man so high degree as Adam, till he for misgovernance was driven out of his prosperity to labour, and to hell, and to mischance. Lo Samson, which that was enunciate by the angel long ere his nativity, and was to God Almighty consecrate, and stood in noblesse, while that he might see, was never such another as was he, to speak of strength and thereto hardiness. But to his wives told he his secre, through which he slew himself for wretchedness. Samson, this noble and mighty champion, without weapon save his handes tway, he slew, and all to rent the lion, towards his wedding walking by the way. His false wife could him so please and pray, till she his counsel knew, and she untrue unto his foes his counsel gan bewray, and him forsook, and took another new. 300 foxes Samson took for ire, and all their tails he together band, and set the foxes' tails all on fire, for he in every tail had knit a brand. And they burnt all the combs of that lend, and all their oliveries and vines eke. 1,000 men he slew eke with his hand, and had no weapon but an ass's cheek. When they were slain, so thirsted him that he was well nigh lorn, for which he gan to pray that God would on his pain have some pity, and send him drink, or else must he die. And of this ass's cheek that was so dry, out of a wang tooth sprang anon a well, of which he drank enough, shortly to say. Thus helped him God, as Judicum can tell. By very force at Gaza on a night morbed the Philistines of that city. The gates of the town he hath upplight, and on his back carried them hath he high on a hill, where as men might them see. O noble mighty Samson, lief and dear, hadst thou not told to women thy secret, in all this world there had not been thy peer. This Samson never cider drank, nor wine, nor on his head came razor none, nor shear, by precept of the messenger divine. For all his strengths in his hairs were, and fully 20 winters, year by year, he had of Israel the governance. But soon shall he weep many a tear, for women shall him bring to mischance. Unto his leman Delilah he told that in his hairs all his strength lay, and falsely to his foemen she him sold, and sleeping in her barm upon a day, she made to clip or shear his hair away, and made his foemen all his craft espien. And when they found him in this array, they bound him fast, and put out both his eyen. But ere his hair was clipped or a shave, there was no bond with which men might him bind. But now is he in prison in a cave, where as they made him at the quern grind. O noble Samson, strongest of mankind! O whilom judge in glory and richess! Now mayst thou weep with thine eyen blind, since thou from weal art fall'n to wretchedness. Th' end of this caitiff was, as I shall say, his foemen made a feast upon a day, and made him as their fool before them play. And this was in a temple of great array. But at the last he made a foul affray, for he 2 pillars shook and made them fall, and down fell temple and all, and there it lay, and slew himself and eke his foemen all. This is to say, the princes every one, and eke 3000 bodies were there slain, with falling of the great temple of stone. Of Samson now will I no more sayn. Beware by this example old and plain, that no man tell his counsel to his wife of such thing as he would have secret fain, if that it touch his limbs or his life. Of Hercules the sovereign conqueror sing his works land and high renown. For in his time of strength he bare the flower, he slew and reft the skin of the lion, he of the centaurs laid the boast adown, he harpies slew, the cruel birdes fell, he golden apples reft from the dragon, he drew out Cerberus, the hound of hell. He slew the cruel tyrant Busiris, and made his horse to fret him, flesh and bone. He slew the fiery serpent venomous, of Aeschylus' 2 horns brake he one, and he slew Casus in a cave of stone. He slew the giant Antaeus the strong, he slew the grisly boar, and that anon, and bare the heaven upon his neck long. Was never wight, since that the world began, that slew so many monsters as did he. Throughout the wide world his name ran, what for his strength and for his high bounty, and every realm went he for to see. He was so strong that no man might him let, at both the world's end, as saith trophy, instead of bounds he a pillar set. A leman had this noble champion, that highte Dejanira, fresh as May. And as these clerks make mention, she hath him sent a shirt fresh and gay. Alas, this shirt, alas, and well away, envenomed was subtly withal, that ere he had worn it half a day, it made his flesh all from his bones fall. But natheless some clerks her excuse, by one that highte Nessus, that it maked. Be as he may, I will not her accuse, but on his back this shirt he wore all naked, till that his flesh was for the venom blaked. And when he saw none other remedy, in hot coals he hath himself raked, for with no venom deigned he to die. Thus stert this worthy mighty Hercules. Lo, who may trust on fortune any throw? For him that followeth all this world of press, ere he beware, is often laid full low. Full wise is he that can himself know. Beware, for when that fortune list to glose, then waiteth she her man to overthrow, by such a way as he would least suppose. The mighty throne the precious treasure, the glorious sceptre and royal majesty that had the king Nebuchadnezzar. With tongue uneath may described be. He twice won Jerusalem the city. The vessels of the temple he with him lad. At Babylon was his sovereign see, in which his glory and delight he had. The fairest children of the blood royal of Israel he did do gelden on, and make it each of them to be his thrall. Amongst others Daniel was one. That was the wisest child of every one, for he the dreams of the king expounded, where in Chaldea clerks was there none that wist to what fine his dreams sounded. This proude king let make a statue of gold, 60 cubits long and 7 in breadth, to which image hath young and old commanded he to lout and have in dread, or in a furnace full of flames red he should be burnt that would not obey. But never would assent to that deed Daniel, nor his young fellows tway. This king of kings proud was and elate. He weened that God, that sits in majesty, might him not bereave of his estate. But suddenly he lost his dignity, and like a beast he seemed for to be, and ate hay as an ox, and lay thereout in rain. With wild beasts walked he, till certain time was come about. And like an eagle's feathers waxed his hair, his nails like a bird's claws were, till God released him at certain years, and gave him wit, and then with many a tear he thanked God. And ever his life in fear was he to do amiss, or more trespass. Until that time he laid was on his bier, he knew that God was full of might and grace. His son, which that highty Balthazar, that held the reign after his father's day, he by his father could not beware, for proud he was of heart and of array, and eke an idolaster was he aye. His high estate assured him in pride, but fortune cast him down, and there he lay, and suddenly his reign gan divide. A feast he made unto his lords all upon a time, and made them blithe be, and then his officers gan he call. "Go bring forth the vessels," said he, "which that my father in his prosperity out of the temple of Jerusalem reft. And to our high gods thanks we, of honour that our elders with us left." His wife, his lords, and his concubines aye drank, while their appetites did last, out of these noble vessels sundry wines. And on a wall this king his iron cast, and saw an hand armless that wrote full fast, for fear of which he quaked and sighed sore. This hand, that Balthazar so saw aghast, wrote Mane, Tekel, Phares, and no more. In all that land magician was there none that could expound what this letter meant. But Daniel expounded it anon, and said, "O king, God to thy father lent glory and honour, reign, treasure, rent. And he was proud, and nothing God he dread, and therefore God great wretche on him sent, and him bereft the reign that he had. He was cast out of man's company, with asses was his habitation, and ate hay, as a beast, in wet and dry, till that he knew by grace and by reason that God of heaven hath domination o'er every reign, and every creature, and then had God of him compassion, and him restored his reign and his figure. Eke thou, that art his son, art proud also, and knowest all these things verily, and art rebel to God, and art his foe. Thou drank'st of his vessels boldly. Thy wife eke and thy wenches sinfully drank of the same vessels sundry wines, and heried false gods cursedly. Therefore to thee y shapen full great pine is. This hand was sent from God, that on the wall wrote Mane, Tekel, Phares. Trust me, thy reign is done, thou weighest nought at all. Divided is thy reign, and it shall be to Medes and to Persians given, quoth he, And thilke same night the king was slaw, And Darius occupied his degree, Though he thereto had neither right nor law. Lordings example hereby may ye take, How that in lordship is no sickernes. For when that fortune will a man forsake, She bears away his regne and his riches, And eke his friends, both more and less. For what man that hath friends through fortune, Mishap will make them enemies, I guess. This proverb is full sooth and full commune. Zenobia of Palmyrie the queen, As right Persians of her noblesse, So worthy was in arms and so keen, That no wight passed her in hardiness, Nor in lineage, nor other gentleness. Of the king's blood of Perce is she descended. I say not that she had most fairness, But of her shape she might not be amended. From her childhood I find that she fled office of woman, and to woods she went, And many a wild harte's blood she shed With arrows broad that she against them sent. She was so swift that she anon them hent. And when she was older she would kill Lions, leopards, and bears, all to rent, And in her arms wield them at her will. She durst the wild beasts' dens seek, And runnen in the mountains all the night, And sleep under a bush; and she could eke wrestle By very force and very might With any young man, were he ne'er so wight. There might nothing in her arms stand; She kept her maidenhood from every wight; To no man deigned she for to be bond. But at the last her friends have her married To Odenate, a prince of that country. All were it so that she them long tarried, And ye shall understand how that he Had such fantasies as had she. But natheless, when they were knit in fear, They lived in joy and in felicity, For each of them had other lief and dear. Save one thing, that she never would assent By no way that he should by her lie But once, for it was her plain intent To have a child, the world to multiply; And all so soon as that she might espy That she was not with child by that deed, Then would she suffer him do his fantasy Eftsoon, and not but once out of dread. And if she were with child at thilke cast, No more should he play thilke game Till fully 40 days were past; Then would she once suffer him to do the same. All were this Odenatus wild or tame, He got no more of her, for thus she said, It was to wives lechery and shame In other case, if that men with them played. 2 sons by this Odenate had she, The which she kept in virtue and lettrure. But now unto our tale turn we. I say, so worshipful a creature, And wise therewith, and large with measure, So penible in the war, and courteous eke, No more labour might in war endure, Was none, though all this world men should seek. Her rich array it might not be told, As well in vessel as in her clothing. She was all clad in pierrie and in gold, And eke she left not, for no hunting, To have of sundry tongues full knowing. When that she leisure had, and fort intent, To learn bookes was all her liking, How she in virtue might her life dispend. And shortly of this story for to treat, So doughty was her husband, and eke she, That they conquered many regnes great i'th Orient, With many a fair city appurtenant Unto the majesty of Rome, And with strong hand held them fast, Nor ever might their foemen do them flee, Aye, while that Odenatus' days last. Her battles, whoso list them for to read, Against Sapor the king, and other mo', And how that all this process fell indeed, Why she conquered, and what title thereto, And after of her mischief and her woe, How that she was besieged and atake, Let him unto my master Petrarch go, That writes enough of this, I undertake. When Odenate was dead, she mightily the regne held, And with her proper hand against her foes She fought so cruelly, that there n'as king nor prince in all that land, that was not glad, if be that grace fand, that she would not upon his land borray. With her they made an alliance by bond, to be in peace, and let her ride and play. The Emperor of Rome, Claudius, nor before him the Roman Gallian, durst never be so courageous, nor no Armenian, nor Egyptian, nor Syrian, nor no Arabian, within the field durst with her fight, lest that she would them with her handes slain, or with her mien put them to flight. In king's habit went her sons too, as heirs of their fathers' reignes all, and Herimano and Timoleo their names were, as Persians them call. But aye Fortune hath in her honey gall. This mighty queen may no while endure. Fortune out of her reign made her fall to wretchedness and to misadventure. Aurelian, when that the governance of Rome came into his hands tway, he shope upon this queen to do vengeance, and with his legions he took his way towards Zenobie, and, shortly for to say, he made her flee, and at the last her hent, and fettered her, and eke her children tway, and won the land, and home to Rome he went. Amonges other things that he won, her car that was with gold wrought and pierrie. This great Roman, this Aurelian, hath with him led, for that men should it see, before in his triumph walked she, with gilt chains upon her neck hanging. Crowned she was as after her degree, and full of pierrie her clothing. Alas Fortune, she that whilom was dreadful to kings and to emperors, now galleth all the people on her, alas. And she that helmed was in stark stowres, and won by force towns strong and towers, shall on her head now wear a vitremite. And she that bare the sceptre full of flowers shall bear a distaff, her cost for to quite. Although that Nero were so vicious as any fiend that lies full low adown, yet he, as telleth us Suetonius, this wide world had in subjection, both east and west, south and septentrion. Of rubies, sapphires, and of pearls white were all his clothes embroidered up and down, for he in gems greatly gan delight. More delicate, more pompous of array, more proud was never emperor than he. That ilke cloth that he had worn one day, after that time he would it never see. Nets of gold thread had he great plenty, to fish in Tiber, when him list to play. His lusts were as law in his degree, for Fortune as his friend would him obey. He Rome burnt for his delicacy, the senators he slew upon a day, to hear how that men would weep and cry, and slew his brother, and by his sister lay. His mother made he in piteous array, for he her womb slit to behold where he conceived was, so well away that he so little of his mother told. No tear out of his eyen for that sight came, but he said a fair woman was she. Great wonder is how that he could or might be doomsman of her dead beauty. The wine to bring him commanded he, and drank anon, none other woe he made. When might is joined unto cruelty, alas, too deep will the venom wade. In youth a master had this emperor, to teach him lettrure and courtesy, for of morality he was the flower, as in his time, but if books lie. And while this master had of him mastery, he made him so cunning and so subtle, that long time it was ere tyranny or any vice durst in him uncouple. This Seneca, of which that I devise, because Nero had of him such dread, for he from vices would him aye chastise discreetly, as by word and not by deed. Sir, he would say, an emperor must need be virtuous, and hate tyranny, for which he made him in a bath to bleed on both his arms till he must die. This Nero had eke of accustomance in youth against his master for to rise, which afterward he thought a great grievance. Therefore he made him dien in this wise, But natheless this Seneca the wise chose in a bath to die in this manner, rather than have another tormentise, and thus hath Nero slain his master dear. Now fell it so that Fortune list no longer the high pride of Nero to cherice, for though he were strong, yet was she the stronger. She thought thus: by God, I am too nice to set a man that is full filled of vice in high degree an emperor him call. By God, out of his seat I will him trice. When he least weeneth, soonest shall he fall. The people rose upon him on a night for his default, and when he it espies, out of his doors anon he hath him dight alone, and where he weened to have been allied, he knocked fast, and aye the more he cried, the faster shut they their doors all. Then wist he well he had himself misguide, and went his way, no longer durst he call. The people cried and rumbled up and down, that with his ears heard he how they said, "Where is this false tyrant, this Nero?" For fear almost out his wit he brayed, and to his gods piteously he prayed for succour, but it might not betide. For dread of this he thought that died, and ran into a garden him to hide. And in this garden found he churles tway, that sat by a fire great and red. And to these churles two he gan to pray, to slay him, and to girden off his head, that to his body, when that he were dead, were no despite done for his defame. Himself he slew, he could no better rede, of which Fortune laughed and had game. Was never captain under a king that reignes more put in subjection, nor stronger was in field of all thing, as in his time, nor greater of renown, no more pompous in high presumption, than Holofernes, whom Fortune kissed so likrously, and led him up and down, till that his head was off, ere that he wist. Not only that this world had of him awe, for losing of riches and liberty, but he made every man reny his law. Nebuchadnezzar was God, said he, none other God should honoured be. Against his hest there dare no wight trespass, save in Betulia, a strong city, where Eliakim priest was of that place. But take keep of the death of Holoferne. Amid his host he drunken lay at night within his tent, large as is a burn. And yet, for all his pomp and all his might, Judith, a woman, as he lay upright sleeping, his head off smote, and from his tent full privily she stole from every wight, and with his head unto her town she went. What needeth it of King Antiochus to tell his high and royal majesty, his great pride, and his works venomous? For such another was there none as he. Read what that he was in Maccabee, and read the proud words that he said, and why he fell from his prosperity, and in an hill how wretchedly he died. Fortune him had enhanced so in pride, that verily he weened he might attain unto the stars upon every side, and in a balance weighen each mountain, and all the floods of the sea restrain. And God's people had he most in hate, them would he slay in torment and in pain, weening that God might not his pride abate. And for that Nicanor and Timothy with Jews were vanquished mightily, unto the Jews such an hate had he, that he bade graith his car full hastily, and swore and said full disputatiously. Unto Jerusalem he would eftsoon, to wreak his ire on it full cruelly, but of his purpose was he let full soon. God for his menace him so sore smote with invisible wound incurable, that in his guts calf it so and bote, till that his pains were importable. And certainly the wretche was reasonable, for many a man's guts did he pain, but from his purpose cursed and damnable. For all his smart he would not him restrain, but bade anon apparel his host. And suddenly, ere he was of it ware, God daunted all his pride and all his boast, for he so sore fell out of his chair, that it was his limbs and his skin to tear, so that he neither might go nor ride, but in a chair men about him bare, all forbruised both back and side. The wretche of God him smote so cruelly, that through his body wicked worms crept, and therewithal he stank so horribly, that none of all his men that him kept, whether so that he woke or else slept, he might not of him the stink endure. In this mischief he wailed and eke wept, and knew God lord of every creature. To all his host, and to himself also, full lutsome was the stink of his carrain. No man might him bear to and fro, and in this stink and this horrible pain he starve full wretchedly in a mountain. Thus hath this robber and this homicide, that many a man made to weep and plain, such guerdon as belongeth unto pride. The story of Alexander is so common, that every wight that hath discretion hath heard somewhat or all of his fortune. This wide world, as in conclusion, he won by strength, or for his high renown they were glad for peace to him to send. The pride and boast of man he laid adown, whereso he came, unto the world's end. Comparison yet never might be maked between him and another conqueror, for all this world for dread of him had quaked. He was of knighthood and of freedom flower. Fortune him made the heir of her honour, save wine and women, nothing might assuage his high intent in arms and labour, so was he full of leonine courage. What praise were it to him, though I you told of Darius and 100,000 mo', of kings, princes, dukes, and earls bold, which he conquered, and brought them into woe. I say, as far as man may ride or go, the world was his. Why should I more devise? For, though I wrote or told you ever mo' of his knighthood, it might not suffice. 12 years he reigned, as saith Maccabee. Philip's son of Macedon he was, that first was king in Greece the country. O worthy gentle Alexander, alas, that ever should thee fall such a case! Empoisoned of thine own folk thou were. Thy six Fortune hath turned into an ace, and yet for thee she wept never a tear. Who shall give me tears to complain the death of gentleness and of franchise, that all this world had in his domain, and yet he thought it might not suffice, so full was his courage of high emprise? Alas, who shall me help to indite false fortune and poison to despise, the which two of all this woe I wite? By wisdom, manhood, and by great labour, from humbleness to royal majesty, uprose he, Julius, the conqueror, that won all Occident by land and sea, by strength of hand, or else by treaty, and unto Rome made them tributary. And since, of Rome the emperor was he, till that Fortune waxed his adversary. O mighty Caesar, that in Thessaly, against Pompeius, father thine in law, that of the Orient had all the chivalry, as far as that the day begins to daw, that through thy knighthood hast them take and slaw, save few folk that with Pompeius fled, through which thou put all th' Orient in awe. Thank Fortune that so well thee sped. But now a little while I will bewail this Pompeius, this noble governor of Rome, which that fled at this battle. I say one of his men, a false traitor, his head off smote, to win him favour of Julius, and him the head he brought. Alas, Pompey, of th' Orient conqueror, that Fortune unto such a find thee brought! To Rome again repaired Julius, with his triumph laureate full high. But on a time Brutus and Cassius, that ever had of his estate envy, full privily have made conspiracy against this Julius in subtle wise, and cast the place in which he should die with bodkins, as I shall you devise. This Julius to the Capitol went upon a day, as he was wont to gon, and in the Capitol anon him hent, this false Brutus, and his other fone, and sticked him with bodkins anon, with many a wound, and thus they let him die. But never groaned he at no stroke but one, or else at two, but if the story lie. So manly was this Julius of heart, and so well loved stately honesty, that, though his deadly wounds sore smart, his mantle o'er his hips cast he, that no man should see his privity. And as he lay a dying in a trance, and wist verily that dead was he, of honesty yet had he remembrance. Lucan, to thee this story I recommend, and to Sweton and Valerie also, that of this story write word and end. How that to these great conquerors two Fortune was first a friend, and since a foe. No man trust upon her favour long, but have her in await for evermo'. Witness on all these conquerors strong. The rich Croesus, whilom king of Lyde, of which Croesus Cyrus him sore dread. Yet was he caught amidst all his pride, and to be burnt men to the fire him led. But such a rain down from the welkin shed, that slew the fire, and made him to escape. But to beware no grace yet he had, till Fortune on the gallows made him gape. When he escaped was, he could not stint for to begin a new war again. He weened well, for that Fortune him sent such hap that he escaped through the rain, that of his foes he might not be slain. And eke a sweven on a knight he met, of which he was so proud and eke so fain, that he in vengeance all his heart set. Upon a tree he was set, as he thought, where Jupiter him washed both back and side, and Phoebus eke a fair towel him brought to dry him with, and therefore waxed his pride. And to his daughter that stood him beside, which he knew in high science to abound, he bade her tell him what it signified. And she his dream began right thus expound. The tree, quoth she, the gallows is to mean, and Jupiter betokens snow and rain, and Phoebus with his towel clear and clean, these be the sun's streams, sooth to sayn. Thou shalt a hangeth be, father, certain; rain shall thee wash, and sun shall thee dry. Thus warned him full plat and eke full plain his daughter, which that called was Feni. And hanged was Croesus, the proud king. His royal throne might not him avail. Tragedy is none other manner thing, nor can in singing crien nor bewail. But for that Fortune all day will assail, with unaware stroke, the reins that be proud. For when men trust her, then will she fail, and cover her bright face with a cloud. O noble, O worthy Pedro, glory of Spain, whom Fortune held so high in majesty, well ought men thy piteous death complain. Out of thy land thy brother made thee flee, and after, at a siege, by subtlety, thou wert betrayed, and led into his tent, whereas he with his own hand slew thee, succeeding in thy reign and in thy rent. The field of snow, with eagle of black therein, caught with the lion, red coloured as the glede, he brewed this cursedness and all this sin. The wicked Nest was worker of the deed, not Charles Olivier, that took high heed of truth and honour, but of Armoric Ganilian Oliver, corrupt for meed, brought this worthy king in such a brike. O worthy Petro, king of Cypre also, that Alexander won by high mastery, full many a heathen wroughtest thou full woe, of which thine own lieges had envy, and for no thing but for thy chivalry. They in thy bed have slain thee by the morrow. Thus can Fortune her wheel govern and gie, and out of joy bring men into sorrow. Of Milan great Bernabo viscount, god of delight and scourge of Lombardy, Why should I not thine clomben were so high? Thy brother's son, that was thy double ally, for he thy nephew was, and son-in-law, within his prison made thee to die. But why, nor how, note I that thou were slaw. Of the Hugolin of Pise, the languor there made no tongue tell for pity. But little out of Pisa stands a tower, in which tower in prison put was he, and with him be his little children three. Th' eldest scarcely 5 years was of age. Alas, fortune, it was great cruelty such birds for to put in such a cage. Damned was he to die in that prison, for Roger, which that bishop was of Pise, had on him made a false suggestion, through which the people gan upon him rise, and put him in prison, in such a wise as ye have heard. And meat and drink he had so small, that well unnethe it might suffice, and therewithal it was full poor and bad. And on a day befell that in that hour, when his meat wont was to be brought, the gaoler shut the doors of the tower. He heard it right well, but he spake nought, and in his heart anon there fell a thought, that they for hunger would do him dien. Alas, quoth he, alas that I was wrought. Therewith the tears fell from his eyen. His youngest son, that 3 years was of age, unto him said, "Father, why do ye weep? When will the gaoler bringen our pottage? Is there no morsel bread that ye do keep? I am so hungry that I may not sleep, nor would God that I might sleepen ever. Then should not hunger in my womb creep. There is no thing save bread that one will ever." Thus day by day this child began to cry, till in his father's barm adown he lay, and said, "Farewell, father, I must die," and kissed his father, and died the same day. And when the woeful father did it say, for woe his armes too he gan to bite, and said, "Alas, fortune, and well away! To thy false weal my woe all may I wite." His children weened that it for hunger was that he his arms gnawed, and not for woe, and said, "Father, do not so, alas, but rather eat the flesh upon us too. Our flesh thou gave us, our flesh take us fro, and eat enough." Right thus they to him said, and after that within a day or two they laid him in his lap adown, and died. Himself despaired, eke for hunger starf. Thus ended is this Earl of Pise. From high estate fortune away him calf. Of this tragedy it ought enough suffice. Whoso will hear it in a longer wise, read the great poet of Italy, that Dante hight, for he can it devise from point to point, not one word will he fail. End of the Monk's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Graham Williams. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Lang Purvis. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. The Nun's Priest's Tale. The Prologue. "Ho!" quoth the knight, "good sir, no more of this. That ye have said is right enough, I wis, and much more. For little heaviness is right enough to much folk, I guess. I say for me, it is a great disease. Whereas men have been in great wealth and ease, to hearing of their sudden fall, alas, and the contrary is joy, and great solace, as when a man hath been in poor estate, and climbeth up, and waxeth fortunate, and there abideth in prosperity. Such thing is gladsome, as it thinketh me, and of such thing were goodly for to tell. Yea, quoth our host, by St. Paul's bell, ye say right sooth. This monk hath clapped loud. He spake how fortune covered with a cloud I wot not what, and also a tragedy right now ye heard. And pardie, no remedy it is for to bewail, nor complain that is done. And also it is pain, as ye have said, to hear of heaviness. Sir Monk, no more of this, so God ye bless. Your tale annoyeth all this company. Such talking is not worth a butterfly, for therein is there no sport nor game. Therefore, Sir Monk, Dan Piers by your name, I pray you heartily, tell us somewhat else. For sickly ne'er clinking of your bells that on your bridle hang on every side, by heaven's king that for us all ha' died, I should ere this have fallen down for sleep, although the slough had never been so deep. Then had your tale been all told in vain. For certainly, as these Clerk is saying, whereas a man may have no audience, naught helpeth it to tell his sentence. And well I wot the substance is in me, if anything shall well reported be. Sir, say somewhat of hunting, I you pray. Nay, quoth the monk, I have no lust to play. Now let another tell, as I have told. Then spake our host with rude speech and bold, and said unto the nunny's priest anon, Come near, thou priest, come hither, thou Sir John. Tell us such thing as may our hearties glad. Be blithe, although thou ride upon a jade. What though thine horse be both foul and lean? If he will serve thee, reck thou not a bean. Look that thine heart be merry evermore. Yes, host, quoth he, so may I ride or go, but I be merry ewis I will be blamed. And right anon his tale he hath attained, and thus he said unto us every one, this sweete priest, this goodly man, Sir John. The nun's priest's tale. A poor widow, some deal estept in age, was whilom dwelling in a poor cottage beside a grove, standing in a dale. This widow, of which I tell you my tale, since thilke day that she was last a wife, in patience led a full simple life. For little was her chattel and her rent. By husbandry of such as God her sent, she found herself, and eke her daughters too. 3 large sows had she, and no more, 3 kine, and eke a sheep that hight a mall. Full sooty was her bower, and eke her hall, in which she ate full many a slender meal. Of poignant sauce knew she never a deal, no dainty morsel passed through her throat. Her diet was accordant to her coat. Repletion her made never sick. A temper diet was all her physic, and exercise, and hearty's suffisance. The gouty led her nothing for to dance, nor apoplexy shent in not her head. No wine drank she, neither white nor red. Her board was served most with white and black, milk and brown bread, in which she found no lack. Seined bacon, sometimes an egg or tway, for she was, as it were, a manner day. A yard she had, enclosed all about with stickes, and a dry ditch without. in which she had a cock, hight Chanticleer. In all the land of crowing, nas his peer. His voice was merrier than the merry organ on Massa days that in the churches gone. Well sicherer was his crowing in his lodge than is a clock or an abbey horloge. By nature he knew each ascension of the equinoctial in whilke town. For when degrees 15 were ascended, then crew he, that it might not be amended. His comb was redder than the fine coral, embattled as it were a castle wall. His bill was black, and as the jet it shone. Like azure were his legges and his tone. His nail is whiter than the lily flower, and like the burnished gold was his colour. This gentle cock had in his governance 7 hennes, for to do all his pleasance, which were his sisters and his paramours, and wondrous like to him as of colours, of which the fairest hued in the throat was called Damosella Partalote. Courteous she was, discreet and debonair, and companionable, and bare herself so fair since the day that she 7 night was old, that truly she had the heart in hold of Chanticleer, locked in every lith. He loved her so, that well was him therewith. But such a joy it was to hear them sing, when that the brightest sun began to spring, in sweet accord, my leaf is fairy in land. For at that time, as I have understand, beasties and birdies could speak and sing. And so befell that in a dawning, as Chanticleer among his wives all sat on his perch that was in the hall, and next him sat this fair Partalote, this Chanticleer gan groanen in his throat, as man that in his dream is dretched sore. And when that Partalote thus heard him roar, she was aghast, and said, "Hearted dear, what aileth you to groan in this manner? Ye be a very sleeper, fie for shame." And he answered and said thus, "Madam, I pray you that ye take it not a grief. By God, me mette I was in such mischief right now, that yet mine heart is sore affright. Now God," quoth he, "my sweven read aright, and keep my body out of foul prison. Me mette how that I roamed up and down within our yard, whereas I saw a beast was like an hound, and would have made a rest upon my body, and would have had me dead. His colour was betwixt yellow and red, and tipped was his tail, and both his ears with black. Unlike the remnant of his hairs, his snout was small, with glowing eyen tway. Oh, yet of his look, almost for fear I die. This caused me my groaning doubteless." "Away," quoth she, "fie on you, hearteless." "Alas," quoth she, "for by that God above, now have ye lost my heart and all my love. I cannot love a coward, by my faith. For certes, whatso any woman saith, we all desiren, if it mighte be, to have husbands hardy, wise, and free, and secret, and no niggard, nor no fool, nor him that is aghast of every tool, nor no aventure, by that God above. How durste ye for shame say to your love that anything might make you afeard. Have ye no man's heart, and have a beard? Alas! And can ye be aghast of sweven is? Nothing but vanity, God wot, in sweven is. Swevens engender of repletions, and oft of fume and of complexions, when humours be too abundant in a wight. Certes this dream, which ye have met to-night, cometh of the great superfluity of your red cholera, pardie, which causeth folk to dreaden in their dreams of arrows, and of fire with ready beams, of ready beasties that they will them bite, of contech, and of whelpes, great and light. Right as the humour of melancholy causeth full many a man in sleep to cry for fear of bullies, or of beares black, or else that black devils will them take. Of other humours could I tell also, that work in many a man in sleep much woe, that I will pass as lightly as I can. Lo, Cato, which was that so wise a man, said he not thus, nay, do no force of dreams. Now, sir, quoth she, when we fly from these beams, for God is love, as take some laxative, on peril of my soul and of my life, I counsel you the best, I will not lie, that both of choler and melancholy ye purge you. And for ye shall not tarry, though in this town is no apothecary, I shall myself 2 herbies teache you, that shall be for your health and for your prow. And in our yard the herbies shall I find, the which have of their property by kind to purge you beneath and eke above. Sire, forget not this, for God is love, ye be full choleric of complexion. Were that the sun, in his ascension, you find it not replete of humours hot. And if it do, I dare well lay a groat, that ye shall have a fever tertiane, or else an ague that may be your bane. A day or 2 ye shall have digestives of wormes, ere ye take your laxatives, of laurel, centaury, and fumetory, or else of elderberry that groweth there, of catapeus, or of the gaiterberries, or herb ivy growing in our yard that merry is. Pick them right as they grow, and eat them in. Be merry, husband, for your father's kin, dreading no dream. I can say you no more. Madam, quoth he, grand mercy of your lore. But natheless, as touching Dan Caton, that hath of wisdom such a great renown, though that he bad no dream is for to dread, by God, men may in Audiobooks read of many a man more of authority than ever Cato was, so may I thee, that all the reverse say of his sentence, and have well founden by experience, that dreames be significations as well of joy as tribulations that folk enduren in this life present. There needeth make of this no argument, the very previous showeth it indeed. One of the greatest authors that men read saith thus, that whilom 2 fellows went on pilgrimage in a full good intent, and happened so, they came into a town where there was such a congregation of people, and eke so strait of herbergage, that they found not as much as one cottage in which they both might lodged be. Wherefore they musten of necessity, as for that night, departe company, and each of them went to his hostelry, and took his lodging, as it would fall. The one of them was lodged in a stall, far in a yard, with oxen of the plough. That other man was lodged well enow, as was his aventure, or his fortune, that us governeth all, as in commune. And so befell that, long ere it were day, this man mette in his bed there, as he lay, how that his fellow gan upon him call, and said, Alas! For in an ox's stall this night shall I be murdered where I lie. Now help me, deare brother, or I die. In all a haste come to me, he said. This man out of his sleep for fear abraid, but when that he was waked out of his sleep, he turned him, and took of this no keep. He thought his dream was but a vanity. Thus twice in his sleeping dreamed he, and at the thirde time yet his fellow again came, as he thought, and said, I am now slaw. Behold my bloody woundes deep and wide. Arise up early in the morning tide, and at the west gate of the town, quoth he, a carty full of dung there shalt thou see, in which my body is hid privily. Do thilke cart a rosti boldely. My gold caused my murder, sooth to sayn, and told him every point how he was slain, with a full piteous face, and pale of hue. And trusty well his dream he found full true, for on the morrow, as soon as it was day, to his fellow's inn he took his way. And when that he came to this ox's stall, after his fellow he began to call. The hosteler answered him anon, and said, Sir, your fellow is he gone, as soon as day he went out of the town. This man gan fallen in suspicion, remembering on his dreames that he met, and forth he went, no longer would he let, unto the west gate of the town, and fand a dung cart, as it went for to Dungland, that was arrayed in the same wise as ye have heard the deade man devise. And with an hardy heart he gan to cry, Vengeance and justice of this felony! My fellow murdered in this samey night, and in this cart he lies, gaping upright. I cry out on the ministers, quoth he, that should he keep and rule this city. Harrow, alas! Here lies my fellow slain. What should I more unto this tale sayn? The people out start, and cast the cart to ground, and in the middle of the dung they found the deade man, that murdered was all new. Oh, blissful God, that art so good and true, lo, how that thou bewrayest murder alway. Murder will out, that see we day by day. Murder is so loathsome and abominable to God, that is so just and reasonable, that he will not suffer it healed be, though it abide a year, or 2 or 3. Murder will out, this is my conclusion. And right anon the ministers of the town have hent the carter, and so sore him pined, and eke the hosteler so sore engined, that they beknew their wickedness anon, and were hanged by the necky bone. Here may ye see that dreames be too dread. And certes, in the same book I read, right in the nexty chapter after this, I gabby not, so have I joy and bliss, 2 men that would have passed over sea, for certain cause, into a far country, if that the wind not hadde been contrary, that made them in a city for to tarry, that stood fell merry upon an haven side. But on a day against the eventide the wind gan change, and blew right as them lest. Jolly and glad they went to their rest, and casted them full early for to sail. But to the one man fell a great marvail, that one of them in sleeping as he lay, he met a wondrous dream against the day. He thought a man stood by his bedde's side, and him commanded that he should abide, and said him thus, If thou tomorrow wend, thou shalt be drowned. My tale is at an end. He woke and told his fellow what he met, and prayed him his voyage for to let. As for that day, he prayed him to abide. His fellow, that lay by his bedde's side, gan for to laugh, and scorned him full fast. No dream, quoth he, may so my heart aghast, that I will let it for to do my things. Oh, I set not a straw by thy dreamings, for swevens be but vanities and japes. Men dream all day of owls and of apes, and eke of many a maze therewithal. Men dream of thing that never was nor shall. But since I see that thou wilt here abide, and thus forslothe wilfully thy tide, God wot, it rueth me, and have good day. And thus he took his leave and went his way. But ere that he had half his courses sailed, I know not why, nor what mischance it ailed, but casually the ship's bottom rent, and ship and man under the water went, in sight of other shippes there beside, that with him sailed at the same tide. And therefore, fair Partelote so dear, by such examples old mayst thou lear, that no man shoulde be too reckless of dreams. For I say thee, doubteless, that many a dream full sore is for to dread. Lo, in the life of Saint Kenelm I read, that was Kenulphus' son, the noble king of Mercenrike, how Kenelm met a thing, a little ere he was murdered on a day, his murder in his vision, he say. His nurse him expounded every deal his sweven, and bade him to keep him well for treason. But he was but 7 years old, and therefore little tale hath he told of any dream, so holy was his heart. By God, I had lever than my shirt that ye had read his legend as have I. Dame Partelote, I say you truly, Macrobius, that wrote the vision in Afric of the worthy Scipion, affirmeth dreames, and saith that they be warnings of thingies that men after see. And furthermore, I pray you, look ye well in the Old Testament of Daniel, if he held dreames any vanity. Read eke of Joseph, and there shall ye see whether dreams be sometimes, I say not all, warnings of thingies that shall after fall. Look of Egypt, the king, Dan Pharaoh, his baker, and his butler also, whether they felt in none effect in dreams. Whoso will seek the acts of sundry remes may read of dreames many a wondrous thing. Lo, Croesus, which was of Lydia king, mette he not that he sat upon a tree, which signified he should hanged be. Lo, here Andromache, Hector his wife, that day that Hector should he lose his life, she dreamed on the night beforn how that the life of Hector should be lorn. If thilke day he went into battaile, she warned him, but it might not avail. He went forth to fight natheless, and was he slain anon of Achilles. But thilke tale is all too long to tell, and eke it is nigh day, I may not dwell. Shortly I say, as for conclusion, that I shall have of this avision aversity. And I say furthermore, that I ne tell of laxatives no store, for they be venomous, I wot it well. I them defy, I love them never a del. But let us speak of mirth, and stint all this. Madam Partelote, so have I bliss of one thing God hath sent me largy grace. For when I see the beauty of your face, ye be so scarlet hued about your eyen, I maketh all my dready for to dien. For also sicker as in principio mulieris hominis confusio. Ha ha, madam, the sentence of this Latin is, woman is manny's joy and manny's bliss. For when I feel at night your softy side, albeit that I may not on you ride, for that our perch is made so narrow, alas, I am so full of joy and of solace, that I defy both sweven and eke a dream. And with that word he flew down from the beam, for it was day, and eke his hen is all, and with a chuck he gan them for to call, for he had found a corn lay in the yard. Royal he was no more afeard. He feathered Partelotta 20 time, and as oft trod her, ere that it was prime. He looked as it were a grim lion, and on his toes he roamed up and down. He deigned not to set his feet to ground. He chucked when he had a corn found, and to him ran then his wives all. Thus royal as a prince is in his hall, leave I the Chanticleer in his pasture, and after will I tell his aventure. When that the month in which the world began, that highty March, when God first maked man, was complete, and they passed were also, since March ended, 30 days and 2, befell that Chanticleer in all his pride, his 7 wives walking him beside, cast up his eyen to the brightest sun, that in the sign of Taurus had he run 20 degrees and 1, and somewhat more. He knew by kind, and by none other lore, that it was prime, and crew with blissful steven. The sun, he said, is clomben up in heaven 20 degrees and 1, and more, he wis. Madam Partelotte, my world is bliss. Hearken these blissful birdies, how they sing, and see the freshy flowers, how they spring. Full is mine heart of revel and solace. But suddenly him fell a sorrowful case, for ever the latter end of joy is woe. God wot that worldly joy is soon ago, and if a rhetor could he fair indite, he in a chronicle might it safely write, as for a sovereign notability. Now every wise man, let him hearken me. This story is all as true, I undertake, as is the book of Launcelot du Lake, that women hold in full great reverence. Now will I turn again to my sentence. A coll fox, full of sly iniquity, that in the grove had wanted years 3, by high imagination forecast, the same night thorough the hedges brast into the yard, where Chanticleer the fair was wont, and eke his wives, to repair. And in a bed of worties still he lay, till it was past undern of the day, waiting his time on Chanticleer to fall, as gladly do these homicides all, that in a weighty lie to murder men. O false murderer, rouking in thy den, O new Iscariot, new Ganilion, O false dissimuler, O Greek Sinon, that broughtest Troy all utterly to sorrow. O Chanticleer, accursed be the morrow that thou into thy yard flew from the beams. Thou wert full well y-warned by thy dreams that thilke day was perilous to thee. But what that God forewot must needes be, after the opinion of certain clerkes. Witness on him that any perfect clerk is, that in school is great altercation in this matter, and great disputation, and hath been of 100,000 men. But I ne cannot bolt it to the bren, as can the holy doctor Augustine, or Boece, or the bishop Bradwardine. Whether that God is worthy for weeting straineth me needly for to do a thing, needly call I simple necessity. Or else, if free choice be granted me to do that same thing, or do it not, though God forwot it ere that it was wrought. Or if his weeting straineth never a deal, but by necessity conditionnel, I will not have to do of such materie. My tale is of a cock, as ye may hear, that took his counsel of his wife with sorrow, to walken in the yard upon the morrow that he had met the dream, as I you told. Woman's counsels be full often cold. Woman's counsel brought us first to woe, and made Adam from paradise to go. There as he was, full merry and well at ease. But, for I know not to whom I might displease, if I counsel of women would he blame, pass over, for I said it in my game. Read authors where they treat of such matter, and what they say of women ye may hear. These be the cockie's wordies, and not mine. I can no harm of no woman divine. Fair in the sand, to bathe her merrily, lies Partelote and all her sisters by, against the sun. And Chanticleer so free sang merrier than the mermaid in the sea. For Physiologus saith sickily, how that they sing well and merrily. And so befell that, as he cast his eye among the waters on a butterfly, he was wary of this fox that lay full low. Nothing they list him then for to crow, but cried anon, cock, cock, and up he start, as man that was afraid in his heart. For naturally a beast desireth flee from his contrary, if be may it see. Though he ne'er erst had soon it with his eye, this Chanticleer, when he gan him espy, he would have fled, but that the fox anon said, Gentle sir, alas, why will ye gon? Be ye afraid of me that am your friend? Now, certes, I were worse than any fiend, if I to you would harm or villainy. I am not come your counsel to espy, but truly the cause of my coming was only for to hearken how ye sing. For truly ye have as merry a Stephen as any angel hath that is in heaven. Therewith ye have of music more feeling than had Boece, or any that can sing. My lord your father, God his soule bless, and eke your mother of her gentleness, have in mine house been to my great ease. And certes, sir, full fain would I you please. But for men speak of singing, I will say, so may I brook well mine eyen tway, save you, I heard never man so sing, as did your father in the morning. Certes, it was of heart all that he sung. And for to make his voice the more strong, he would so pain him, that with both his eyen he must wink, so loud he would cryen. And standing on his tiptoes therewithal, and stretchy forth his necky long and small. And eke he was of such discretion, that there was no man in no region that him in song or wisdom mighty pass. I have well read in Dan Burnell the ass among his versy, how that there was a cock that for a priest's son gave him a knock upon his leg while he was young and nice, he made him for to lose his benefice. But certain there is no comparison between the wisdom and discretion of your father and his subtlety. Now sing ye, sir, for sainted charity. Let's see, can ye your father counterfeit? This Chanticleer his wings began to beat, as man that could not his treason espy. So was he ravished with his flattery. Ho, alas, ye lordies, many a false flatterer is in your court, and many a lozenger that please you well more, by my faith, than he that soothfastness unto you saith. Read in Ecclesiast of flattery, beware ye lordies of their treachery. This Chanticleer stood high upon his toes, stretching his neck, and held his eyen close, and gan to crow loudy for the nonce, and Dan Russell the fox start up at once, and by the gorge hent Chanticleer, and on his back toward the wood him bare. For yet was there no man that him pursued. O destiny that must not be eschewed! Alas, that Chanticleer flew from the beams! Alas, his wife wrought he naught of dreams! And on a Friday fell all this mischance. O Venus, that art goddess of pleasance, since that thy servant was this Chanticleer, and in thy service did all his power, more for delight than the world to multiply, why wilt thou suffer him on thy day to die? O Gaufrid, dearie master sovereign, that when thy worthy king Richard was slain with shot, complainedest his death so sore, why no had I now thy sentence and thy lore, the Friday for to chiden, as did ye? For on a Friday soothly slain was he. Then would I show you how that I could plain for Chanticleer's dread, and for his pain. Certes, such cry nor lamentation was ne'er of ladies made, when Ilion was won, and Pyrrhus with his straightest sword, when he had hent King Priam by the beard, and slain him, as saith us Eneidos, as maiden all the hennies in the close, when they had seen of Chanticleer the sight. But sovereignly Dame Partelote shright, full louder than did Hasdrubale's wife, when that her husband had lost his life, and that the Romans had burnt Carthage. She was so full of torment and of rage, that wilfully into the fire she start, and burnt herself with a steadfast heart. O woeful hennies, right so cried ye, as when that Nero burned the city of Rome, cried the senatores' wives, for that their husbands losten all their lives. Without a guilt this Nero hath them slain. Now will I turn unto my tale again. The saily widow and her daughters too heard these hennes cry and make a woe, and at the doors out started they anon, and saw the fox toward the wood is gone, and bare upon his back the cock away. They cried, "Out, Harrow, and well away! Aha, the fox!" And after him they ran, and eke with staves many another man ran Collar dog, and Talbot, and Garland, and Malkin with her distaff in her hand, ran cow and calf, and eke the very hogges, so feared they were for barking of the dogges, and shouting of the men and women eke. They ran so, them thought their hearts would break. They yelled as the fiendes do in hell. The duckies cried as men would them quell. The geese for fear flewen o'er the trees. Out of the hive came the swarm of bees, so hideous was the noise bendicite. Certes he, Jack Straw, and his meinie, ne made never shouties half so shrill, when that they woulden any Fleming kill, as thilke day was made upon the fox. Of brass they brought a beames, and of box, of horn and bone, in which they blew and pooped, and therewithal they shrieked and they hooped. It seemed as the heaven shoulde fall. Now, goode men, I pray you, hearken all. Lo, how fortune turneth suddenly the hope and pride eke of her enemy. This cock that lay upon the fox's back, in all his dread unto the fox he spake, and said, Sir, if that I were as ye, yet would I say, as wisly God help me, turn ye again, ye proudy churlies all, a very pestilence upon you fall. Now am I come unto the wood's side. Mo gray your head, the cock shall here abide. I will him eat in faith, and that anon. The fox answered, In faith it shall be done. And as he spake the word, all suddenly the cock brake from his mouth deliverly, and high upon a tree he flew anon. And when the fox saw that the cock was gone, Alas, quoth he, O Chanticleer, alas! I have, quoth he, done to you trespass, inasmuch as I maked you afeard, when I you hent, and brought out of your yard. But, sir, I did it in no wick intent. Come down, and I shall tell you what I meant. I shall say sooth to you, God help me so. Nay then, quoth he, I shrew us both the two, and first I shrew myself, both blood and bones. If thou beguile me oftener than once, thou shalt no more through thy flattery do me to sing and winky with mine eye. For he that winketh when he shoulde see, all wilfully, God let him never thee. Nay, quoth the fox, but God give him mischance, that is so indiscreet of governance, that jangleth when that he should hold his peace. Lo, what it is for to be reckless and negligent, and trust on flattery. But ye that hold this tale a folly, as of a fox, or of a cock and hen, take the morality thereof, good men. For St. Paul saith, that all that written is, to our doctrine it written is iwis. Take the fruit, and let the chaff be still. Now, goode God, if that it be thy will, as saith my Lord, so make us all good men, and bring us all to thy high bliss. Amen. The end of the nun's priest's tale, but there's an epilogue. The epilogue. Sir Nun is priest, our hostess said anon. Blessed be thy breech and every stone. This was a merry tale of Chanticleer. But by my truth, if thou wert secular, thou wouldest be a tready fowler right. For if thou have courage, as thou hast might, Thee were in need of hennies, as I ween, yea, more than 7 times 17. See what brawnies hath this gentle priest, so great a neck, and such a large a breast. He looketh as a sparrowhawk with his eyen. Him needeth not his colour for to dyen with Brazil, nor with grain of Portugal. But, sir, fairy fall you for your tale. And after that he with full merry cheer said to another, as ye shall hear. End of the epilogue to the Nun's Priest's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alice Atwater. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Second Nun's Tale. The minister in Norris unto vices, which that men call in English idleness. The porter at the gate is of delices, to eschew, and by her contraire her oppress, that is to say, by lawful business. Well ought we to do all our intent, lest that the fiend through idleness us hent. For he, that with his 1,000 cordes sly, continually us waiteth to beclap, when he may man in idleness espy, he can so lightly catch him in his trap, till that a man be hent right by the lap, he is not where the fiend hath him in hand. Well ought we work, and idleness withstand. And though men dreaded never for to die, yet see men well by reason doubteless, that idleness is root of sluggardy, of that there cometh never good increase, and see that sloth them holdeth in a leas, only to sleep, and for to eat and drink, and to devouren all that others swink, and for to put us from such idleness, that cause is of so great confusion. I have here done my faithful business, after the legend, in translation, write of thy glorious life and passion. Thou with thy garland wrought of rose and lily, thee mean I, maid and martyr, Saint Cecilie. And thou art the flower of virgins all, of whom that Bernard list so well to write. To thee at my beginning first I call. Thou comfort of us wretches, do me indite thy maiden's death, that won through her merit the eternal life, and o'er the fiend victory, as man may after readen in her story. Thou maid and mother, daughter of thy Son, thou well of mercy, sinful souls' cure, in whom that God of bounty chose to won. Thou humble and high o'er every creature, thou noblest, so far forth our nature, that no disdain the Maker had of kind, his Son in blood and flesh to clothe and wind. Within the cloister of thy blissful sides took man's shape the eternal love and peace, that of the trine compass lord and guide is whom earth and sea and heaven out of release. I, Harry, and thou virgin Wemelis, bare of thy body, and dweltest maiden pure, the creator of every creature. Assembled is in thee magnificence, with mercy, goodness, and with such pity that thou, that art the Son of excellence, not only helpest them that pray to thee, but oftentime of thy benignity, full freely, ere that men thy help beseech, thou goest before, and art thy lives leech. Now help, thou meek and blissful fair maid, me flemed wretch in this desert of gall. Think on the woman Canoni that said that whelpes eat some of the crummes all, that from their Lord's table by ye fall. And though that I, unworthy son of Eve, be sinful, yet accept my believe. And for that faith is dead without to workes, for to worke give me wit and space, that I be quit from thenes that most dirk is. O thou, that art so fair and full of grace, be thou mine advocate in that high place, whereas withouten end is sung Hosanna, thou Christe's mother, daughter dear of Anne. And of thy light my soul in prison light, that troubled is by the contagion of my body, and also by the weight of earthly lust and false affection. O haven of refuge, O salvation of them that be in sorrow and distress, now help, for to my work I will me dress. Yet pray I you, that reade what I write, forgive me that I do no diligence, this ilka story subtilly to indite. For both have I the wordes and sentence of him that at the sainte's reverence the story wrote, and follow her legend, and pray you that you will my work amend. First will I you the name of Saint Cecilie expound, as men may in her story see. It is to say in English heaven's lily, for pure chasteness of virginity, or for she whiteness had of honesty, and green of conscience, and of good fame the sweete savour Lily was her name. Or Sicily is to say the way of blind, for she example was by good teaching, or else Cecilie, as I written find, is joined by a manner conjoining of heaven and Lea, and herein figuring the heaven is set for thought of holiness, and Lea for her lasting business. Cecilie may eke be said in this manner, wanting of blindness, for her greate light of sapience, and for her thewis clear. Or elles, lo, this maiden's name bright of heaven and Leos comes, for which by right men might her well the heaven of people call, example of good and wise workes all. For Leo's people in English is to say, and right as men may in the heavens see the sun and moon and stars every way, right so men ghostily in this maiden free, so when of faith the magnanimity, and eke the clearness whole of sapience, and sundry workes bright of excellence. And right so as these philosophers write, that heaven is swift and round and eke burning, right so was fair Cecilie the white, full swift and busy in every good working, and round and whole in good preserving, and burning ever in charity full bright. Now have I you declared what she hight. This maiden bright Cecile, as her life saith, was come of Romans, and of noble kind, and from her cradle fostered in the faith of Christ, and bare his gospel in her mind. She never ceased, as I written find, of her prayer, and God to love and dread, beseeching him to keep her maidenhead. And when this maiden should unto a man y-wedded be, that was full young of age, which that it called was Valerian, and come was the day of marriage, she, full devout and humble in her courage, under her robe of gold that sat full fair, had next her flesh y-clad her in an hair. And while the organs made melody, to God alone thus in her heart sang she, O Lord, my soul and eke my body gie unwemmed, lest that I confounded be. And for his love that died upon the tree, every second or third day she fast, I bidding in her orisons full fast. The night came, and to bedde must she gon with her husband, as it is the manner, and privily she said to him anon, O sweet and well beloved spouse dear, there is a counsel, and ye will hear it, which that right fain I would unto you say, so that ye swear ye will not bewray. Valerian gan fast unto her swear, that for no case nor thing that mighte be, he never should to none bewrayen her, and then at erst thus to make him saide she, I have an angel which that loveth me, that with great love, whether I wake or sleep, is ready I my body for to keep. And if that he may feelen out of dread, that ye may touch or love in villainy, he right anon will slay you with the deed, and in your youthe thus ye shall die. And if that ye in cleane love me gie, he will you love as me, for your cleanness, and show to you his joy and his brightness. Valerian, corrected as God would, answered again, If I shall truste thee, let me that angel see, and him behold, and if that is a very angel be, then will I do as thou hast prayed me. And if that it a very angel be, then will I do as thou hast prayest me. And if thou love another man, forsooth, right with this sword then will I slay you both. Cecilie answered anon right in this wise, If that you list, the angel shall ye see, so that ye trow of Christ, and you baptize. Go forth to Via Appia, quoth she, that from this towne stands but miles 3, and to the poorer folkes that there dwell, say them right thus, as that I shall you tell. Tell them that I, Cecile, you to them sent, to show you the good Urban the old, for secret needes and for good intent. And when that ye Saint Urban have behold, tell him the wordes which I to you told, and when that he hath purged from you sin, then shall ye see the angel ere ye twin. Valerian is to the place gone, and right as he was taught by her learning, he found this holy old Urban anon, among the saintes burials louding. And he anon, without a tarrying, did his message, and when that he it told, Urban for joy his handes gan uphold. The teares from his eyen let he fall. Almighty Lord, O Jesus Christ, quoth he, sower of chaste counsel, heard of us all, the fruit of thilke seed of chastity, that thou hast sown in Sicily, take to thee, lo, like a busy bee, without a guile, thee serveth I thine own thrall, Sicily. For thilke spouse, that she took but now, full like a fierce lion she sendeth here, as meek as e'er was any lamb to owe. And with that word anon there gan appear an old man, clad in white clothes clear, that had a book with letters of gold in hand, and gan before Valerian to stand. Valerian, as dead, fell down for dread, when he him saw, and he uphent him tho, and on his book right thus he gan to read. One Lord, one faith, one God without a mo', one Christendom, one Father of all also, above in all, and over all, everywhere. These wordes all with gold y-written were. When this was read, then said this olde man, Believest thou this, or no? Say yea or nay. I believe all this, quoth Valerian. For soother thing than this I dare well say, under the heaven no wight thinke may. Then vanished the old man, he wist not where, and Pope Urban him christened him right there. Valerian went home, and found Sicily within his chamber with an angel stand. This angel had of roses and of lily coronas too, the which he bare in hand. And first to Cecile, as I understand, he gave the one, and after gan he take the other to Valerian her make. With body clean, and with unwemmed thought, keep I well these coronas too, quoth he. From Paradise to you I have them brought, nor ever more shall they rotten be, nor lose their sweet savour, truste me. Nor ever wight shall see them with his eye, but he be chaste, and hate villainy. And thou, Valerian, for thou so soon assented hast to good counsel, also say what thee list, and thou shalt have thy boon. I have a brother, quoth Valerian tho, that in this world I love no man so. I pray you that my brother may have grace to know the truth, as I do in this place. The angel said, God liketh thy request, and bothe with the palm of martyrdom ye shalle come unto this blissful rest. And with that word Tiburce his brother came, and when that he the savour undernomen, which that the roses and the lilies cast, within his heart he gan to wonder fast, and said, I wonder, this time of the year, whence that sweete savour cometh so, of rose and lilies, that I smelle here. For though I had them in mine handes too, the savour might in me no deeper go. The sweeter smell, that in my heart I find, hath changed me all in another kind. Valerian said, 2 crownes here have we, snow white and rose red, that shine clear, which that thine eyen have no might to see. And as thou smellest them through my prayer, so shalt thou see them. Levy, brother dear, if it so be thou wilt without a sloth believe aright, and know the very troth. Tiburce answered, Sayest thou this to me in soothness, or in dreame hear I this? In dreames, quoth Valerian. Have we be unto this time, brother mine, y-wise, but now, at erst in truth our dwelling is. How know'st thou this? Quoth Tiburce, in what wise? Quoth Valerian, that shall I thee devise. The angel of God hath me the truth y-taught, which thou shalt see, if thou wilt reny the idols, and be clean and elles not. And of the miracle of these crownes, tway Saint Ambrose in his preface list to say. Solemnly this noble doctor dear commandeth it, and saith in this manner: The palm of martyrdom for to receive, Saint Cecily, full filled of God's gift, the world in eke her chamber gan to wave. Witness Tiburce's and Cecily's shrift, to which God of his bounty woulde shift coronas too, of flowers well smelling, and made his angel them the crownes bring. The maid hath brought these men to bliss above, the world hath wist what it is worth, certain, devotion of chastity to love. Then showed him Cecily all open and plain, that idols all are but a thing in vain, for they be dumb, and thereto they be deave, and charge him with his idols for to leave. Whoso that troweth not this, a beast he is, quoth this Tiburce, if that I shall not lie. And she gan kiss his breast when she heard this, and was full glad he could the truth espy. This day I take thee for mine ally, said this blissful faire maiden dear, and after that she said as ye may hear. Lo, right so as the love of Christ, quoth she, made me thy brother's wife, right in that wise anon for mine ally here take I thee. Since that thou wilt thine idols despise, go with thy brother now, and thee baptize, and make thee clean, so that thou mayst behold the angel's face, of which thy brother told. Tiburce answered and saide, Brother dear, first tell me whither I shall, and to what man. To whom, quoth he, come forth with good cheer, I will thee lead unto the Pope Urban. To Urban, brother mine Valerian, quoth then Tiburce, wilt thou me thither lead? Methinketh that it were a wondrous deed. Meanest not that Urban, quoth he though, that is so often damned to be dead, and wans and halkes always to and fro, and dare not once putte forth his head? Men should him brennen in a fire so red, if he were found, or if men might him spy, and us also, to bear him company. And while we seeke that divinity that is hid in heaven privily, algate burnt in this world should we be. To whom Cecily answered boldely, Men mighte dreade well and skilfully this life to lose, mine owen deare brother, if this were living only, and none other. But there is a better life in other place, that never shall be loste, dread thee not, which Godde's Son us tolde through his grace, that Father's Son which alle thinges wrought, and all that wrought is with a skilful thought. The ghost that from the Father gan proceed hath souled them withouten any dread. By word and by miracle, high God's Son, when he was in this world, declared here, that there is other life where men may won. To whom answered Tiburce, O sister dear, saidest thou not right now in this manner, there was but one God, Lord in soothfastness, and now of three how mayst thou bear witness? That I shall tell, quoth she, ere I go. Right as a man hath sapiences three, memory, engine, and intellect also, so in one being of divinity three persons there maye right well be. Then gan she him full busily to preach of Christe's coming and his paines to teach, and many pointes of his passion, how Godde's Son in this world was withhold, to do mankind a plain remission, that was abound in sin and cares cold. All this thing she unto Tiburce told, and after that Tiburce, in good intent, with Valerian to Pope Urban he went. That thanked God, and with glad heart and light he christened him, and made him in that place perfect in his learning, and Godde's knight. And after this Tiburce got such grace, that every day he saw in time and space the angel of God, and every manner boon that be God asked, it was sped full anon. It were full hard by order for to sayn how many wonders Jesus for them wrought, but at the last, to telle short and plain, the sergeants of the town of Rome them sought, and them before Almach the prefect brought, which them opposed, and knew all their intent, and to the image of Jupiter them sent, and said, Whoso will not do sacrifice, swap off his head, this is my sentence here. Anon these martyrs that I you devise, one Maximus, that was an officer of the prefects, and his cornicolare them hent, and when he forth the saintes lad, himself he wept for pity that he had. When Maximus had heard the saintes lore, he got him of the tourmentores leave, and led them to his house without more. And with their preaching, ere that it were eve, they gonen from the tormentors to reave, and from maxim, and from his folk each one, the false faith to trow in God alone. Cecilia came, when it was waxen night, with priestes, that them christened all in fear, and afterward, when day was waxen light, Cecile them said with a steadfast cheer, Now, Christus own knights, liefe and dear, cast all away the workers of darkness, and arme you in armor of brightness. Ye have forsooth done a great battale, your course is done, your faith have ye conserved. O, to the crown of life that may not fail, the rightful judge which that ye have served shall give it to you, as ye have it deserved. And when this thing was said, as I devise, men led them forth to do the sacrifice. But when they were unto the place brought, to tell us shortly the conclusion, they would incense nor sacrifice right not, but on their knees they sette them adown, with humble heart and sad devotion, and loste both their heads in the place, their soules went to the King of grace. This Maximus, that saw this thing betide, with piteous tears told it anon right, that he their soules saw to heaven glide, with angels, full of clearness and of light, and with his word converted many a wight, for which Almachius did him to beat, with whip of lead, till he his life gan leat. Cecile him took, and buried him anon, by Tibers and Valerian softily, within their burying place under the stone. And after this Almachius hastily bade his ministers fetchen openly Cecile, so that she might in his presence do sacrifice and Jupiter incense. But they, converted at her wise lore, wept full sore, and gave full credence unto her word, and cried more and more, Christ, Godde's Son, without a difference, is very God, this is all our sentence, that hath so good a servant him to serve, thus with one voice we trow, though we sterve. Almachius, that heard of this doing, bade fetch Cecilie, that he might her see, and elder first, lo, this was his asking. What manner woman art thou? Quoth he. I am a gentle woman born, quoth she. I aske thee, quoth he, though it thee grieve, of thy religion and of thy believe. Ye have begun your question foolishly, quoth she, that wouldest two answers conclude in one demand. Ye ask lewdly. Almach answered to that similitude, Of whence comes thine answering so rude? Of whence? Quoth she, when that she was freined, Of conscience, and of good faith unfeigned. Almachius saide, Takest thou no heed of my power? And she him answered this, Your might, quoth she, full little is to dread, for every mortal manne's power is but like a bladder full of wind y-wise. For with a needle's point, when it is blow, may all the boast of it be laid full low. Full wrongfully begunnest thou, quoth he, and yet in wrong is thy perseverance. Know'st thou not how our mighty princes free have thus commanded and made ordinance, that every Christian wight shall have penance, but if that he his Christendom withsay, and go all quit, if he will it renay? Your princes erren, as do your nobly doth, quoth then Cecile, and with a wood sentence, yet make us guilty, and it is not sooth. For ye that knowe well our innocence, for as much as we do I reverence to Christ, and for we bear a Christian name, yet put on us a crime and eke a blame. But we that know thilke name so for virtuous, we may it not withsay. Almach answered, Choose one of these two, do sacrifice, or Christendom renay, that thou mayest now escape by that way. At which the holy blissful faire maid gan for to laugh, and to the judge said, O judge, confused in thy nicety, wouldest thou that I renay innocence? To make me a wicked wight, quoth she. Lo, he dissimuleth here in audience, he stareth and woodeth in his advertence. To whom Almachius said, Unseely wretch, know thou not how far my might may stretch? Have not our mighty princes to me given ye both power and eke authority, to make folk to dien or to liven? Why speakest thou so proudly then to me? I speak not but steadfastly, quoth she, not proudly, for I say as for my side, we hate deadly thilke vice of pride. And if thou dreade not sooth to hear, then will I show all openly by right, that thou hast made a full great leasing here. Thou sayest thy princes have thee given might, both for to slay and for to quick a wight. Thou that mayest not but only life bereave, thou hast none other power nor no leave. But thou mayest say, the princes have thee maked minister of death, for if thou speakest of mo thou liest, for thy power is full of naked. Do away thy boldness, said Almachius tho, and sacrifice to our gods ere thou go. I reckon not what wrong that thou me proffer, for I can suffer it as a philosopher. But these wronges may I not endure, that thou speakest of our goddess here, quoth he. Cecile answered, O nice creature, thou saidest no word, since thou spake to me, that I knew not therewith thy nicety, and that thou wert in every manner wise, a lewed officer, a vain justice. There lacketh nothing to thine outward eyen, that thou art blind, for thing that we see all that it is stone, that men may well espyen, that ilke stone a god thou wilt it call. I rede thee let thine hand upon it fall, and taste it well, and stone thou shalt it find, since that thou seest not with thine eyen blind. It is a shame that the people shall so scorne thee, and laugh at thy folly, for commonly men wot it well over all, that mighty God is in his heaven high, and these images well mayst thou espy, to thee nor to themselves may not profite, for in effect they be not worth a mite. These wordes and such others saide she, and he waxed wroth, and bade men should her lead home to her house, and in her house, quotha he, burn her right in a bath with flames red. And as he bade, right so was done the deed, for in a bath they gan her fast shetten, and night and day great fire they under betten, the longe night, and eke day also, for all the fire, and eke the bath's heat, she sat all cold, and felt of it no woe. It made her not one droppe for to sweat, but in that bath her life she must lette, for he, Almachius, with full wit content, to slay her in the bath his sonde sent. 3 strokes in the neck he smote her tho, the tormentor, but for no manner chance he might not smite her faire neck in two, and for there was that time an ordinance, that no man should do man such penance, the 4th stroke to smite, soft or sore, this tormentor he durste do no more. But half dead, with her necke carven, there he let her lie, and on his way is went. The Christian folk, which that about her were, with sheetes have the blood full fair y hent. 3 days lived she in this torment, and never ceased them the faith to teach, that she had fostered them, she gan to preach. And them she gave her mebles and her thing, and to the Pope Urban betook them tho, and said, I aske this of heaven's king, to have respite 3 days, and no more, to recommend to you, ere that I go, these soules low, and that I might do worch here of mine house perpetually a church. Saint Urban with his deacons privily the body fetched, and buried it by night among his other saintes honestly. Her house the church of Saint Cecilie hight, Saint Urban hallowed it, as he well might, in which unto this day, in noble wise, men do to Christ and to his saint service. End of the second Nun's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Young. homepages.nyu.edu/RJY201. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Canon's Yeoman's Tale. With this canon I dwelt have 7 year, and of his science am I near the near. All that I had I have lost thereby, and God wot, so have many more than I. Where I was wont to be right fresh and gay of clothing and of other good array, now may I wear on hose upon mine head, and where my colour was both fresh and red, now is it wan and of a leaden hue. Whoso it useth, sore shall he it rue, and of my swink yet bleared is mine eye, lo, what advantage is to multiply? That sliding science hath me made so bare, that I have no good, where that ever I fare, and yet I am indebted so thereby of gold, that I have borrowed truly, that, while I live, I shall it quite never. Let any man beware by me for ever. What manner man that casteth him thereto, if he continue, I hold his thrift y-do. So help me God, thereby shall he not win, but empty his purse, and make his wits thin. And when he, through his madness and folly, hath lost his own good through juparty, then he exciteth other men thereto, to lose their good, as he himself hath do. For unto shrews joy it is and ease, to have their fellows in pain and disease. Thus was I once learned of a clerk, of that no charge I will speak of our work. When we be there as we shall exercise our elvish craft, we seem wonder-wise, our terms be so clergial and quaint. I blow the fire till that mine heart faint. Why should I tell in each proportion of things which that we work upon, as on 5 or 6 ounces may well be of silver or some other quantity? And busy me to tell you the names, as orpiment, burnt bones, iron squams, that into powder ground be full small, and in an earthen pot how put is all, and salt ye put in, and also pepper, before these powders that I speak of here, and well ye covered with a lamp of glass, and of much other thing, which that there was, and of the pots and glasses in gluttning, that of the air might passen out no thing, and of the easy fire and smart also, which that was made, and of the care and woe that we had in our matters subliming, and in amalgaming and calcining of quicksilver called mercury crude. For all our sleights we cannot conclude our orpiment and sublimed mercury, our ground litharge, eke on the porphyry, of each of these of ounces a certain, not helpeth us, our labor is in vain, nor neither our spirit's ascension, nor our matters that lie all fixed down, may in our working nothing us avail, for lost is all our labor and travail, and all the cost, a 20 devil way, is lost also which we upon it lay. There's also full many another thing, that is unto our craft appertaining, though I by order them not rehearse can, because that I am a lewd man. Yet will I tell them as they come to mind, although I cannot see them in their kind, as sal, armoniac, verdigris, borass, and sundry vessels made of earth and glass, our urinals and our descennaries, phials and crosslets and sublimatories, cucurbites and alembics eke, and other such, dear enough a leak, it needeth not for to rehearse them all. Waters rubifying and bull's gall, arsenic, sal armoniac, and brimstone, and herbs could I tell eke many a one, as agremoine, valerian, and lunary, and other such, if that me list to tarry, our lamps burning both night and day to bring about our craft, if that we may. Our furnace eke of calcination, and of water's albification, unslaked lime, chalk, and glaire vanille, powders diverse, ashes, dung, piss, and clay, seared poquettes, saltpetre, and vitriol, and divers fires made of wood and coal, salt tartar, alkali, salt preparate, and combust matters, and coagulate, clay made with horse and man's hair, and oil of tartar, alum, glass, barm, wort, argoil, rosselgar, and other matters imbibing. And eke of our matters incorporing, and of our silver citrination, our cementing and fermentation, our ingots, tests, and many things mo. I will tell you, as was me taught also, the 4 spirits, and the bodies 7, by order, as oft I heard my lord them neven. The first spirit quicksilver called is, the second orpiment, the third was sal armoniac, and the 4th brimstone. The bodies 7 eke, lo them here anon. Sol gold is, and luna silver we thrip. Mars iron, Mercury quicksilver we clip, Saturnus lead, and Jupiter is tin, and Venus copper, by my father's kin. This cursed craft whoso will exercise, he shall no good have that met him suffice, for all the good he spendeth thereabout, he lose shall. Thereof have I no doubt. Whoso that list to utter his folly, let him come forth and learn to multiply. And every man that hath aught in his coffer, let him appear and wax a philosopher, whilsconce that craft is so light to lear. Nay, nay, God wot, all be he monk or frere, priest or canon, or any other wight, though he sit at his book both day and night, in learning of this elvish nice lore, all is in vain, and pretty much more is to learn a lewd man this subtlety. Fie, speak not thereof, for it will not be. And con he letterer, or con he none, as in effect he shall it find all one. For both two, by my salvation, concluden in multiplication. Alike well, when they have all ye do, this is to say, they fail both two. Yet forgot I to make rehearsal of waters corrosive, and of the mile, and of bodies' mollification, and also of their induration, oils, ablutions, metal fusible, to tell in all would pass in any Bible. That where is wherefore, as for the best, of all these names now will I me rest. For, as I trow, I have you told enough to raise a fiend, all look he ne'er so rough. Ah, nay, let be, the philosopher's stone, elixir called. We seek fast each one, for had we him, then were we sicker enow. And unto God of heaven I make a vow, for all our craft, when we have all ye do, and all our sleight, he will not come us to. He hath made us spend much good, for sorrow of which almost we waxed wood, but that good hope creeped in our heart, supposing ever, though we sore smart, to be relieved by him afterward. Such supposing and hope is sharp and hard. I warn you well, it is to seek and ever. That future temps hath made men dissever, in trust thereof, from all that ever they had. Yet of that art they cannot wax sad, for unto them it is bitter sweet. So seemeth it, for had they but a sheet, which that they might wrap them in at night, and a brat to walk in by daylight, they would them sell, and spin it on this craft. They cannot stint, until no thing be laughed. And evermore, wherever that they gone, men may them know by smell of brimstone, for all the world they stinken as a goat. Their savour is so ramish and so hot, that though a man a mile from them be, the savour will infect him, trust me. Lo thus by smelling and threadbare array, if that men list, this folk they know may. And if a man will ask them privily, why they be clothed so unthriftily, they right anon will run out in his ear, and sayin, if that they espied were, men would them slay, because of their science. Lo, thus these folk betrayen innocence. Pass over this, I go my tale unto. Ere that the pot be on the fire y do, of metals, with a certain quantity, my lord them tempers, and no man but he. Now he is gone, I dare say boldly, for as men say, he can do craftily. I'll gate, I wot well he hath such a name, and yet full oft he runneth into blame. And know ye how, full oft it happeneth so, the pot to breaks, and farewell, all is go. These metals be of so great violence, our walls may not make them resistance. But if they were wrought of lime and stone, they pierce so, that through the wall they gone, and some of them sink down into the ground. Thus have we lost by times many a pound. And some are scattered all the floor about, some leap into the roof without doubt. Though that the fiend not in our sight him show, I trow that he be with us, that shrew, in hell, where that he is lord and sire. Is there no more woe, rancor, nor ire? When that our pot is broke, as I have said, every man chides, and holds him evil apaid. Some said it was long on the fire making, some said nay, it was on the blowing. Then was I feared, for that was mine office. Straw, quoth the third, ye be lewd and nice, it was not tempered, as it ought to be. Nay, quoth the fourth, stent and hearken me, because our fire was not made of beech. That is the cause, and other none, so that I cannot tell whereon it was along. But well I wot great strife in us among. What? Quoth my lord. There is no more to doen. Of these perils I will beware of soon. I am right sicker that the pot was crazed. Be as be may, be ye no thing amazed. As usage is, let the sweep the floor as swith. Pluck up your hearts, and be glad and blithe. The mullock on a heap he sweeped was, and on the floor he cast a canvas. And all this mullock in a sieve he throw, and sifted, and he picked many a throw. Party, quoth one, somewhat of our metal, yet is there here, though that we have not all. And though this thing mishap hath as now, another time it may well be enow. We must put our good in adventure. A merchant party may not endure. Trust me well, in his prosperity. Sometimes his good is drenched in the sea, and sometimes comes it safe unto land. Peace, quoth my lord. The next time I will fand to bring our craft all in another plight. And but I do, sirs, let me have the white. There was default in somewhat, well I wot. Another said the fire was over hot, but be it hot or cold, I dare say this, that we conclude nevermore amiss. We fail alway of that which we would have, and in our madness evermore we rave. And when we be together every one, every man seemeth a Solomon. But all thing which that shineth as the gold, it is not gold, as I have heard it told. Nor every apple that is fair at eye, it is not good, whatso men clap or cry. Right so, lo, fareth it among us. He that the wisest seemeth, by Jesus, is most fool, when it cometh to the proof. And he that seemeth truest is a thief. That shall ye know, ere that I from you wend, by that I of my tale have made an end. There was a canon of religion among us, would infect all a town, though it is as great were as was Nineveh, Rome, Alessandra, Troy, or other three. His sleights, and his infinite falseness, there could no man written, as I guess, though that he might live 1,000 year, in all this world of falseness is his peer. For in his terms he will him so wind, and speak his words in so sly a kind, when he commune shall with any wight, that he will make him doubt anon aright. But if a fiend be, as himself is, full many a man hath he beguiled ere this, and will, if that he may live any while. And yet men go and ride many a mile, him for to seek, and have his acquaintance, not knowing of his false governance. And if you list to give me audience, I will it tell here in your presence. But, worshipful canons religious, ne deem not that I slander your house, although that my tale of a canon be. Of every order some shrew is, party, and God forbid that all a company should rue a singular man's folly. To slander you is no thing mine intent, but to correct that is amiss I meant. This tale was not only told for you, but eke for other more. Ye wot well how that amongs Christ's apostles 12 there was no traitor but Judas himself. Then why should all the remnant have blame, that guiltless were? By you I say the same, save only this, if ye will hearken me, if any Judas in your convent be, remove him betimes. You read, if shame or loss may cause in any dread, and be no thing displeased, I pray you. But in this case hearken what I say. In London was a priest, in Unalure, that therein dwelled had many a year, which was so pleasant and so serviceable unto the wife, whereas he was at table, that she would suffer him no thing to pay for board nor clothing, when he ne'er so gay, and spending silver had he right enow, thereof no force will proceed as now, and tell forth my tale of the canon that brought this priest to confusion. This false canon came upon a day unto the priest's chamber where he lay, beseeching him to lend him a certain of gold, and he would quitten him again. Lend me a mark, quoth he, but days 3, and at my day I will it quite thee. And if it so be that thou find me false, another day hang me up by the halse. This priest him took a mark, and that as swithe, and this canon him thanked him often sithe, and took his leave, and went forth his way, and at the third day brought his money. And to the priest he took his gold again, whereof this priest was wondrous glad and fain. "Certes," quoth he, "nothing annoyeth me, to lend a man a noble or two or three, or what thing were in my possession, when he so true is of condition, that in no wise he break will his day. To such a man I never can say nay." "What," quoth this canon, "should I be untrue? Nay, that were thing fallen all of new. Truth is a thing that I will ever keep, unto the day in which that I shall creep into my grave, and else God forbid. Believe this as sicker as your creed. God thank I, and in good time be it said, that there was never man yet evil apaid for gold or silver that he to me lent, nor ever falsehood in mine heart I meant. And, sir," quoth he, "now of my privity, since ye so goodly have been unto me, and give to me so great gentleness somewhat, to quit with your kindness, I will you shew, and if you list to lear, I will you teach plainly the manner, how I can worken in philosophy. Take good heed, ye shall well see at eye, that I will do a mastery ere I go." "Yea?" quoth the priest. "Yes, sir. And will ye so?" "Marry, thereof I pray you heartily." "At your commandment, sir, truly," quoth the canon, "and else God forbid, lo, how this thief could his service bed." Full sooth it is that such pro-offered service stinketh, as witness these old wise, and that full soon I will it verify in this canon, root of all treachery, that evermore delight had and gladness, such fiendly thoughts in his heart impress, how Christ's people he may to mischief bring. God keep us from his false dissimuling. What wist this priest with whom that he dealt? Nor of his harm coming he nothing felt. O silly priest, O silly innocent, with covetise anon thou shalt be blent. O graceless, full blind is thy conceit, for nothing art thou aware of the deceit which that this foxy shapen hath to thee. His wily wrenches thou not mayest flee. Wherefore, to go to the conclusion that referreth to thy confusion, unhappy man, anon I will me hie to tell thine unwit and thy folly, and eke the falseness of that other wretch. As far forth as that my conning will stretch, this canon was my lord, ye would ween, sir host in faith, and by the heaven's queen, it was another canon, and not he, the can an hundredfold more subtlety. He hath betrayed folks many a time, of his falseness it dolleth me to rhyme, and ever when I speak of his false head, for shame of him my cheeks wax red. All gates they begin for to glow, for redness have I none, right well I know. In my visage for fumes diverse of metals, which ye have me heard rehearse, consumed have and wasted my redness. Now take heed of this canon's cursedness. "Sir," quoth he to the priest, "let your man gone for quicksilver, that we it had anon, and let him bring ounces 2 or 3, and when he comes, as fast shall ye see a wondrous thing which ye saw ne'er ere this." "Sir," quoth the priest, "it shall be done y was." He bade his servant fetch him this thing, and he already was at his bidding, and went him forth, and came anon again, with this quicksilver shortly for to sayn, and took these ounces 3 to the canon, and he laid them well and fair down, and bade the servant coals for to bring, that he anon might go to his working. The coals right anon weren y fit, and this canon he took a crosslet out of his bosom, and showed it to the priest. "This instrument," quoth he, "which that thou seest, take in thine hand, and put thyself therein, of this quicksilver an ounce, and here begin, in the name of Christ, to wax a philosopher. There be full few which that I would proffer, to show them thus such of my science. For here shall ye see by experience, that this quicksilver I will mortify, right in your sight, anon without lie, and make it as good silver and as fine as there is any in your purse, or mine, or elsewhere, and make it malleable, and else hold me false and unable among folk forever to appear. I have a powder here that cost me dear, shall make all good, for it is cause of all my cunning. which that I you shew shall. Void your man, and let him be thereout, and shut the door while we be about our privity, that no man us espy, while that we work in this philosophy. All, as he bade, fulfilled was indeed. This eke servant right anon out yede, and his mastery shut the door anon, and to their labour speedily they gone. This priest, at this cursed canon's bidding, upon the fire anon he set this thing, and blew the fire, and busied him full fast, and this canon unto the crosslet cast a powder. I know not whereof it was, he made either of chalk, either of glass, or somewhat else, was not worth a fly, to blin with this priest, and bade him high the coals for to couch and all above the crosslet. For in token I thee love, quoth this canon, thine own hands too shall work all thing that there shall be do. Grand mercy, quoth the priest, and was full glad, and couched the coals as the canon bade. And while he busy was, this fiendly wretch, this false canon, thou foul fiend him fetch, out of his bosom took a breechen coal, in which full subtifly was made a hole, and therein put was of silver limale an ounce, and stopped was without fail. The hole was wax, to keep the limale in, and understand that this false gin was not made there, but it was made before. And other things I shall tell you more hereafterward, which that he with him be brought. Ere he came there, him to beguile he thought, and so he did, ere that they went wit, till he had turned him, could he not blin. It doleth me, when that I of him speak, of his falsehood fain would I me wreak. If I wist how, but he is here and there. He is so variant, he abides nowhere. But take heed, sirs, now for God's love. He took his coal, of which I spake above, and in his hand he bare it privily. And while the priest couched busily the coals, as I told you ere this canon said, "Friend, ye do amiss. This is not coached as it ought to be, but soon I shall amenden it," quoth he. "Now let me meddle therewith but a while, for of you have I pity, by Saint Gill. Ye be right hot. I see well how ye sweat. Have here a cloth, and wipe away the wet." And while that the priest wiped his face, this canon took his coal, with sorry grace, and laid it above on the midward of the crosslet, and blew well afterward, till that the coals began fast to brin. "Now give us drink," quoth this canon then, "and swith all shall be well, I undertake. Sit we down, and let us merry make." And when that this canon's breechen coal was burnt, all the mail out of the hole into the crosslet anon fell down. And so it must needs by reason, since it above so even couched was. But thereof wist the priest no thing. Alas! He deemed all the coals alike good, for of the sleight he nothing understood. And when this alchemister saw his time, "Rise up, Sir Priest," quoth he, "and stand by me, and for I wot well in got have ye none. Go, walk forth, and bring me a chalk stone, for I will make it of the same shape that is in a got, if I may have hap. Bring eke with you a bowl, or else a pan, full of water, and ye shall well see then how that our business shall happen priv. And yet, for ye shall have no misbelieve, nor wrong conceit of me in your absence, I will not be out of your presence, but go with you, and come with you again." The chamber door shortly for to say, and they opened and shut, and went their way, and forthwith them they carried the key, and came again without any delay. "Why should I tarry all the long day? He took the chalk, and shaped it in the wise of an ingot, as I shall you devise. I say he took out of his own sleeve a tein of silver, evil may he chieve, which that he was but just an ounce of weight. And take heed now of his cursed sleight. He shaped his ingot in length and in brid of this tein without any dread, slow slyly that the priest it not espied, and in his sleeve again he gan it hide. And from the fire he took up his matter, and in the ingot put it with merry cheer, and in the water vessel he it cast, when that him list, and bade the priest as fast, "Look what there is. Put in thine hand and grope. There shalt thou find silver, as I hope." What? Devil of hell, should it else be? Shaving of silver, silver is, pardy. He put his hand in, and took up a tein of silver fine, and glad in every vein was this priest, when he saw that it was so. "God's blessing, and his mother's also, and All Hallows have ye, Sir Canon," said this priest, "and I there malison, but an ye vouchsafe to teach me this noble craft and this subtlety, I will be yours in all that ever I may," quoth the canon. "Yet will I make assay this second time, that ye may take heed, and be expert of this, and in your need another day assay in mine absence this discipline, and this crafty science. Let take another ounce," quoth he though, "of quicksilver, without words mo', and do therewith as ye have done ere this, with that other which that now silver is." The priest him busied, all that e'en he can, to do as this canon, this cursed man, commanded him, and fast he blew the fire, for to come to the effect of his desire. And this canon, right in the meanwhile, all ready was this priest eft to beguile, and for a countenance in his hand bare All Hallows stick, to keep him beware. Of silver limaile put was, as before, was in his coal, and stopped with wax well, for to keep in his limaile every deal. And while this priest was in his business, this canon with his stick gan him dress, to him anon, and his powder cast in, as he did erst. The devil out of his skin him turn, I pray to God, for his false head, for he was ever false in thought and deed. And with his stick, above the crosslet, that was ordained with that false get, he stirred the coals, till rennet gan, the wax against the fire, as every man, but he a fool be, knows well it must need, and all that in the stick was out yede, and in the crosslet hastily it fell. Now, good sirs, what will ye bet then well? When that this priest was thus beguiled again, supposing not but truth, sooth to sayn, he was so glad, that I can not express in no manner his mirth and his gladness, and to the canon he proffered eftsoon body and good. "Yea," quoth the canon soon, "though poor I be, crafty thou shalt me find. I warn thee well, yet is there more behind. Is any copper here within?" said he. "Yea, sir," the priest said, "I trow there be. Else go buy us some, and that has swithe. Now, good sir, go forth thy way and hie thee." He went his way, and with the copper came, and this canon it in his hand's name, and of that copper weighed out an ounce, too simple is my tongue to pronounce. As minister of my wit, the doubleness of this canon, root of all cursedness, he friendly seemed to them that knew him not, but he was fiendly both in work and thought. It wearieth me to tell of his falseness, and natheless yet will I it express, to that intent men may beware thereby, and for none other cause truly. He put this copper in the crosslet, and on the fire as swithe he hath it set, and cast it powder, and made the priest to blow, and in his working for to stoop low, as he did erst, and all was but a jap. Right as him list the priest he made his ape, and afterward in the ingot as he cast, and in the pan he put it at the last, of water, and in he put his own hand, and in his sleeve, as ye beforehand heard him tell, he had a silver tein. He silly took it out, this cursed heen, unweeting this priest of his false craft, and in the pan's bottom he it laughed, and in the water rumbleth to and fro, and wondrous privily took up also the copper tein, not knowing thilke priest, and hid it, and him hent by the breast, and to him spake, and thus said in his game, "Stoop now adown, by God, ye beat to blame. Help me now, as I did you will. Put in your hand, and look what is there." This priest took up this silver tein anon, and then said the canon, "Let us gon with these 3 teins which that we have wrought, to some goldsmith, and weet if they be aught. For by my faith I would not for my hood, but if they were silver fine and good, and that as swith well proved shall it be." Unto the goldsmith with these teins 3 they went anon, and put them in assay. To fire and hammer might no man say nay, but that they weren as ought to be. This sotted priest, who gladder was than he? Was never bird gladder against the day, nor nightingale in the season of May? Was never none that better list to sing, nor lady lustier in carolling, or for to speak of love and womanhead, nor knight in arms to do a hardy deed, to stand in grace of his lady dear, than had this priest his craft for to lear, And to the canon thus he spake and said, For love of God, that for us all died, and as I may deserve it unto you, what shall this receipt cost? Tell me now. By Our Lady, quoth this canon, it is dear. I warn you well, that save I and Frere, in England there can no man it make. No fourth, quoth he? Now, sir, for God's sake, what shall I pay? Tell me, I you pray. Ye wise, quoth he, it is full dear, I say. Sir, at one word, if that you list it have, ye shall pay 40 pounds, so God me save, and near the friendship that ye did there thus. To me ye should pay more, ye was. This priest the sum of 40 pound anon of nobles fet, and took them every one to this canon for this ilk receipt. And all his working was but fraud and deceit. Sir priest, he said, I keep to have no loss of my craft, for I would it were kept close. And as ye love me, keep it. For if men knew all my subtlety, by God, they would have so great envy. To me, because of my philosophy, I should be dead. There were no other way. God it forbid, quoth the priest, what ye say. Yet had I lever spend all the good, which that I have, and elsewhere I would, than that ye should fall in such mischief. For your good will, sir, have ye right would prefer, quoth the canon, and farewell, grand mercy. He went his way, and never the priest him sue, after that day. And when that this priest should make an essay at such time as he would of this receipt, farewell, it would not be. Lo, thus begypped and beguiled was he. Thus made he his introduction, to bring folk to their destruction. Consider, sirs, how that in each estate betwixt men and gold there is debate, so far forth that unis is there none, this multiplying blent, so many a one, that in good faith I trow that it be the cause greatest of such scarcity. These philosophers speak so mistily in this craft that men cannot come thereby. For any wit that men have howadays, they may well chatter, as do these jays, but in their terms set their lust and pain. But to their purpose shall they ne'er attain. A man may lightly learn, if he have aught, to multiply, and bring his good to naught. Lo, such a lucre is the lusty game. A man's mirth it will turn all to grame, and empty also great and heavy purses, and make folk for to purchase curses of them that have thereto their good y-lent. O fie for shame, they that have been brent. Alas, can they not flee the fire's heat? Ye that it use, I read that ye it let, lest ye lose all, for better than never is late. Never to thrive were too long a date. Though ye prowl ye shall it never find. Ye be as bold as is Bayard the blind, that blunders forth and peril casteth none. For he is as bold to run against a stone, as for to go beside it in the way. So fare ye that multiply, I say. If that your even cannot ye see aright, look that your mind lacketh not his sight. For though you look never so broad and stare, ye shall not win a mite of that chiff. But waste in all that ye may rape and rend, withdraw the fire, lest it too fast brenn. Meddle no more with that art, I mean, for if ye do, your thrift is gone full clean. And right as swith, I will you tell here what philosophers say in this matter. Lo, thus saith Arnold of the New Town, as his rosary maketh mention. He saith right thus, without any lie: There may no man Mercury mortify, but it be with his brother's knowledging. Lo, how that he, which first saith this thing, of philosophers' father was Hermes, he saith, how that the dragon doubtless he dieth not, but if that he be slain with his brother. And this is for to sayn by the dragon Mercury, and none other, he understood, and brimstone by his brother, that out of Sol and Luna were he draw. And therefore, said he, take heed to my Sol, let no man busy him this art to seech, but if that he the intention and speech of philosophers understand can, and if he do, he is a lewd man. For this science and this conning, quoth he, is of the secret of secrets party. Also there was a disciple of Plato, that on a time said his master to, as his book Senior will bear witness, and this was his demand in soothfastness: Tell me the name of thilk privy stone. And Plato answered unto him anon: Take the stone that Titanos men name. Which is that? Quoth he. Magnesia is the same. said Plato. Yea, sir, and is it thus? This is ignotum per ignotius. What is magnesia, good sir, I pray? It is a water that is made, I say, of the elements four, quoth Plato. Tell me the root, good sir, quoth he though, of that water, if that it be your will. Nay, nay, quoth Plato, certain that I knew. The philosophers sworn were every one that they should not discover it to none, nor in no book it write in no manner. For unto God it is so lief and dear, that he will not that it discovered be. But where it liketh to his deity, man for to inspire, and eke for to defend. Whom that he liketh, lo, this is the end. Then thus conclude I, since that God of heaven will not that these philosophers niven, how that a man shall come unto his stone, I read as for the best to let it gone. For whoso maketh God his adversary, as for to work any thing in contrary of his will, certes never shall he thrive, though that he multiply term of his life. And there a point, for ended is my tale. God send every good man boot of his bail. End of Canon's Yeoman's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Hoover. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. The Manciple's Tale, the Prologue. Weet ye not where there stands a little town, which that ye called is Bob up and down, under the Blee in Canterbury way? There gan our host for to jape and play, and said Sirs, what? Done is in the mire. Is there no man for prayer nor for hire that will awaken our fellow behind? A thief might full rob and bind. See how he nappeth, see for cock's bones, as he would fall from his horse at once. Is that a cook of London, with mischance? Do him come forth, he knoweth his penance, for he shall tell a tale by my fay, although it be not worth a bottle of hay. Awake, thou cook, quoth he. God give thee sorrow. What aileth thee to sleep by the morrow? Hast thou had fleas all night, or art drunk? Or had thou with some queen all night y swunk, so that thou mayst not hold up thine head? The cook, that was full pale and nothing red, said to the host, So God my soul bless, as there is fallen on me such heaviness, I know not why, that me were lever sleep than the best gallon wine that is in cheap. Well, quoth the Manciple, if it may do ease to thee, Sir Cook, and to no white displease which that here rideth in this company, and that our host will of his courtesy, I will as now excuse thee of thy tale. For in good faith thy visage is full pale, thine eye in daze, soothly as me thinketh, and well I wot, thy breath full sour as stinketh, that showeth well thou art not well disposed. Of me certain thou shalt not be y-glossed. See how he yawneth. Lo, this drunken wight, as though he would us swallow anon right. Hold close thy mouth, man, by thy father's kin. The devil of hell has set his foot therein. Thy cursed breath infecta will us all. Fly, stinking swine, fly! Foul may thee befall. Ah, take heed, sirs, of this lusty man. Now, sweet sir, will ye joust at the fan? Thereto me thinketh ye be well ye shape. I trow that ye have drunken wine of ape, and that is when men play with a straw. And with this speech the cook waxed all raw, and on the Manciple he gan nod fast for lack of speech, and down his horse him cast, whereas he lay, till that men him uptook. This was a fair chevachy of a cook. Alas, that he held him by his ladle, and ere that he again were in the saddle, there was great shoving both to and fro to lift him up, and much care and woe, so unwieldy was the silly paled ghost. And to the Manciple then spake our host, Cause that drink hath domination upon this man, by my salvation I trow he lewdly will tell his tale. For were it wine, or old or moisty ale, that he hath drunk, he speaketh in his nose, and sneezeth fast, and eke he hath a pose, he also hath to do more than enough to keep him on his capel out of the slough. And if he fall from off his capel eftsoon, then shall we all have enough to do in lifting up his heavy drunken course. Tell on thy tale, of him I make no force. But yet, Manciple, in faith thou art too nice Thus openly to reprove him of his vice. Another day he will peradventure reclaim thee, and bring thee to the lore. I mean he speak a will of smalle things, as for to pinchen at thy reckonings, that were not honest if it came to prafe. Quoth the Manciple, that were a great mischief, so might he lightly bring me in the snare. Yet had I lever pay for the mare which he rides on, than he should with me strive. I will not wrathe him, so may I thrive. That I spake, I said it in my boord. And weet ye what? I have here in my gourd a draught of wine, yea, of a ripe grape, and right anon ye shall see a good jape. This cook shall drink thereof, if that I may. On pain of my life he will not say nay. And certainly, to tell it as it was, of this vessel the cook drank fast. Alas, what he needed it! He drank enough before. And when he had pooped in his horn, to the Manciple he took the gourd again. And of that drink the cook was wondrous fain, and thanked him in such wise as he could. Then gan our host to laugh a wondrous loud, and said, I see well it is necessary, where that we go, good drink with us to carry. For that will turn rancour and disease to accord and love, and many a wrong appease. O Bacchus, Bacchus, blessed be thy names, that so canst turn an earnest into game. Worship and thank be to thy deity. Of that matter ye get no more of me. Tell on thy tale, Manciple, I thee pray. Well, sir, quoth he, now hearken what I say. The Manciple's Tale. When Phoebus dwelled here in earth adown, as olde books make mention, he was the most lusty bachelor of all this world, and eke the best archer. He slew Python the serpent as he lay sleeping against the sun upon a day, and many another noble worthy deed he with his bow wrought, as men may read. Playen he could on every minstrelsy, and singe that it was a melody to hearen of his clear voice the sun. Certes, the king of Thebes, Amphion, that with his singing walled the city, could never sing half so well as he. Thereto he was the seemliest a man that is, or was since that the world began. What needeth it his features to describe? For in this world is none so fair alive. He was therewith full filled of gentleness, of honour, and of perfect worthiness. This Phoebus, that was flower of bachelory, as well in freedom as in chivalry, for his disport and sign eke of victory of Python, so as telleth thus the story, was wont to bear in his hand a bow. Now had this Phoebus in his house a crow, which in a cage he fostered many a day, and taught it speaken, as men teach a jay. White was this crow, as is a snow-white swan, and counterfeit the speech of every man he could, when he shoulde tell a tale. Therewith in all this world no nightingale ne could by 100,000 deal sing so wondrous merrily and well. Now had this Phoebus in his house a wife, which that he loved more than his life, and night and day did ever his diligence her for to please, and do her reverence, save only, if that I the sooth shall sayn, jealous he was, and would have kept her fain. For him were loth y japed for to be, and so is every wight in such degree. But all for naught, for it availeth naught. A good wife, that is clean of work and thought, should not be kept in none await certain, and truly the labour is in vain to keep a shrew, for it will not be. This hold I for a very nicety, to spill labour for to keep a wives. Thus written olde clerks in their lives. But now to purpose, as I first began. This worthy Phoebus did all that he can to please her, weening, through such pleasance, and for his manhood and his governance, that no man should have put him from her grace. But, God it wot, there may no man embrace as to distrain a thing which that nature hath naturally set in a creature. Take any bird, and put it in a cage, and do all thine intent and thy courage to foster it tenderly with meat and drink of all the dainties that thou canst bethink, and keep it all so cleanly as thou may. Although the cage of gold be never so gay, yet had this bird by 20,000-fold lever in a forest, both wild and cold, go eat worms in such wretchedness. For ever this bird will do his business, to escape out of the cage when that he may. His liberty the bird desireth aye. Let take a cat, and foster her with milk and tender flesh, and make her couch of silk, and let her see a mouse go by the wall. Anon she waveth milk and flesh and all, and every dainty that is in the house, such appetite hath she to eat the mouse. Lo, here hath kind her domination, and appetite flameth discretion. A she-wolf hath also a villain's kind, the lewdest wolf that she may find, or least of reputation, will she take in time when her lust to have a make. All these examples speak I by these men that be untrue, and nothing by women. For men have ever a liquorous appetite on lower things to perform their delight than on their wives, be they never so fair, never so true, nor so debonair. Flesh is so new-fangled with mischance, that we can in no thing have pleasance that sooneth unto virtue any while. This Phoebus, which that thought upon no guile, deceived was for all his jollity. For under him another had a she, a man of little reputation, not worth to Phoebus in comparison. The more harm is, it happens often so, of which there cometh much a harm and woe. And so befell, when Phoebus was absent, his wife anon hath for her leman sent. Her leman, certes that is a knavish speech. Forgive it me, and that I you beseech. The wise Plato saith, as ye may read, the word must needs accord with the deed. If men shall tell properly a thing, the word must cousin be to the working. I am a boisterous man, right thus I say. There is no difference truly betwixt a wife that is of high degree, if of her body dishonest she be, and any poor wench, other than this, if it so be they work both amiss. But for the gentle is in estate above, she shall be called his lady and his love. And for that other is a poor woman, she shall be called his wench and his leman. And God it wot, mine own dear brother, men lay the one as low as lies the other. Right so betwixt a titulous tyrant and an outlaw, or else a thief errant. The same I say, there is no difference. To Alexander told was this sentence. But for the tyrant is of greater might, by force of mine for to slay downright, and burn both house and home, and make all plain. Lo, therefore is he called a capitaine. For the outlaw hath but small mind, and may not do so great as harm as he, nor bring a country to so great mischief. Men call him an outlaw or a thief. But for I am a man not textual, I will not tell of text never a deal. I will go to my tale as I began. When Phoebus' wife had sent him for her leman, anon they wrought in all their lust volage. The white crow that hung aye in the cage beheld their work, and said never a word. And when that home was come Phoebus the lord, the crow sung cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. What, bird, quoth Phoebus, what song singest thou now? Wert thou not once so merrily to sing, that to my heart it was a rejoicing to hear thy voice? Alas, what song is this? By God, quoth he, I sing not amiss, Phoebus, quoth he, for all thy worthiness, for all thy beauty, and all thy gentleness, for all thy song and all thy minstrelsy, for all thy waiting, bleared is thine eye with one of little reputation. Not worth to thee is in comparison the mountenance of a gnat. So may I thrive, for on thy bed thy wife I saw him swive. What will ye more? The crow told him anon, by sad tokens and by words bold, how that his wife had done her lechery, to his great shame and his great villainy, and told him oft, he saw it with his eyen. This Phoebus gan a wayward for to Ryan, him thought his wilful heart to burst in two. His bow he bent, and set therein a flow, and in his ire he hath his wife slain. This is the effect, there is no more to sayn. For sorrow of which he brake his minstrelsy, both heart and lute, gittern and psaltery, and eke he brake his arrows and his bow, and after that thus spake he to the crow. Traitor, quoth he, with tongue of scorpion thou hast me brought to my confusion. Alas, that I was wrought! Why ne'er I dead? O dear wife, O gem of lusty head, thou wert to me so sad, and eke so true. Now liest thou dead, with face pale of hue, full guiltless, that durst I swear, O eyes, of rackle hand to do foul amiss. O troubled wit, O ire reckless, thou inadvised smitest the guiltless. O wantrust, full of false suspicion, where was thy wit and thy discretion? O every man beware of rackleness, no trow no thing without a strong witness. Smite not too soon, ere that ye weet a lie, and be advised well and sickerly, ere ye do any execution upon your ire for suspicion. Alas, 1,000 folk hath rackle ire foully fordone, and brought them in the mire. Alas, for sorrow I will myself slee, and to the crow, O false thief, said he, I will thee quite anon thy false tale. Thou sung whilom like any nightingale. Now shalt thou, false thief, thy song forgone, and eke thy white feathers every one, nor ever in all thy life shalt thou speak. Thus shall men on a traitor be awreak. Thou and thine offspring ever shall be blake, nor ever sweet a noise shall ye make, but ever cry against the tempest and the rain, in token that through thee my wife is slain. And to the crow he start, and that anon he pulled his white feathers every one, and made him black, and reft him all his song, and eke his speech, and out at door him flung unto the devil, which I him betake. And for this cause be all crows blake. Lordings, by this ensample I you pray, beware, and take heep what that ye say. Nor tell a never man in all your life how that another man hath dight his wife. He will you hate mortally certain. Dan Solomon, as wise Clerk is saying, teacheth a man to keep his tongue well. But, as I said, I am not textual. But natheless, thus taught to me my dame, my son, think on a crow, in God's name. My son, keep well thy tongue, and keep thy friend. A wicked tongue is worse than a fiend. My sonne, from a fiend men may them bless. My son, God of his endless goodness walled a tongue with teeth, and lips eke, for man should him advise what he speak. My son, full often for too much a speech hath many a man been spilt, as clerkes teach. But for a little speech advisedly is no man shent, to speak generally. My son, thy tongue shouldest thou restrain at all a time, but when thou dost, thou pain to speak of God and honour and prayer. The first of virtue, son, if thou wilt lear, is to restrain and keep well thy tongue. Thus learn children when that they be young. My son, of much a speaking evil advised, where less a speaking had enough sufficed, cometh much harm. Thus was me told and taught, and much a speech a sinne wanteth not. Wast thou whereof a rackle tongue serveth? Right as a sword forcutteth and forcarveth an arm in two, my dear son. Right so a tongue cutteth friendship all in two. A jangler is to God abominable. Read Solomon, so wise and honourable. Read David in his Psalms, and read Seneca. My sons, speak not, but with thine head thou beck. Dissemble as thou wert deaf, if that thou hear a jangler speak of perilous matter. The Fleming saith, and learn if that thee lest, that little jangling causeth much arrest. My son, if thou no wicked word hast said, thee are not dreada for to be bewrayed. But he that hath missaid, I dare well sayn, he may by no way call his word again. Thing that is said, and forth it goeth. Though him repent, or be he ne'er so loth, he is his thrall to whom that he hath said a tale, of which he is now evil apaid. My son, beware, and be no author new of tidings, whether they be false or true. Whereso thou come among us high or low, keep well thy tongue, and think upon the crow. End of the Manciple's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is a recording by Robert Foster, Montreal, March 2006. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey CHAUCER, edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg eText link on the LibriVox catalog page of the Canterbury Tales. Now for the Parson's Tale, the prologue. By that the Manciple his tale had ended. The sun from the south line was descended so low that it was not to my sight degrees 29 as in height. 4 of the clock it was then, as I guess, for 11 foot, a little more or less, my shadow was at thilke time, as there, of such feet as my length parted were in 6 feet, equal of proportion. Therewith the moon's exaltation in mean libra, gone alway ascend, as we were entering at a thorp's end, for which our host, as he was wont to gie, as in this case our jolly company, said in this wise: Lordings, every one,
Now lacketh us no more tales than one. Fulfilled is my sentence and my decree. I trow that we have heard of each degree. Almost fulfilled is mine ordinance. I pray to God so give him right good chance that telleth us this tale lustily. Sir priest, quoth he, art thou a vicary, or art thou a parson? Say sooth by thy fay. Be what thou be, break thou not our play, for every man, save thou, hath told his tale. Unbuckle and show us what is in thy mail, for truly me thinketh by thy cheer thou shouldest knit up well a great matter. Tell us a fable anon for cock's bones. This parson him answered all at once, Thou gettest fable none y-told for me, for Paul, that writeth unto Timothy, reproveth them that weave soothfastness, and tell fables, and such wretchedness. Why should I so draught out of my fist, when I may sow wheat, if that me list? For which I say, if that you list to hear morality and virtuous matter, and then what ye will give me audience, I would full fain at Christ's reverence do you pleasure lawful as I can. But trust well, I am a southern man, I cannot jest, ram rough by my letter, and God wot, rhyme hold I but little better. And therefore if you list, I will not glose, I will you tell a little tale in prose, to knit up all this feast and make an end. And Jesus for his grace wit me send to shew you the way in this voyage of thilke perfect glorious pilgrimage, that hight Jerusalem celestial. And if ye vouchsafe, anon I shall begin upon my tale, for which I pray tell your advice, I can no better say. But natheless this meditation I put it aye under correction of clerks, for I am not textual, I take but the sentence, trust me well. Therefore I make a protestation that I will stand to correction. Upon this word we have assented soon, for as us seemed it was for to do'n, to enden in some virtuous sentence, and for to give him space and audience, and bade our host he should to him say that all we to tell his tale him pray. Our host had the words for us all. Sir priest, quoth he, now fare you befall, say what you list, and we shall gladly hear. And with that word he said in this manner, Tell, quoth he, your meditation, but hasten you, the sun will adown, be fructuous, and that in little space, and to do well God send you his grace. And now the parson's tale. Our sweet Lord God of heaven, that no man will perish, but will that we come all to the knowledge of him, and to the blissful life that is perdurable, admonishes us by the prophet Jeremiah, that saith in this wise, Stand upon the ways, and see and ask of old paths, that is to say, of old sentences, which is the good way, and walk in that way, and ye shall find refreshing for your souls. Many be the spiritual ways that lead folk to our Lord Jesus Christ, and to the reign of glory, of which ways there is a full noble way, and full convenable, which may not fall to man nor to woman, that through sin hath misgone from the right way of Jerusalem celestial. And this way is called penitence, of which men should gladly hearken, and inquire with all their hearts, to wit what is penitence, and whence it is called penitence, and in what manner, and in how many manners be the actions or workings of penitence, and how many species there be of penitences, and what things appertain and behove to penitence, and what things disturb penitence. Penitence is described on the authority of St. Ambrose, Isidore, and Gregory as the bewailing of sin that has been wrought, with the purpose never again to do that thing or any other thing which a man should bewail, for weeping and not ceasing to do the sin will not avail. though it is to be hoped that after every time that a man falls, be it ever so often, he may find grace to arise through penitence. And repentant folk that leave their sin ere sin leave them are accounted by Holy Church sure of their salvation, even though the repentance be at the last hour. There are 3 actions of penitence: that a man be baptized after he has sinned, that he do no deadly sin after receiving baptism, and that he fall into no venial sins from day to day. Thereof saith St. Augustine that penitence of good and humble folk is the penitence of every day. The species of penitence are 3: solemn, when a man is openly expelled from Holy Church in Lent, or is compelled by Holy Church to do open penance for an open sin openly talked of in the country; common penance, enjoined by priests in certain cases, as to go on pilgrimage naked or barefoot; and privy penance, which men do daily for private sins, of which they confess privately, and receive private penance. To very perfect penitence are behoveful and necessary 3 things: contrition of heart, confession of mouth, and satisfaction, which are fruitful penitence against delight in thinking, reckless speech, and wicked sinful works. Penitence may be likened to a tree having its root in contrition, biding itself in the heart as a tree root does in the earth. Out of this root springs a stalk that bears branches and leaves of confession and fruit of satisfaction. Of this root also springs a seed of grace, which is mother of all security, and this seed is eager and hot, and the grace of this seed springs of God through remembrance on the day of judgment and on the pains of hell. The heat of this seed is the love of God, and the desire of everlasting joy, and this heat draws the heart of man to God, and makes him hate his sin. Penance is the tree of life to them that receive it. In penance or contrition man shall understand 4 things: what is contrition, what are the causes that move a man to contrition, how he should be contrite, and what contrition availeth to the soul. Contrition is the heavy and grievous sorrow that a man receiveth in his heart for his sins, with earnest purpose to confess and do penance, and never more to sin. 6 causes ought to move a man to contrition. 1. He should remember him of his sins. 2. He should reflect that sin putteth a man in great thraldom, and all the greater the higher is the estate from which he falls. 3. He should dread the day of doom, and the horrible pains of hell. 4. The sorrowful remembrance of the good deeds that man hath omitted to do here on earth, and also the good that he hath lost, ought to make him have contrition. 5. So also ought the remembrance of the passion that our Lord Jesus Christ suffered for our sins. 6. And so ought the hope of 3 things, that is to say, forgiveness of sin, the gift of grace to do well, and the glory of heaven, with which God shall reward man for his good deeds. All these points the parson illustrates and enforces at length, waxing especially eloquent under the 3rd head, and plainly setting forth the sternly realistic notions regarding future punishments that were entertained in the time of Chaucer. Certes, all the sorrow that a man might make from the beginning of the world is but a little thing, at retard of the sorrow of hell. The cause why that Job calleth hell the land of darkness. 4. Understand that he calleth it land or earth, for it is stable, and never shall fail, and dark, for he that is in hell hath default of light natural. For certes the dark light that shall come out of the fire that ever shall burn shall turn them all to pain that be in hell, for it sheweth them the horrible devils that them torment, covered with the darkness of death, that is to say, that he that is in hell shall have default of the sight of God. For certes the sight of God is the life perdurable. The darkness of death be the sins that the wretched man hath done, which that disturb him to see the face of God, right as a dark cloud doth between us and the sun. Land of misease, because there be three manner of defaults against three things that folk of this world have in this present life, that is to say, honours, delights, and riches. Against honour have they in hell shame and confusion. For well ye wot that men call honour the reverence that man doth to man. But in hell is no honour nor reverence. For certes no more reverence shall be done there to a king than to a knave. For which God saith by the prophet Jeremiah, the folk that me despise shall be in despite. Honour is also called great lordship. There shall be no wight serve other, but of harm and torment. Honour is also called great dignity and highness. But in hell shall they be all fortrodden of devils. As God saith, the horrible devils shall go and come upon the heads of damned folk. And this is forasmuch as the higher that they were in this present life, the more shall they be abated and defouled in hell. Against the riches of this world shall they have misease of poverty, and this poverty shall be in four things. In default of treasure, of which David saith, the rich folk that embraced and owned all their heart to treasure of this world shall sleep in the sleeping of death, and nothing shall they find in their hands of all their treasure. And moreover, the misease of hell shall be in default of meat and drink. For God saith thus by Moses, they shall be wasted with hunger, and the birds of hell shall devour them with bitter death, and the gall of the dragon shall be their drink, and the venom of the dragon their morsels. And furthermore their misease shall be in default of clothing, for they shall be naked in body, as of clothing, save the fire in which they burn, and other filths. And naked shall they be in soul of all manner virtues, which that is the clothing of the soul. Where be then the gay robes, and the soft sheets, and the fine shirts? Lo, what saith of them the prophet Isaiah, that under them shall be strewed moths, and their covertures shall be of worms of hell. And furthermore their misease shall be in default of friends, for he is not poor that hath good friends. But there is no friend, for neither God nor any good creature shall be friend to them, and ever each of them shall hate other with deadly hate. The sons and the daughters shall rebel against father and mother, and kindred against kindred, and chide and despise each other both day and night, as God saith by the prophet Micah. And the loving children, that whom love so fleshly each other, would each of them eat the other if they might. For how should they love together in the pains of hell, when they hated each other in the prosperity of this life? For trust well, their fleshly love was deadly hate. As saith the prophet David, whoso loveth wickedness, he hateth his own soul. And whoso hateth his own soul, certes he may love none other wight in no manner. And therefore in hell is no solace, nor no friendship, but ever the more kindreds that be in hell, the more cursing, the more chiding, and the more deadly hate there is among them. And further over they shall have default of all manner delights, for certes delights be after the appetites of the five wits, as sight, hearing, smelling, savouring, and touching. But in hell their sight shall be full of darkness and of smoke, and their eyes full of tears, and their hearing full of lamenting and gnashing of teeth, as saith Jesus Christ. Their nostrils shall be full of stinking, and, as saith Isaiah the prophet, their tasting shall be full of bitter gall, and touching of all their body shall be covered with fire that never shall quench, and with worms that never shall die, as God saith by the mouth of Isaiah. And forasmuch as they shall not wane, that they may die for pain, and by death flee from pain, that may they understand in the word of Job, that saith, There is the shadow of death. Certes, a shadow hath the likeness of the thing of which it is shadowed, but the shadow is not the same thing of which it is shadowed. Right so fareth the pain of hell. It is like death for the horrible anguish. And why? For it paineth them ever as though they should die anon, but certes they shall not die. For as saith Saint Gregory, to wretched caitiffs shall be given death without death, and end without end, and default without failing. For their death shall always live, and their end shall evermore begin, and their default shall never fail. And therefore saith Saint John the Evangelist, They shall follow death, and they shall not find him, and they shall desire to die, and death shall flee from them. And eke Job saith, that in hell is no order of rule. And albeit that God hath created all things in right order, and nothing without order, but all things be ordered and numbered, yet nevertheless they that be damned be not in order, nor hold no order. For the earth shall bear them no fruit. For as the prophet David saith, God shall destroy the fruit of the earth as for them. Nor water shall give them no moisture, nor the air no refreshing, nor the fire no light. For as saith Saint Basil, the burning of the fire of this world shall God give in hell to them that be damned, but the light and the clearness shall be given in heaven to his children, right as the good man giveth flesh to his children, and bones to his hounds. And for they shall have no hope to escape, saith Job at last, that there shall horror and grisly dread dwell without end. Horror is always dread of harm that is to come, and this dread shall ever dwell in the hearts of them that be damned. And therefore have they lost all their hope for 7 causes. First, for God, that is their judge, shall be without mercy to them, nor they may not please him, nor none of his saints, nor they may give nothing for their ransom, nor they have no voice to speak to him, nor they may not flee from pain, nor they have no goodness in them, that they may shew to deliver them from pain. The courteous Lord Jesus Christ will that no good work be lost, for in somewhat it shall avail. But forasmuch as the good works that men do while they be in good life be all killed or deadened by sin following, and also since all the good works that men do while they be in deadly sin be utterly dead, as for to have the life perdurable, well may that man that no good works doth sing that new French song, J'ai tout perdu, mon temps et mon labour. For certes sin bereaveth a man both the goodness of nature and eke the goodness of grace. For soothly the grace of the Holy Ghost fareth like fire, that may not be idle, for fire faileth anon as it forletteth its working, and right so grace faileth anon as it forletteth its working. Then loseth the sinful man the goodness of glory, that only is to good men that labour and work. Well may be he sorry then that oweth all his life to God, as long as he hath lived, and also as long as he shall live, that no goodness hath to pay with his debt to God, to whom he oweth all his life. For trust well he shall give account, as saith Saint Bernard, of all the goods that have been given him in his present life, and how he hath them dispended, insomuch that there shall not perish a hair of his head, nor a moment of an hour shall not perish of his time, that he shall not give thereof a reckoning. That is to say, at every time that a man eateth and drinketh more than sufficeth to the sustenance of his body, in certain he doth sin. Eke when he speaketh more than it needeth, he doth sin. Eke when he heareth not benignly the complaint of the poor. Eke when he is in health of body, and will not fast when other folk fast, without cause reasonable, eke when he sleepeth more than needeth, or when he cometh by that occasion too late to church, or to other works of charity, eke when he useth his wife without sovereign desire of engendure, to the honour of God, or for the intent to yield his wife his debt of his body, eke when he will not visit the sick, or the prisoner, if he may, eke if he love wife, or child, or other worldly thing more than reason requireth, eke if he flatter or blandish more than he ought for any necessity, eke if he minish or withdraw the alms of the poor, eke if he prepare his meat more deliciously than need is, or eat it too hastily by gluttony, eke if he talk vanities in the church or at God's service, or that he be a talker of idle words of folly or villainy, for he shall yield account of them at the day of doom, eke when he promiseth or assureth to do things that he may not perform, eke when that by lightness of folly he missaith or scorneth his neighbour, eke when he hath any wicked suspicion of thing, that he wot of it no soothfastness. These things and more without number be sins, as saith Saint Augustine. Now it is necessary to tell which be deadly sins, that is to say, chieftains of sins, for as much as all they run in one leash, but in divers manners. Now be they called chieftains, forasmuch as they be chief, and of them spring all other sins. The root of these sins, then, is pride, the general root of all harms. For of this root spring certain branches, as ire, envy, sloth, avarice, or covetousness, gluttony, and lechery. And each of these sins hath his branches and his twigs, as shall be declared in their chapters following. And though so be that no man can tell utterly the number of the twigs and of the harms that come of pride, yet will I show a part of them, as ye shall understand. There is inobedience, vaunting, hypocrisy, despite, arrogance, impudence, swelling of heart, insolence, elation, impatience, strife, contumacy, presumption, irreverence, pertinacity, vainglory, and many another twig that I cannot tell nor declare. And yet, moreover, there is a privy species of pride that waiteth first to be saluted ere he will salute, although he be less worthy than that other is, and eke he expecteth or desireth to sit or to go above him in the way, or kiss the pax, or be incensed, or go to offering before his neighbour, and such like things against his duty peradventure, but that he hath his heart and his intent in such a proud desire to be magnified and honoured before the people. Now be there two manner of prides. The one of them is within the heart of a man, and the other is without. Of which soothly these foresaid things, and more than I have said, appertain to pride that is within the heart of a man, and there be other species of pride that be without. But nevertheless the one of these species of pride is sign of the other, right as the gay bush at the tavern is sign of the wine that is in the cellar. And this is in many things, as in speech and countenance, and outrageous array of clothing. For certes, if there had been no sin in clothing, Christ would not so soon have noted and spoken of the clothing of that rich man in the Gospel. And Saint Gregory saith that precious clothing is culpable for the dearness of it, and for its softness, and for its strangeness and disguising, and for the superfluity, or for the inordinate scantness of it. Alas, may not a man see in our days the sinful costly array of clothing, and namely into such superfluity, or else into disordinate scantness? As to the first sin, in superfluity of clothing, which that maketh it so dear to the harm of the people, not only the cost of the embroidering, the disguising, indenting or barring, ounding, paling, winding, or banding, and similar waste of cloth and vanity, but there is also the costly lining or edging with fur in their gowns, so much punching of chisels to make holes, so much cutting of shears, with the superfluity in length of the foresaid gowns, trailing in the dung and in the mire, on horse and eke on foot, as well of man as of woman, that all that trailing is verily wasted, consumed, threadbare, and rotten with dung, rather than it is given to the poor, to great damage of the foresaid poor folk, and that in sundry wise, this is to say, the more that cloth is wasted, the more must it cost to the poor people for the scarceness. And furthermore, if so be that they would give such punched and dagged clothing to the poor people, it is not convenient to wear for their estate, nor sufficient to help their necessity, to keep them from the distemperance of the firmament. Upon the other side, to speak of the horrible disordinate scantness of clothing, as be these cutted slops, or hanslines, or breeches, that through their shortness cover not the shameful member of man, to wicked intent alas, some of them show the boss, and the shape of the horrible swollen members, that seem like to the malady of hernia, in the wrapping of their hosen, and eke the buttocks of them, that fare as it were the hinder part of a she-ape in the full of the moon, and moreover the wretched swollen members that they show through disguising, in departing of their hosen in white and red, seemeth that half their shameful privy members were flayed. And if so be that they depart their hosen in other colours, as in white and blue, or white and black, or black and red, and so forth, then seemeth it by variance of colour that the half part of their privy members be corrupt by the fire of Saint Anthony, or by canker, or other such mischance. And of the hinder part of their buttocks it is full horrible to see, for certes, in that part of their body where they purge their stinking odour, that foul part show they to the people proudly, in despite honesty Jesus Christ and his friends observed to show in his life. Now as of the outrageous array of women, God wot that though the visages of some of them seem full chaste and gentle, yet notify they in their array of attire licorousness and pride. I say not that honesty, reasonable and appropriate style, and clothing of man or woman unconvenable, but certes the superfluity or disordinate scarcity of clothing is reprovable. Also the sin of their ornament, or of apparel, as in things that appertain to riding, as in too many delicate horses that be holden for delight, that be so fair, fat, and costly, and also in many a vicious knave that is sustained because of them, in curious harness, as in saddles, cruppers, petrels, breastplates, bridles, covered with precious cloth, and rich bars and plates of gold and silver, for which God saith by Zechariah the prophet, I will confound the riders of such horses. These folk take little regard of the riding of God's Son of heaven, and of his harness, when he rode upon an ass, and had no other harness but the poor clothes of his disciples, nor we read not that ever he rode on any other beast. I speak this for the sin of superfluity, and not for reasonable honesty, when reason it requireth. And moreover, certes, pride is greatly notified in holding of great retinue of servants, when they be of little profit, or of right no profit, and especially when that meany is violent and harmful to the people of arrogance of high lordship, or by way of office. For certes such lords sell then their lordship to the devil of hell, when they sustain the wickedness of their meany, or else when these folk of low degree, as they that hold hostelries, sustain theft of their hostiliers, and that is in many manner of deceits. That manner of folk be the flies that follow the honey, or else the hounds that follow the carrion. Such foresaid folk strangle spiritually their lordships, for which thus saith David the prophet, wicked death may come unto these lordships, and God give that they may descend into hell down. For in their houses is iniquity, and shrewdness, impiety, and not God of heaven. And certes, but unless they do amendment, right as God gave his blessing to Laban by the service of Jacob, and to Pharaoh by the service of Joseph, right so God will give his condemnation to such lordships as sustain the wickedness of their servants, unless they come to amendment. Pride of the table worketh harm eke full oft, for certes rich men be called to feasts, and poor folk be put away and rebuked, also in excess of divers meats and drinks, and especially such manner bake meats and dish meats burning of wild fire, and painted and castled with paper, and similar waste, so that it is abuse to think, and eke in too great preciousness of vessel, plate, and curiosity of minstrelsy, by which a man is stirred more to the delights of luxury, if so be that he set his heart the less upon our Lord Jesus Christ. Certain it is a sin. And certainly the delights might be so great in this case that a man might easily fall by them into deadly sin. Now be there 3 manners of humility, as humility in heart, and another in the mouth, and the third in works. The humility in the heart is in 4 manners. The one is when a man holdeth himself as not worth before God of heaven. The second is when he despiseth no other man. The third is when he recketh not though men hold him not worth. The fourth is when he is not sorry for his humiliation. Also the humility of mouth is in 4 things: intemperate speech, and humility of speech, and when he confesseth with his own mouth that he is such as he thinketh that he is in his heart. Another is when he praiseth the bounty or goodness of another man, and nothing thereof diminisheth. Humility eke in works is in 4 manners. The first is when he putteth other men before him. The second is to choose the lowest place of all. The third is gladly to assent to good counsel. The fourth is to stand gladly by the judgment of his sovereign, or of him that is higher in degree. Certain this is a great work of humility. After avarice cometh gluttony, which is express against the commandment of God. Gluttony is unmeasurable appetite to eat or to drink, or else to do in aught to the unmeasurable appetite and disordered craving to eat or drink. This sin corrupted all this world, as is well showed in the sin of Adam and of Eve. Look also what saith Saint Paul of gluttony. Many, saith he, go, of which I have oft said to you, and now I say it weeping, that they be enemies of the cross of Christ, of which the end is death, and of which their stomach is their God and their glory. In confusion of them that so take delight in earthly things, he that is accustomed or addicted to the sin of gluttony, he may no sin withstand. He must be in bondage of all vices, for it is the devil's lurking place, where he hideth him in and resteth. This sin hath many species. The first is drunkenness, that is the horrible sepulture of man's reason. And therefore when a man is drunken, he hath lost his reason, and this is deadly sin. But soothly, when that a man is not wont to strong drink, and peradventure knoweth not the strength of the drink, or hath feebleness in his head, or hath laboured, through which he drinketh the more, although he be suddenly caught with drink, it is no deadly sin, but venial. The second species of gluttony is that the spirit of a man waxeth all troubled for drunkenness, and bereaveth a man the discretion of his wit. The third species of gluttony is when a man devoureth his meat, and hath no rightful manner of eating. The fourth is when through the great abundance of his meat the humours of his body be distempered. The fifth is forgetfulness by too much drinking, for which a man sometimes forgetteth by the morrow what he did at eve. In other manner be distinct the species of gluttony after St. Gregory. The first is for to eat or drink before time. The second is when a man getteth him too delicate meat or drink. The third is when men take too much over immoderately. The fourth is curiosity with great intent, pains to make and apparel prepare his meat. The fifth is for to eat too greedily. These be the 5 fingers of the devil's hand, by which he draweth folk to the sin. Against gluttony the remedy is abstinence, as saith Galen. But that I hold not meritorious, if he do it only for the health of his body. St. Augustine will that abstinence be done for virtue, and with patience. Abstinence, saith he, is little worth, but if unless a man have good will thereto, but it be enforced by patience and by charity, and that men do it for God's sake, and in hope to have the bliss in heaven. The fellows of abstinence be temperance, that holdeth the mean in all things, also shame that escheweth all indecency, impropriety, sufficiency, that seeketh no rich meats nor drinks, nor doth no force of no outrageous appareling of meat, moderation also that restraineth by reason the unmeasurable appetite of eating, soberness also that restraineth the outrage of drink, sparing also that restraineth the delicate ease to sit long at meat, wherefore some folk stand of their own will to eat, because they will eat at less leisure. And thou shalt shrive thee of all thy sins to one man, and not a portion to one man, and a parcel to another. That is to understand in intent to divide thy confession for shame or dread. For it is but strangling of thy soul, for certes Jesus Christ is entirely all good. In him is none imperfection, and therefore either he forgiveth all perfectly, or else not at all. I say not that, if thou be assigned to thy penitencer for a certain sin, that thou art bound to show him all the remnant of thy sins, of which thou hast been shriven of thy curate. But if it like thee, unless thou be pleased of thy humility, this is no departing or division of shrift. And I say not, where I speak of division of confession, that if thou have license to shrive thee to a discreet and an honest priest, and where thee liketh, and by the license of thy curate, that thou mayest not well shrive thee to him of all thy sins, but let no blot be behind, let no sin be untold as far as thou hast remembrance. And when thou shalt be shriven of thy curate, tell him eke all the sins that thou hast done since thou wert last shriven. This is no wicked intent of division of shrift. Also very shrift, or true confession, asketh certain conditions. First, that thou shrive thee by thy free will, not constrained, nor for shame of folk, nor for sickness, or such things. For it is reasoned that he that trespasseth by his free will, that by his free will be he confess his trespass, and that no other man tell his sin but himself, nor he shall not nay nor deny his sin, nor wrath him against the priest for admonishing him to leave his sin. The second condition is that thy shrift be lawful, that is to say, that shrivest thee, and eke the priest that heareth thy confession be verily in the faith of Holy Church, and that a man be not despaired of the mercy of Jesus Christ, as Cain and Judas were. And eke a man must accuse himself of his own trespass, and not another, but he shall blame and accuse himself of his own malice and of his sin, and none other. But nevertheless, if that another man be occasion or else enticer of his sin, or the estate of the person be such by which his sin is aggravated, or else that he may not plainly shrive him, but unless he tell the person with which he hath sinned, then may he tell, so that his intent be not to backbite the person, but only to declare his confession. Thou shalt not eke make no leasings or falsehoods in thy confession for humility, peradventure to say that thou hast committed and done such sins of which that thou wert never guilty. For St. Augustine saith, if that thou, because of humility, makest a leasing on thyself, though thou wert not in sin before, yet art thou then in sin through thy leasing. Thou must also show thy sin by thine own proper mouth, unless thou be dumb, and not by letter. For thou that hast done the sin, thou shalt have the shame of the confession. Thou shalt not paint thy confession with fair and subtle words to cover the more thy sin, for then beguilest thou thyself, and not the priest, though must tell it plainly, be it never so foul nor so horrible. Thou shalt eke shrive thee to a priest that is discreet to counsel thee, and eke thou shalt not shrive thee for vainglory, nor for hypocrisy, nor for no cause, but only for the fear of Jesus Christ and the health of thy soul. Thou shalt not run to the priest all suddenly to tell him lightly thy sin, as who telleth a jest or a tale, but advisedly and with good devotion, and generally shrive thee oft. If thou oft fall, oft arise by confession, and though thou shrive thee oftener than once of sin of which thou hast been shriven, it is more merit. And as saith St. Augustine, thou shalt have the more easily release in grace of God, both of sin and of pain. And certes once a year at the least way it is lawful to be hassled, for soothly once a year all things in the earth renew themselves. De tertia parte pointintentiae, of the third part of penitence. Now have I told you of true confession. That is the second part of penitence. The third part of penitence is satisfaction, and that standeth generally in almsdeed and bodily pain. Nor be there three manner of almsdeed: contrition of heart, where a man offereth himself to God; the second is to have pity of the default of his neighbour; the third is in giving of good counsel and comfort, ghostly and bodily, where men have need, and specially sustenance of man's food. And take heed that a man hath need of these things generally. He hath need of food, of clothing, and of lodging. He hath need of charitable counsel, and visiting in prison and malady, and sepulture of his dead body. And if thou mayest not visit the needful with thy person, visit them by thy message and by thy gifts. These be generally alms or works of charity of them that have temporal riches or discretion in counselling. Of these works shalt thou hear at the day of doom. This alms shouldest thou do of thine own proper things, and promptly, and secretly, if thou mayest. But nevertheless, if thou mayest not do it privily, thou shalt not forbear to do alms, though men see it, so that it be not done for thank of the world, but only for thank of Jesus Christ. For as witnesseth St. Matthew chapter 5, a city may not be hid that is set on a mountain, nor men light not a lantern and put it under a bushel, but men set it on a candlestick to light the men in the house. Right so shall your lighten before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father that is in heaven. Now as to speak of bodily pain, it is in prayer, in watchings, in fastings, and in virtuous teachings. Of orisons ye shall understand that orisons or prayers is to say a piteous will of heart, that redresseth it in God and expresseth it by the word outward, to remove harms, and to have things spiritual and durable, and sometimes temporal things. Of which orisons, certes in the orison of the Pater Noster, hath our Lord Jesus Christ enclosed most things. Certes it is privileged of three things in its dignity, for which it is more worthy than any other prayer, for Jesus Christ himself made it, and it is short, in order it should be coud the more lightly, be more easily conned or learned, and to withhold or retain it in more easily in the heart, and help himself the oftener with this orison. And for a man should be the less weary to say it, and for a man may not excuse him to learn it, it is so short and so easy, and for it comprehendeth in itself all good prayers. The exposition of this holy prayer, that is so excellent and so divine, I commit to these masters of theology. Save thus much will I say, when thou prayest that God should forgive thee thy guilts, as thou forgivest them that they guilt to thee, be full well ware that thou be not out of charity. This holy orison lesseneth eke venial sin, and therefore it appertaineth specially to penitence. This prayer must be truly said and in very faith, and that men pray to God ordinately, discreetly, and devoutly. And always a man shall put his will to be subject to the will of God. This orison must eke be said that with great humbleness, and full pure and honestly, and not to the annoyance of any man or woman. It must eke be continued with the works of charity. It availeth against the vices of the soul, for as saith Saint Jerome, by fasting be saved the vices of the flesh, and by prayer the vices of the soul. After this, thou shalt understand that bodily pain stands in watching, for Jesus saith, Wake and pray that ye enter not into temptation. Ye shall understand also that fasting stands in three things: in forbearing of bodily meat and drink, and in forbearing of worldly jollity, and in forbearing of deadly sin. This is to say that a man shall keep him from deadly sin in all that he may. And thou shalt understand eke that God ordained fasting, and to fasting appertain four things: generosity to poor folk, gladness of heart spiritual, not to be angry, nor annoyed, nor grudge for the fasteth, and also reasonable hour for to eat by measure. That is to say, a man should not eat out of time, nor sit the longer at his meal because he fasteth. Then shalt thou understand that bodily pain standeth in discipline, or teaching, by word, or by writing, or by ensample. Also in wearing of haircloth, or of coarse hempen cloth, or of male shirts on their naked flesh for Christ's sake. But wear thee well that such manner penance of thy flesh make not thine heart bitter or angry, nor annoyed of thyself. For better is to cast away thine hair than to cast away the sweetness of our Lord Jesus Christ. And therefore saith Saint Paul, Clothe you, as they that be chosen of God in heart, with compassion, gentleness, patience, and such manner of clothing, of which Jesus Christ is better pleased, than of hairs or of hauberks. Then is discipline eke in knocking of thy breast, in scourging with rods, in kneelings, and tribulations, and suffering patiently wrongs that be done to him, and eke in patient sufferance of maladies, or losing of worldly chattels, or of wife, or of child, or of other friends. Then shalt thou understand which things disturb penance, and this is in four things: that is dread, shame, hope, and wan hope, that is desperation. And for to speak first of dread, for which he weeneth that he may suffer no penance, there against is remedy for to think that bodily penance is but short and little at the regard or in comparison with the pain of hell, that is so cruel and so long that it lasteth without end. Now against the shame that a man hath to shrive him, and specially these hypocrites that would be holden so perfect that they have no need to shrive them, against that shame should a man think that by way of reason he that hath not been ashamed to do foul things, certes he ought not to be ashamed to do fair things, and that is confession. A man should eke think that God seeth and knoweth all thy thoughts and all thy works. To him may nothing be hid nor covered. Men should eke remember them of the shame that is to come at the day of doom to them that be not penitent and shriven in this present life. For all the creatures in heaven and in earth and in hell shall see openly all that he hideth in this world. Now, for to speak of them that be so negligent and slow to shrive them, that stands in two manners. The one is, that he hopeth to live long, and to acquire much riches for his delight, and then he will shrive him, and as he saith, he may, as him seemeth, timely enough come to shrift. Another is the presumption that he hath in Christ's mercy. Against the first vice he shall think that our life is no sickerness, security, and eke that all the riches in this world will be an adventure, and pass as a shadow on the wall, and as saith St. Gregory, that it appertaineth to the great righteousness of God, that never shall the pain cease of them that never would withdraw them from sin. Their thanks with their good will, but I continue in sin. For that perpetual will to do sin shall they have perpetual pain. Despair is in two kinds. The first despair, or one hope, is in the mercy of God. The other is that they think they might not long persevere in goodness. The first one hope cometh of that he deemeth that he sinned so highly and so oft and so long hath lain in sin that he shall not be saved. Certes, against that cursed one hope should he think that the passion of Jesus Christ is more strong for to unbind than sin is strong for to bind. Against the second one hope he shall think that as oft as he falleth he may arise again by penitence. And though he never so long hath lain in sin, the mercy of Christ is always ready to receive him to mercy. Against the one hope that he thinketh he should not long persevere in goodness, he shall think that the feebleness of the devil may nothing do, unless men will suffer him. And eke he shall have strength of the help of God, and of all holy church, and of the protection of angels, if him list. Then shall men understand what is the fruit of penance, and after the word of Jesus Christ it is the endless bliss of heaven, where joy hath no contrariety of woe, nor of penance, nor grievance. There all harms be past of this present life, there as is the security from the pain of hell, there as is the blissful company that rejoice them evermore each of the other's joy, there as the body of man that whilom was foul and dark is more clear than the sun, there as the body of man that whilom was sick and frail, feeble and mortal is immortal, and so strong and so whole that there may nothing impair or injure it. There is neither hunger nor thirst nor cold, but every soul replenished with the sight of the perfect knowing of God. This blissful kingdom may men purchase by poverty spiritual, and the glory by lowliness, the plenty of joy by hunger and thirst, the rest by travail, and the life by death and mortification of sin, to which life he us bring that bought us with his precious blood. Amen. And that is the end of Chaucer's The Parson's Tale.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please go to LibriVox.org. Recorded by Gesine. The Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer. Edited by D. Lang Purves. This reading is based on the book The Canterbury Tales and Other Poems. The original text contains poems by Chaucer and a lot of notes and explanations by the editor. To view these, please click on the Gutenberg e-text link on the LibriVox catalogue page of the Canterbury Tales. Preces de Chauceres, Prayer of Chaucer. Now I pray to you all that hear this little treatise or read it, that if there be anything in it that likes them, that thereof they thank our Lord Jesus Christ, of whom proceedeth all wit and all goodness. And if there be anything that displeaseth them, I pray them also that they arret to the default of mine unconning, and not to my will, that would fain have said better, if I had conning, for the book saith, all that is written for our doctrine is written. Wherefore I beseech you meekly for the mercy of God, that ye pray for me, that God have mercy on me, and forgive me my guilts, and namely my translations, and of inditing in worldly vanities, which I revoke in my retractions, as is the book of Troilus, the book also of Fame, the book of 25 Ladies, the book of the Duchess, the book of Saint Valentine's Day, and of the Parliament of Birds, the Tales of Canterbury, all those that zonen unto sin, the book of the Lion, and many other books, if they were in my mind or remembrance, and many a song, and many a lecherous lay, of the which Christ for his great mercy forgive me the sins. But of the translation of the Book de Consolatione, and other books of consolation, and of legend of lives of saints, and homilies, and moralities, and devotion, that thank I our Lord Jesus Christ, and his mother, and all the saints in heaven, beseeching them that they from henceforth unto my life's end send me grace to bewail my guilts, and to study to the salvation of my soul, and grant me grace and space of very repentance, penitence, confession, and satisfaction, to do in this present life, through the benign grace of him that is King of kings and Priest of all priests, that bought us with his precious blood of his heart, so that I may be one of them at the day of doom that shall be saved. Quicam Patri Spiritu Sancto vivis et regnas Deus per omnia saecula. Amen. End of Preces de Chauceres, and end of the Canterbury Tales by Geoffrey Chaucer, edited by D. Lang Purves. Recorded by Gesine in Valletta, March 2006.